Nighttime in Konoha. 5-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was running down a crowded street. Nearly everyone in the village was out tonight to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the death of the Kyuubi, as well as to mourn the loss of their previous leader, the 4th Hokage. And though Hiruzen had retaken the mantle of Hokage, it wasn't enough to drown out their grief. Little Naruto was one of the many kids whose parents had died during the Kyuubi's rampage, and he had been an orphan for as long as he could remember, though the Hokage tried to help out where he could never replace Naruto's longing for a home. The villagers ignored him. They treated him as if he was cursed, destined to be forgotten. So Naruto would play pranks on them to try and get their attention. But all that did was drive them further away. We now join Naruto as he was running away from a group of angry villagers that had recently been pranked. "Get back here, you brat," a man yelled. His clothes dyed a bright orange from Naruto's most recent prank. "Laughs, nah, you won't catch me," Naruto yelled back as he continued mad dash, nearly knocking a few people over in his haste to get away. And those he didn't knock over, the mob did. "Whoops, giggle sorry lady," he called out to a purple-haired woman he had almost knocked over. "Watch it, brat," she yelled. "Almost made me drop my dango." Bump star. The women, Anko Mitarashi, had just taken a bite of her dango stick when the crowd reached her and accidentally knocked the dango out of her hand as they ran by. Everything almost seemed to slow down for Anko as she watched her precious dango fall to the ground. You bastards," she roared as she took off after the mob. As Anko was a chunin, and quite a good ninja, she quickly caught up to the mob and proceeded to knock most of them unconscious. She then spent an additional 30 minutes lecturing them on the glory that was dango and why they should never waste a single bite, even referring to them as the food of the gods. Though an echoed voice replied that ramen was the food of the gods, she decided to ignore that. Naruto managed to get away from the mob after a majority of them had been KO'd by Anko. He dove inside an alleyway that he knew to lead back to the orphanage. One of the perks of being a street rat, as the villagers called him sometimes, was that he knew most of the streets like the back of his hand. A useful thing to know when you're planning to run away from a mob of people you just pranked. Naruto was just exiting the alleyway, after making sure that no one was still chasing him, of course, when he spotted 2 ninja walking down the empty street. One of them had gravity-defying silver hair and was reading an orange book. The other had a bowl-cut hairstyle and the bushiest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. He was also wearing a skin-tight jumpsuit, but Naruto tried his best not to look at it. "I wonder where they're going? The festival is in the other direction," Naruto quietly said to himself. Although, quietly, for Naruto was how an average person normally spoke. "I'm gonna follow him," he once again spoke out loud. "He knows we can hear him, right?" the silver-haired one asked the other. "Ah, the springtime of youth is strong in the little one. What's the harm in letting him follow us?" "Kakashi," the bowl-cut responded. "Sigh, none at all," Kakashi replied. "Stomp's foot. Curse you, Kakashi, and your cool attitude," he yelled. Did you say something, guy?" "Gah, that's it. I'm winning this time for sure." "If you say so." The two continued to bicker until they reached an empty training ground. "Same as usual, guy?" Kakashi asked, putting his book away as he did. "Normally I wouldn't object to our usual contest, but how about this time? We give our little follower a show, Guy asked as he was taking off his weighted vest and arm/leg bands. "What did you have in mind?" "Sparring." "Sigh, sparring it is then." The two of them prepared themselves for their contest to begin, Kakashi raising his headband while Guy did his stretches. They were waiting for the signal to begin, that signal being a leaf that was going to touch the ground. Now! They disappeared in a burst of speed, only reappearing when they made contact with each other. Naruto was attempting to watch, but he could only see them vanishing only to appear in another place a second later as loud booms shook the landscape. Boom punch blocked *crash *kick dodged *slam *, a new crater being formed by a kick Kakashi dodged. "Whoa! Naruto had never seen a real ninja fight before. Sure, he had seen plenty of the Chunin sparring, although he may have been focused on pranking them at the time. But they were never this intense. These two were changing the landscape with their fight. Mostly Guy, though Kakashi had one or two craters as well. Naruto had always wanted to be a powerful ninja. He wanted to be looked up to. He wanted to be praised. But most importantly, he didn't want to be forgotten. That's why he signed up for the Ninja Academy. That was starting next month. He wanted to be like these two ninja. He thought with stars in his eyes as he daydreamed about being an all-powerful ninja. A ninja so strong he could end every fight with a single punch. Enjoying the show? Someone said from behind him. Ah! Naruto screamed, his body tipping forward until he landed onto his face from the fright. Aren't you a loud one? Kakashi asked while picking his ear. He was hoping the kid didn't cause him to go deaf. But, how? You're over there fighting that guy? Naruto responded loudly. I'm also over here. What's your point? How are you in two places at once? Can you teach me? Please? Naruto yells. The stars were back in his eyes from seeing this ninja do what he thought was impossible. Aren't you a bit young to be trying to learn Jutsu, kid? What are you like, 3? Hey, I'm 5 years old today. Oh, happy birthday then. The silver ninja replied as he pulled out his book again and began to read, though he lowered it once he noticed how quiet the kid was being. He looked down to see the kid smiling while holding the hem of his shirt. What? You told me happy birthday, the kid responded, now much quieter than he was before. Kakashi's eyebrow quirked upwards. And? You act like no one has ever told you happy birthday before. Just Gigi. Kakashi was confused for a few seconds until he realized what the kid meant. Oh,
I'm sorry.
that caused Naruto's smile to widen further. It's okay, because one day, I'm going to be the world's strongest ninja. He started out with a yell, before in a much quieter voice he added, that way, I'll never be forgotten again. Kakashi felt bad for the kid. He really did. Is that all you want? Is the only reason you want to be strong just for the strength itself? Or is there another reason? Naruto thought about it for a few seconds, a look of concentration on his face.
No. No.
I also want to protect the ones I care about. That's also why I want to be strong. I never knew my parents. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. I have other people that are important to me now. Naruto's happiness was starting to come back. Oh? Like who? There's old man Ichiraku and his daughter Ayam. Naruto listed off on his fingers. Then there's Gigi and that girl with the pretty eyes. He finished his smile now fully back. Girl with the pretty eyes, huh? I wonder who he's talking about. It sounds like you have a lot of people to protect. You better get strong then. I will, when I join the academy next month. I'm going to train until I'm the strongest there is. A noble goal, my young friend, Guy yelled from directly behind Naruto, causing him to fall over again. Will you quit that? Naruto complained. Oh ho! Sorry about that, young man. I was just so excited to hear your reply that I could not contain myself. Why? Well, how about I give you some advice to help you out on your journey? Really? What is it? Are you going to teach me a really awesome jutsu? Naruto quickly replied. Nope. Naruto fell on his face from the quick answer. I'm going to teach you something much better. That perked him back up. Naruto wondered what it was going to be. Chakra exercises, a book on how to make an all-powerful jutsu. Or maybe he was going to show him how to do that cool, being in two places at once thing. What is it? Tell me, please. Naruto yelled as he nodded his head in excitement. I'm going to teach you how to. Aha! What? Exercise, Guy happily responded. Naruto face planted again from the answer he was given. Fine, if you didn't want to help me, you should have just said so, Naruto yelled. He turned to storm off. Was your resolve really so weak? He heard Kakashi ask. My resolve is not weak. Then why do you walk away when the most prominent taijutsu expert in Konoha is trying to teach you something? Was this bushy brow guy really that good? Naruto thought for a moment before heading back to his place in front of Guy. Okay, I'll learn what you have to teach me, he said. Excellent. Follow me, Guy yelled. He pulled Naruto along as he started walking back to the center of the now crater-filled training field. Now, my young friend, I am going to teach you how to get much stronger and to get you ready for your academy years. Are you ready? Yes, sir, Naruto eagerly responded. Neither Naruto nor Guy noticed when Kakashi left, so engrossed in the lesson as they were. From that night until early the next morning, Guy had Naruto doing push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running around the training field. Every time he thought Naruto had reached his limit, the kid would stand back up after only a few minutes rest, eager to go again. When Guy finally did leave the next morning, he gave Naruto this last piece of advice. Remember, my young friend, do these exercises as often as you can, increasing the reps as you get older. Wouldn't want you to injure yourself now, would we?
No, Guy-sensei.
Great. I'll see you around then, young man. I have to report to the Hokage now, bye-bye. Guy yelled before vanishing in a whirlwind of leaves. So cool, Naruto said with stars in his eyes. He stood there for a few seconds before he decided to do another set of his exercises. That one set would turn into another, then another, and another, before Naruto would finally make his way home to go to bed. The next morning he would wake up and be ready to go again, with a little help from a certain giant red furball, and he would continue those exercises every single day, and he would continue to do those exercises every single day, even when his bones ached, his muscles tore, his skin peeled and poured blood. Naruto, for the sake of his desires, never once faltered in doing what that ninja had told him. Even after he forgot what he looked like, he continued doing those exercises. After he joined the Ninja Academy and they had their own exercises they would have him do. After he got home, he would once again do those same exercises. Years passed this way. The first year he didn't notice anything different, and the second year was the same way, so he simply increased his reps and the number of sets he would do. The third year he noticed he had gotten stronger. Though he had nothing to test his strength on, he could feel it. Academy doesn't start sparring practice until the kids were 9. Though for the ninja class kids, target practice, chakra training, and learning tactics began when they were 6. The fourth year was when he proved to himself that he was getting stronger. In class one day at the academy. Alright class, today we begin sparring practice. Now, I know that a lot of you don't really know how to fight yet, and that's okay, you'll learn that later. For now, I just want you to get used to sparring with each other. And next week, we'll begin to teach you the academy style of taijutsu. Irika Umino, a chunin in charge of Naruto's class, announced from his place at the front of the classroom. While that may have been true for a portion of the class, the majority of Naruto's class, the important ones anyway, were all children from the various clans that called Konoha home, and they were all taught their clan's taijutsu from a young age, as well as the chakra techniques they would later be known for. As such, they all had a significant advantage over their fellow students. And Naruto, who, while having zero formal training whatsoever, had been training his butt off for 4 years by this point, unknown to all but one pretty-eyed heiress, was looked down on by the rest of the class as he acted as the class clown to get attention. When the sparring matches were announced, everyone looked at Naruto with pity in their eyes as he was paired with the idol of the class, Sasuke, or as Naruto called him, Sasage, Uchiha. Ready to lose, dope? Sasuke sneered at Naruto as he got into his clan's taijutsu stance. The taunting didn't faze Naruto though. He was too eager to test his strength against the prodigy, to be concerned about what Sasuke had to say. Begin, Arika yelled, and Sasuke dashed forward. Naruto didn't move though, he just stood there waiting. It looks like the Dobi's scared, one kid jeered, causing the rest of the class to laugh. Come on Naruto, you can do it. One pretty-eyed heiress quietly cheered. Sasuke was closing in on Naruto now, so he jumped and led with his right leg forward in an attempt to kick Naruto in the chest. His leg was intercepted with one hand though. Right before Sasuke could make contact, Naruto raised his right hand and grabbed him foot mid-kick. So slow, Naruto said. He swung his arm to the right, which took Sasuke along with it, and released his foot right before his arm was fully extended, sending Sasuke flying out of the ring and onto the hard ground below, where he tumbled unconsciously to a stop, hit his head on the ground when Naruto threw him. The jeering and laughing class was now completely silent as Naruto made his way out of the ring. Great job, Naruto, Hinata cheered inside her head, for she was much too shy to do so aloud. Good job, Naruto, Iruka said after a few seconds' pause. Hee, thanks, Iruka-sensei, Naruto happily responded. Right, that's all for today, class. You're all dismissed. But Iruka-sensei, what about Sasuke? One of the girls fangirls asked. I'll take him to the infirmary until he wakes up. You all go home. Iruka dismissed them with a wave, before picking Sasuke up and carrying him away. When Naruto reached his home that day, he once again started up his routine. Exercise until you can't move, then do it again after resting for a few minutes. Such was Naruto's life in the academy. No matter who he fought in the sparring ring, it always ended in one move. And as he got older, all of his classmates seemed to get slower and weaker with the passage of time. By the time he was 10, they no longer allowed him to spar with his classmates, as their egos were being destroyed from sparring with Naruto. So instead, during the sparring class, he would begin his exercises early. His workouts now were a far cry from the 100 of each that Guy had taught him to do. It now consisted of 1,000 of each followed by a quick 10-mile run. He would do the real run of 50 miles after he got home. His exercises staggered his classmates, as they had never really seen him put effort into anything. But now that they saw this, they had a little bit more respect for the blonde. They still thought he was an idiot, though. A few times, Sasuke tried to do the exercises with Naruto. However, he collapsed after only doing half of them and he couldn't move for the rest of the day. 3 more years passed this way until finally, it was time for their exams. And it was time to see just how strong Naruto really was. Naruto arrived at the academy building early this morning wearing his bright orange and blue jumpsuit. He wanted to get a seat close to the front. The exams went by row from the closest to the farthest. So he wanted to be one of the first to go for his exam. He was confident that he could pass. And although he still had trouble with the clone jutsu, the other parts of his exam he knew he would do well on. Unless he accidentally cuts down a tree or two during the kunai and shuriken exam. The instructors yelled at him last time he did that. Like it was his fault the trees around the academy were so easy to cut down. With a blunt kunai. Okay, so maybe he did need to learn to control his strength. But the wall they also went through definitely wasn't his fault. Those bricks obviously weren't up to code, or something. No way that shuriken would have gone through it so easy otherwise. Although, seeing Sasuke without the duck but hairstyle was quite a novelty. He was walking to the bathroom that was on the other side of the wall. The girls fangirls loved it. Anyway, Naruto was making his way to the classroom when he heard yelling. But Hokage-sama, surely you can't be serious about this. He heard Iruka yell, so he slowly crept his way up to the wall and pressed his ear against the door. Indeed I am, Iruka. I feel it is time for a change in how we do things. He heard Sarutobi, his GG, reply to Iruka. But, these trials are ridiculous. We haven't covered any of this material and this will cause most, if not all of the civilian students to fail, Iruka said. And why is that, Iruka? Are you saying that your students are ill-prepared for what they will face in the real world? Hiruzen calmly asked. Well no, but I understand Hokage-sama. We'll go and get the trials set up. Iruka bowed to the Hokage. Then he made his way to the door, his ko-sensei Mizuki following behind. Naruto heard them approaching and disappeared from his spot by the door, right as they opened it. The two of them made their way down the hallway before turning the corner and disappearing from sight. Phew, that was close, Naruto said as he reappeared, having jumped up and grabbed hold of the ceiling tile with his fingertips. More like through the ceiling tiles, in order to not be seen. I see. I was correct in my assumption that you would find a way to eavesdrop, Naruto, Hiruzen said from the other side of the door. Hee. I never could hide from you, Gigi, he said while rubbing the back of his head, a nervous tic he had developed when he was younger. Sarutobi smiled. You're getting there, Naruto. I just have a few more decades experience than you. More like centuries. Pop OW. Gigi, that hurt, Naruto complained while rubbing his forehead. Sarutobi hit him with his pipe. Don't lie, Naruto. You didn't feel that at all, did you? He asked. He knew the truth of the matter as he watched Naruto any chance he had, and he saw just how strong the blonde really was. You got me, Gigi, he. So, how many reps are you up to now? 10,000 reps apiece and a 50-mile sprint around the village. The sheer amount surprised Hiruzen. He knew the blonde to be exercising a lot, but he had no idea just how high the number actually was. Don't you think that's a bit high? No, I don't even get sore with that number anymore. I'm thinking about doubling it soon, was Naruto's reply. I see. Hiruzen just shook his head. What was that about anyway? You know I won't answer that, Naruto.
Smon Gigi.
At least give me a hint, please, Naruto whined.
No, Naruto.
You'll have to wait to find out just like everyone else. Figures, Naruto huffed. Run along now. I have work to do before your exam starts. You'll be there? Laughs, yes, I will be there. So put on a good show, okay? I will, Gigi, Naruto replied while running out of the room. Sai, you grew up so fast, Naruto. Did I really do all that I could to help you? Hiruzen asked no one. You did what you could, Hokage-sama. Hello, Kakashi. You're actually on time?
Shadow Clone, Hokage-sama.
Sai, of course you are. Are you ready for your trial? Yes, Hokage-sama. Training Ground 7 has been prepared and is ready for the brats. Good, at least you're prepared. However, should you be late for your trial, I'll knock you back down to Genin and have you catching Tora for a month. Yes, sir, Hokage-sama. You're dismissed then, Kakashi. The shadow clone burst into smoke and Hiruzen was alone again. It's going to be an interesting day at the very least, he said aloud before he walked out of the room on his way to his office. Back with Naruto. Naruto had made his way to the classroom where he found that he wasn't the first one to arrive. Sasuke was here, as was Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru, Shikamaru Neru, Choji Akimichi, and Shino Aburame. So most of the Ahem Rookie 9 were here already. The clan kids at least. The only clan kid that was missing was Ino, though she was most likely with Sakura. Sai, I hope she doesn't sit next to me again. I'm not good at dealing with Shutter's fangirls. And it was true they were both fangirls. And while not completely useless, okay, they were useless in a fight. However, they were smart. Both of them, as long as Sasuke wasn't in the room. Then they were dumber than I was. Yes, I'm fully aware that I'm not the smartest kid in the class. Anytime either of them sits next to me, all I hear for the duration of the class is how I'm weaker than Sasuke. Despite him never winning a fight between us, that I'm dumber than Sasuke. Granted, that part is probably true. Doesn't mean I want to hear it. And how much of a better guy he is than me. I guess they think if they say it enough, it'll come true. He doesn't act like a better guy when he's insulting them. They don't see that though. All they see is his pedigree and the whole tragic hero backstory he's got going on. Parents murdered by psychopath older brother. Though when I met Itachi, he was a nice guy. So he's paraded around the village as the last Uchiha, bringing about an even cooler image to all of his Ahem fans. Still doesn't change the fact that he's an asshole though. Anyway, Naruto made his way over to the farthest seat from Sasuke on the front row, where he sat down and lay his head on the desk, hoping that he could catch some sleep before whatever trial Gigi had planned began. That's also where Naruto was when Irika and Mizuki arrived. "Good morning, class," Irika yelled. "Good morning, Irika-sensei," they responded, most of them at least. "Wake up, Naruto." Pop, a piece of chalk impacted the blonde's head. "Ow! Oh, hey Irika-sensei." "Hello, Naruto. Glad you could join us. We didn't wake you, did we?" "Hee. Sorry, Irika-sensei." The blonde replied, his nervous tick again showing up. "Well, now that we're all here and awake." "Sensei, Shikamaru's still sleeping," Sakura pointed out. "Once again, now that we're all here and awake, let's begin." Irika moved over to the chalkboard. "Today is your graduation exam, the day when you leave the safety of the academy and move on to being a true ninja. And my comrade in arms, take a moment to give yourselves a round of applause for making it this far, everyone," Irika said as he led the applause for a few seconds. "Now, normally the way we'd do this is to have each of you take a 4-part test, starting with what you've learned in your time here in the academy, followed by an evaluation of your kunai and shuriken accuracy, then a round of sparring would take the 3rd spot, and ending with evaluating your jutsu. Hey, Irika-sensei, let's start the test already, we're ready to go. Isn't that right, Akamaru? Bark. Ahem, as I was saying before you interrupted me, Kiba, Irika said with a glare in Kiba's direction. That was how we normally did things. This time, however, Hokage-sama has decided that we were going to do something different to test whether or not you are ready to earn your headband. Like what, Irika-sensei? That isn't for me to know beyond what I'm supposed to test you on. With that being said, Mizuki, please pass out these tests to the class. We are beginning with Konoha's history. Everyone groans. An hour later. You all did a fantastic job, and I wish you luck on the next part of your exams, Irika said with a bow before he and Mizuki left the room. They weren't gone long before another person walked in. This was a tall man with black hair, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. Inhales. Hello, everyone. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, Jonin. Pleased to meet you. Hello, Asuma-sensei, the class responded. I am here to give you your first trial of the day. Follow me, he said before walking out the door as the class scrambled to catch up. He led them out to the target range, or what used to be the target range. Instead, it had an obstacle course set up. This is my trial for you. An obstacle course? Asuma-sensei, Ino asked. Yes, an obstacle course. So listen up, he shouted. Starting from that line over there, you will jump the wall where you will find 5 kunai and 5 shuriken. Using these weapons, you will hit the targets inside the course while dodging the obstacles and staying on the path. There is a red line on the other side of that wall that you must stay on at all times. Make it to the other side and you pass. Fall off the red line, miss too many targets or take too much time, and you fail this trial. There is a grand total of 4 trials to complete and you must pass at least 3 of them to become a ninja. Any questions so far? He asked the class. What happens if we fail? One student asked. You are kicked out of the ninja program. Next question. How much time do we have to complete the obstacles? You have 10 minutes to complete the 1,000-foot obstacle course. How is the course 1,000 feet if the target range is only 200 feet long? Sakura asked. And we have our first volunteer. What's your name, miss? It's Sakura Haruno, but dash. Well, Sakura, that's because you have to run this course 5 times. Each time through you are given a new set of kunai and shuriken as well as new targets to aim for. You have to hit in a vital area or that counts as a miss. Gulp, okay. Begin whenever you're ready. Once you get to the end, hit the big red button to stop your time. Better hurry though. Your time doesn't reset from one run to the next. Right, I'm ready. The timer begins after you've jumped the wall. After Sakura entered the obstacle course, those of us on the outside could hear her screaming, explosions, and quite a few loud thuds coming from inside the walls of the obstacle course. When she finally made it to the other end, 4 of her 10 minutes had passed and she looked ragged. Her clothes were torn, hair was burnt in several places and she was missing a shoe, but she made it out. Congratulations, Sakura. You have successfully completed your first run. Would you like to continue now? Or rest first? Asuma asked with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Rest? Please. Very well. Ino Yamanaka, you're up next. He called out. I have a stomach ache, she replied. Too bad. You shouldn't have shown up for class today then. Now you're up. Kiba Inazuka, you're on deck. Yes, sir, Kiba squeaked out. Asuma scared him. And that was how the class of 30 was narrowed down to 20, with almost half of the civilian students either dropping out or failing the trial. That only left the clan children and 11 civilian students at the end of the day, with only one student remaining. Sasuke Uchiha. Your remaining time was 2 minutes and 14 seconds, which puts you in first place, with second place trailing behind by over a minute. All of Sasuke's fans cheered for him getting first, though there was still one student remaining. Chunin beat that dope, Sasuke said to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, are you ready? Asuma asked. Yes, sir. Then begin whenever your Arie-Naruto was off before he could finish. Once Naruto's feet landed on the opposite side of the wall, he grabbed the weapons provided and started his trial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Naruto counted his shots as he ducked under, jumped over and dodged around obstacles. 9 and 10 gong. The red button had been pressed, and his final time was 15 seconds to finish his first run. And if that wasn't shocking enough for Asuma and his classmates, his time only got better from there. The second run was 12 seconds. The third run was 9 and the fourth was 5 seconds. His final run was completed in just 3 seconds from start to finish. And the targets weren't just hit in vital areas. The kunai and shuriken went through the targets, the walls and the trees behind those walls, before finally coming to a stop in some trees that were around 300 feet away from where they had been thrown from. Needless to say, Naruto passed the first trial. Well, I can honestly say that I didn't expect that, Asuma replied, his cigarette having long since fallen out of his mouth from the surprise. His classmates were no better off, as they were all currently trying to process what they had just witnessed. Oh well, on to your next trial. You all need to head to the sparring arena now. And good job, everyone, Asuma said. The class made their way over to the sparring arena where they were greeted with the sight of bushy brows. Naruto cheered. Oh, hello. Again my youthful friend. Guy greeted Naruto. I did those exercises you taught me. Excellent job, my young friend. Maybe one day you can train with my apprentice and me, as we travel down the springtime of our youths, Guy exclaimed in his nice guy pose. Really? That would be awesome. Indeed it would, though for now we must get these trials out of the way. Oh, right. While this conversation was going on, Naruto's class was looking between the two in confusion. How does the dobe know a jonin? Sasuke thought. Oh my god, those eyebrows, that hair, that gag outfit. I'm going to need bleach to get rid of this image, Sakura thought. I wonder if there are any barbecue chips in the cafeteria? That was Choji, enough said. My name is Might Guy, and today, my youthful friends, we will be having a sparring tournament. So, who wants to be my first volunteers? Come up and let your youthful flames clash against one another and let's see whose burns brightest, Guy yelled. I challenge the dobe, Sasuke snarled while looking at the blonde. I'm unfamiliar with this dobe you speak of. Is that a classmate of yours? He means me, Guy-sensei.
Ah, Naruto.
Very well then, up you come. The two headed into the ring. The rules are simple. If you win 3 fights, you pass. But if you lose 3 fights, you fail the trial and are kicked from the ninja program. Any questions? Guy asked before he allowed the fight to start. Any rules during the match that we should be aware of? Shino asked us. A good question, my creepy friend. No death blows and no serious injuries allowed. Otherwise, fight until one of you cannot move or is ejected from the ring. Any more questions? Why did you call me creepy? Don't take it personally, my creepy friend. Your father creeps me out too. I see. Enough with the questions. Let's fight Dobe, Sasuke yelled as he charged at Naruto. Well, he would have if not for one little problem. Tap. Naruto had vanished from his spot before Sasuke had taken his first step, reached him before he could blink and had lightly pushed his chest. Though at the speed he was moving, it had felt like he just got hit by a cannonball. That light push propelled Sasuke out of the ring and onto the hard ground, where he rolled until he impacted the trunk of a tree, rendering him unconscious. Naruto, while standing where Sasuke was just a second ago, turned to his classmates and asked, "Anyone else want to have a go?" Everyone shakes their heads. "Very well done, my young friend. Who's your next opponent?" "They don't want to fight me." "Oh? Why does no one want to fight Naruto?" he asked the class. Their response was to collectively take 2 steps back. Guy frowned at their behavior but otherwise didn't do anything. "Most unyouthful of you all," he yelled before looking back at Naruto. "I'm sorry for that most unsatisfying match, Naruto. That's okay. I haven't had a good fight in this class in ever. Then how about after the trials are completely over? You come and train with me and my apprentice." "Wait, you were serious?" "Of course I was. You can join us anytime you like," Guy said in his nice guy pose. "Thanks, Guy-sensei." Naruto cheered as he jumped off of the stage so the next fight could get underway. "Shikamaru Nara and Kiba Inuzuka. You're up." The rest of the student went up to fight one by one until, by the end of this trial, the number of potential ninja had dropped from 20 to 15. Sasuke, unfortunately, woke up and demanded to fight Naruto again. He was denied on the grounds that Naruto had already been declared to have passed. So he took his frustration out on some civilian students, and ultimately passed as well. Very well done. That concludes the day's testing as your next trials won't begin until tomorrow. So, my young friends, go home and rest for today. Goodbye, Guy yelled before vanishing in a burst of speed. The class separated and went home for the day, while Naruto went to exercise, but the rest went home to sleep. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, Asuma and Guy had been inside talking about the new ninja trainees, and as they worked their way down the list, they finally got to Naruto's name. "So Guy, Asuma, what did you think of Naruto Uzumaki?" Hiruzen asked, his ever-present pipe hanging from his mouth. Asuma and Guy looked at each other. It was Asuma that broke the silence. "That boy is, well, in a word, he's a monster." "Oh? How so, Asuma?" "He completed the obstacle course in 44 seconds. Hokage-sama." "While that is impressive, Asuma, I don't see how that means he's a monster. We have plenty of ninja who can do the same." "What was his collective time?" "Hokage-sama, that was his collective time." Hiruzen accidentally inhaled too sharply and his pipe hit the back of his throat, causing him to have a coughing fit. Asterisk coughing asterisk R. Asterisk cough asterisk, are you certain? "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen took a few deep breaths before looking at Guy. "I confess to having only seen a brief explosion of his flames of youth, Hokage-sama." English Guy. "He only needed to fight one round, Hokage-sama. The other children refused to fight him, so I let him pass." Guy replied in a much calmer fashion this time. Sai Hiruzen rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I see very well. You are dismissed." "Yes, sir, Hokage-sama." The two saluted before disappearing. "I'm starting to believe that putting him in a team with other children might be a bad idea," Hiruzen tiredly said as he looked out over his village. The next day, the kids had all reassembled in the classroom, and while most were eager to begin the final trials, some weren't so eager. "I don't know if I can do this anymore, Ino. I almost failed both the first and second trials, and I just know that if I had fought one of the clan kids, I would have failed the second," Sakura complained. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Forehead. You were ahead of the other civilian kids by a lot. I'm sure that if you keep going, you'll get that headband. Sasuke is mine though, so don't go getting any bright ideas." Snicker Ino turned her head, saw that it was Naruto that had laughed. What's so funny, Baka? She snarled, her outburst having drawn Sakura's attention. What happened, Ino? Sakura asked. Naruto, over there, finds what I said about Sasuke being mine funny. Oh, well, it's obvious why then, isn't it? How so? Because Sasuke is mine, Ino pig. The two started to bicker, completely forgetting about Naruto. Why can't the two of them understand that he's not interested in them, or any of the other girls? Now that I think about it, I'm the only one he seems to pay attention to. Is he gay? Naruto wondered to himself. Glancing to his left, he saw Sasuke staring at him. So was Hinata, but he couldn't see her. That's so creepy. If you have something to say, just say it. And stop staring at me. Achoo. Are you okay, Hinata? You're not coming down with something, are you? Naruto looked at Hinata and asked. Her face turned scarlet red. In order to hide it, she slammed her face down on the deck and covered her head. Whoa, Hinata, are you okay? Naruto hurriedly stood up and walked to where she was sitting, where he crouched down to her eye level. Hey, Hinata-chan, are you okay? He quietly asked. He didn't realize the effects his words had on her. He called me Chan. She internally celebrated, her face eventually getting so red so looked like an overripe tomato. Naruto, oblivious to this, continued to call her name and poke her arm.
Hinata-chan, smon.
Answer me. He would whine into her ear. Eek, his mouth is right beside my cheek. Is he going to kiss it? Yeah. She was off in her own little world. The door slid open and a woman with long black hair and red eyes walked in. Attention, everyone, she yelled to get their attention, which she got after only a few seconds. Thank you. Now, my name is Kurenai Yuhi, Jonin and the examiner for your third trial. Please, all of you stand up and follow me. We are heading to the gym. The class stood up and followed her out the door, except Hinata, who Naruto thought was unconscious. So he just picked her up and carried her. And let's be honest, she definitely isn't going to move now. Upon reaching the gym and heading inside, they noticed several small, covered rooms had been built inside. Kurenai-sensei, what are the rooms for? Sakura asked. That will be explained momentarily. We must wait on everyone to arrive. Okay, sensei, Sakura agreed. Then she headed over to where Ino and some of her friends were standing. They only had to wait for about 10 minutes before a door at the other end of the building opened. Thank you for bringing them here, Kurenai. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had come to see their trial? Most of the class wondered. Let's see if you can guess which is which. HNN, he's probably here to see how strong I am before he assigns me the mission I need, so I can kill my brother. Should be obvious. I'm hungry again. Shouldn't be too hard. Why is Hokage-sama here? I bet it's because of Sasuke-kun. Cough fangirl asterisk cough asterisk. Hey, it's GG. He's not still mad about the paint bomb I threw into his window this morning, is he? Hiruzen glared at this person for a moment. Yep, he's still mad.
Blond menace.
Hiruzen mumbled.
I'm sorry, Hokage-sama.
Nothing, Kurenai. Ahem, good morning, class. Morning, Hokage-sama. Today, you begin your final trials before we issue your headband. Is that what the rooms are for, Hokage-sama? Indeed they are, miss. Haruno, Sakura Haruno. Ah yes, Mabuki and Kazashi's daughter. You're correct, the rooms you see before you are part of your trial. Kurenai, would you like to explain? Yes, Hokage-sama. The rooms you see before you each have a machine in it that will test certain aspects of your body in order to determine where you rank as a ninja. Does that mean we can skip Genin? Kiba asked, though most of the class were also wondering the same thing. No, all ninja, regardless of power level, must go through the ranks properly. These machines are simply used to tell us what you're best at and where you can improve. However, you have to rank at least Genin in 3 of the 4 rooms to pass this trial. Class groans. Now, none of that. Think of it as a friendly competition between you to see you can get the higher score. In that case, the others shouldn't even try. It's obvious who's going to win. Guess who? That very well may be the case, Sasuke. We won't know until we're tested, though. Shino responded in his usual monotone. I'm going first then, Kiba yelled before he ran inside the closest room. The rest of the class followed along until Kurenai stopped them. Only one student at a time. Get in a single file line and wait your turn. You'll all go, whether you want to or not. Though she said the last bit quietly, it still sent a chill down the class's spines. A few minutes passed before Kiba exited the first room, and he looked exhausted. Please continue on to the next room, Mr. Inuzuka. And no talking, Kurenai coldly said, causing Kiba to whimper. He still followed orders though. The rest of the class followed in his steps one by one, until Naruto was the only one left to have not gone. Your turn, Naruto. Yes, Gigi, he yelled. He had been waiting for this moment for over an hour now. He walked up to the first room, pushed the curtain aside and headed in. Once inside, he saw a large machine with a computer screen on the front of it. To its left side was a much smaller machine with a hole on the front of it that was about the size of Naruto's arm. Please put your arm inside the machine, Naruto. This machine will determine how much chakra you have and how dense it is, Kurenai said over the intercom. Yes, Kurenai-sensei, he replied back, before rolling up his left sleeve and sliding his arm in as far as it would go, when he felt a slight pull on his chakra reserves coming from the machine. Do not worry if you almost run out of chakra. The purpose of this machine is to drain you to the lowest point you can get before passing out. Can you speed this up, please? Why? It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Because it feels like you're taking just enough to do a clone jutsu from me. Come again. I normally use more chakra than this to do my clone jutsu. Kurenai was shocked. From her place at the monitoring terminal, she could see just how much chakra had already been taken from the blonde. And it was more than most Chunin had. Hokage-sama, you need to see this, she called out. A few seconds later, Hiruzen arrived by her side. What is it? Take a look at this, sir. She pointed at the screen. The number was still rapidly climbing, even though he had already passed Tokubetsu Jonin level chakra reserves. So that's why he could never do the clone jutsu, Hiruzen muttered. Sir, Naruto has never been able to successfully use the clone jutsu, and I think that may be to blame. He motioned to the screen where the number was rapidly approaching Kage-level reserves. As they watched the number climb higher, past Kage-level and into the S-class level. Hokage-sama, could this be because of that? Hiruzen just smiled. No, this is all him, he replied as the number finally came to a stop at 500,000 CP. Chakra points and was 10 times as dense as his own chakra. Look at that, he's not even tired yet. That's because the machine only goes up to that much. Are you saying that it's even higher than that? That's exactly what I'm saying, Kurenai. Hiruzen grabbed the microphone. Very good, Naruto. Proceed to the next room. Yes, Gigi. Tell no one, am I clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. The two of them watched another screen as he entered the second room. Inside was another machine. This one was spread out along the walls on both sides of the door. This machine will test your reflexes and dodging speed, Naruto. If you get hit 10 times you fail. Understood? Yes. Machine will begin firing in 3, 2, 1, go! When Kurenai finished her countdown, small plastic balls filled with red paint were fired out of the holes along the machine's surface at Naruto. He stood in one place until right before they reached him. Then his right arm started to blur, while the rest of him, aside from his eyes, remained motionless. It went on like that for 5 minutes before the machine ran out of balls to shoot. And at Naruto's feet was a small mountain of paint-filled balls that he had caught and then dropped. That's amazing. Yes, Hokage-sama. But how did he manage that at his age? An experienced Jonin, I could understand being able to do such a thing, though she would struggle with it herself. But a kid who hasn't even made genin yet. Naruto is unique. He has spent every day since he was 5 working his body to its utmost limit. This doesn't surprise me nearly as much as his chakra did. I see. Good job, Naruto. Next room, please. Yes. In the next room, there was a table with a dark vest laying on it. What's this for, Gigi? The vest is covered in a gravity sealing matrix. What will that do? It will be used to see just how much weight you can hold and for how long. Okay. Naruto picked up the vest and slid it on over his clothes. Activate it slowly, Kurenai. Let's see just how strong he really is. Yes, Hokage-sama. She activated the gravity seals by placing her hands in the ram sign and slowly turned them on. But Naruto appeared to have not noticed. Kurenai, did you turn them on? Yes, sir. What is it at currently? Kurenai, it's going up by 10 pounds per second, sir. The floor is a giant scale used to measure how heavy the seals make Naruto. Hiruzen looked over and saw that the screen said that Naruto weighed 1,000 pounds more than he did when he walked into the room. And that number was rising rapidly. A few minutes passed before Hiruzen decided to end the test. To the end, Naruto never noticed what happened. When he stopped the test and told Naruto to go to the final room, the scale was saying that Naruto weighed over 10,000 pounds more than he did at the start. When Naruto walked into the final room, all he saw was a round pad, mounted on a steel beam, embedded into the floor. This is a simple punching machine, Naruto. I want you to hit it as hard as you possibly can. Can I really? Yes, you can hit it as hard as you can. This is what Guy uses to train his apprentice. Yatta! Naruto yelled as he prepared to throw his punch. Pause. If you have seen OP Man, you know this was probably a bad idea. He slid his right leg forward while pulling his left back, and he brought both arms up in front of his chin. He bounced in place for a few seconds before. Serious punch. That punch forever scarred the minds of Kurenai and Hiruzen. The moment he launched his punch and it started to pick up speed, the air exploded behind him. The arc his fist traveled and left behind the smell of ozone as it burned the air. The water molecules in the air in front of his fist evaporated. And when he made contact, whoosh, the pad and beam both turned to ash due to the force of his fist. As did the wall behind the pad, the floor and wall of the gym behind that wall. Then 200 feet of woodlands outside of the gym were left a barren wasteland. The trees had all been either vaporized or sent flying. The ground had a large circular scar radiating outwards from where the punch was thrown from, getting bigger the farther away it got, until it finally came to a stop. And all of that was because Hiruzen told him to punch as hard as he could. And this was at 12 years old, with no formal training in chakra amplification or any taijutsu techniques. Oh my God! Kurenai exclaimed before she covered her mouth. That is a apt statement, Kurenai. Hiruzen agreed. He retook the microphone. Naruto, rejoin your classmates, please. Sorry about that, Gigi. I got too excited about finally being able to hit something as hard as I could. It's okay, Naruto. Just promise me you won't do that in the more populated areas of the village. Okay. I promise, Gigi. Good. Now, because your tests were taking so long, we sent your classmates ahead to the next trial. You can sit this one out if you'd like, as you've already passed the number of trials necessary to become a ninja. Is it okay if I go for the last trial anyway? Of course it is. Though regardless if you pass this trial or not, you are already a ninja of the village. The trial is taking place at Training Ground 7. Thanks, Gigi. Naruto cheered as he ran out of the gym. Get Tenzo over here to fix this before someone sees. Yes, Hokage-sama. You always make my life more interesting, Naruto. Hiruzen thought as he vanished in a leaf whirlwind. Training Ground 7. After arriving at Training Ground 7, he found most of his classmates standing in groups of 3. What's going on? Naruto asked as he walked over to where Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji were standing. There you are, Naruto. Where were you? Shikamaru asked. It took a while to complete the last trial. I came as soon as I could though. I knew you would pass. Sasuke has been telling everyone that your scores were so bad they probably kicked you out of the trial, Choji said while munching on some chips. Did he now? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Do you know what this trial is? Kiba asked. No, what are we doing? The Jonin Kakashi Hatake is running this trial, and he told us to form groups of 3 in preparation to begin our trial. Shikamaru. So, I have to find 2 people to partner with? No, there are only 2 people left after all. Who? Shino and Hinata. Kiba. What? Why are they the only 2 left? They're strong. The 3 boys glanced at each other before Shikamaru broke the silence. Sigh, everyone looks down on Hinata because of how timid she is, and Shino just creeps everyone out. Fine then, I'm going to go join up with them, Naruto yelled. We'll show them just how strong they are, he snarled as he made his way over to where Hinata and Shino were standing. Hey Hinata-chan. Hey Shino. I'm with you too. If you don't mind, that is, he asked after having made his way over. I do not mind, Shino. And not at all, Naruto. Hinata. Great. So where did the Jonin go? Glad you could join us, Blondie. Ah. Naruto fell over after he heard a voice whisper in his ear. Still doing that, huh? Naruto looked up at the Jonin and the first thing he saw was the silver gravity defying because screw gravity, right? Hair. Hey, I remember you. You're bushy brow sensei's friend. I guess you could say that, though the name is Kakashi Hatake, and I'm your examiner for the last trial. Kakashi walked to the center of the clearing and called all of the groups over. Listen up, everyone. Your trial for today is simple. 5 Chunin walked into the middle to stand behind Kakashi. These ninja, 2 of which you may recognize, Irika and Mizuki, are here today to help simulate a mission you may be asked to complete. What's the mission, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura. Capture and retrieval. What are we capturing and what do we retrieve? Shikamaru. Each team is assigned 1 Chunin that you must bring back to me alive, and you must also retrieve an object that he has stolen. The 5 Chunin walked forward to greet their respective groups. Looks like you 3 are with me, Mizuki said with a smile as he walked up to Naruto, Hinata, and Shino. However, everyone got quiet again. There has been a special condition added onto this trial by Hokage-sama. What is it? Kiba asked. Whichever group completes this trial first, if any of you can, will be allowed to choose 1 jutsu each from the Hokage's personal library. That started a big commotion, and everyone was talking about which jutsu they would pick when they won. Chunin, you have a 30-second head start. Better make it count. The 5 took off into the forest at high speeds. Don't worry, you 2. We'll find him first, Shino quietly said. How? Naruto asked. Shino held up a finger that had a tiny beetle on it. My hive can always find one of their own, so no matter how far he runs, he can't hide from me. And with my Byakugan, I'll be able to see if he uses chakra. Hinata muttered. Excellent, then you just leave the catching up to him part to me, Naruto said with a smile as he placed his arms on their backs. Ninja, you have 3 hours to catch your Chunin or you fail, and they aren't going to just let you catch them either, so be prepared for a fight. All of the kids got into position. Shino noticed that Naruto still had his arms on his and Hinata's backs. Naruto, what are you doing? When Kakashi yelled go, Naruto grabbed hold of the 2 of them and jumped. The ground caved in where they were just standing and they were flying through the sky in just under 2 seconds. Naruto held onto them tightly while they were soaring through the sky. Didn't want them to get left behind after all. Where is he? Naruto yelled over the wind. He is over there. How are we going to land now? Shino asked. What do you mean land? So we are going to crash then? Nah, I'm just joking with you, Shino. I do this all the time. Okay then. The 3 of them soon caught up to Mizuki, so before Naruto passed him, he pushed Hinata and Shino a little further away from himself. To Hinata's disappointment, and he kicked the air at such speed that it propelled them back towards the earth, on a collision course with Mizuki. Mizuki heard Naruto's kick break the sound barrier, so he looked up just in time to see them about to crash into him. Whoa! He ducked and rolled to the side to avoid them. Naruto flipped his body around so that his feet would hit the ground first. And when they did, he continued running a little bit to kill their momentum, so he wouldn't hurt Shino and Hinata, before doubling back to take on Mizuki. Hey, Mizuki-sensei, we're going to need you to come with us, Naruto said as he sat down his cargo. Read as teammates. Laughs, not likely brat. Mizuki responded as he grabbed the big shuriken off his back to prepare to throw it. Pat until Naruto appeared behind him and tapped his back, sending him rolling along the ground until Hinata stopped him by hitting him in his tenketsu, rendering him unable to move. So, want to go back the fun way, or walk? Shino seemed to want to throw up. Hinata didn't seem to mind too much though. Let's walk, please. Okay. Naruto easily agreed as he bent down and picked Mizuki up. Wait, does he have what we were supposed to retrieve? Shino asked. Hinata used her Byakugan to check his pockets and found a stone with the word, retrieve, written on it. It looks like that was enough for Naruto, so he just continued carrying Mizuki until they reached Training Ground 7 once again. We're back, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up from his book to see Naruto, Hinata, and Shino walking into the clearing, and Mizuki was slung over Naruto's shoulder. Did you also get the item back? Yes, sir, Naruto replied as he reached inside Mizuki's satchel to pull out the stone. Very good, you three, you pass. In first place too. Head on home, but meet back at the academy tomorrow morning to see if you get your headbands. Yes, sir, the three of them responded. Hey, Hinata, Shino, wanna go get some ramen with me? Sure, Shino. All right, Hinata. And Naruto. Yes, Kakashi-sensei? How about before you go off to celebrate, you leave Mizuki here, That was when Naruto realized he was still carrying Mizuki. Sorry about that, Mizuki-sensei. He sat Mizuki down and the three went off to eat ramen at Ichiraku's. Before splitting up and heading to their respective homes, Naruto had been heading home after his trip to Ichiraku's with Hinata and Shino, when he remembered that he hadn't yet done his daily exercise. So instead of heading home, he went to his workout spot, that being the top of the Hokage mountain. Except for running. For that, he just did laps around the village. After arriving at his destination, he began his several-hour-long workout that he would be doing until late into the night. Just after midnight, Naruto was just finishing up his 7th set of push-ups when he heard the alarm go off. Alarm blaring. What's that? He wondered. After standing up and brushing his hands off, he walked to the edge of the 4th Hokage's head to look down at the village. Did something happen? I better go find Gigi, he thought before he slightly bent his knees and jumped high into the sky. His destination was the roof of the Hokage Tower. With Hiruzen and the ninja. Attention everyone, a nameless jonin yelled. We have been informed that Naruto Uzumaki has stolen the Scroll of Seals. As such, everyone is to split up, find him, and return the scroll, he continued. Do not attack him. If you find him, tell him to come see me. Is that clear? Hiruzen said. Yes, Hokage-sama, the gathered ninja yell, though the majority of the Leafs ninja were currently out on missions or were working in other parts of the village. 100 ninja answered the Hokage's summons at this late hour. Among them were Irika and Mizuki. I don't understand why he would do this, Mizuki. According to the Jonin, Naruto passed all of the trials by such a margin that they believed he should just be made a chunin at the very least. So why would he ruin his chances at this point? Irika asked. Maybe it's just in his nature, Irika. You know what he is. Maybe that thing affects him more than he led us to believe. How else do you explain that freakish strength of his? Mizuki asked. His pride as a shinobi had been torn apart after his treatment at the hands of the blonde. He worked harder than anyone. That's where his strength comes from and not that thing. Irika yelled at his friend. All I'm saying, Irika, is that maybe he isn't who you thought he was. Naruto may be a lot of things. He's hyperactive, stubborn, a menace to our peaceful days, but he's no liar. I believe that if he did take the scroll, he had a reason for it. As do I, Irika.
Hokage-sama.
Irika and Mizuki greeted Hiruzen, who had overheard Irika's speech and decided to come over. How can you be so certain, Hokage-sama? Mizuki asked. I've known that child since he was born, and in all that time, I've never known him to have malicious intent towards the village or its inhabitants. Despite their intent towards him, he has always had one objective in mind. What's that, Hokage-sama? Mizuki asked. Hiruzen had a small smile flit across his face for a moment, before a look of neutrality replaced it. He desires to protect the people he cares about. That strength he possesses was gained solely for the sake of his precious people. He also doesn't want to be forgotten again, he added in his mind. Maybe he decided to take a shortcut to gain that power? Mizuki asked, sweat starting to form on his brow. He hoped they would spend the night hunting for the blonde brat while he made his getaway. But if this was how the Hokage felt about him, maybe his plan wasn't as foolproof as he thought. Regardless, find him but do not attack him. I want him brought to me unharmed. Understood? Yes, sir. They saluted before hopping away. Irika, let's split up to cover more ground. All right, he agreed, hopping in one direction while Mizuki went in the other. With Naruto. Naruto had been in the air for about 30 seconds, just looking down on the village. He watched as the ninja from the gathering divided into groups and spread out over the village. And using his chakra-enhanced hearing, he had listened in on Irika, Mizuki, and Hiruzen's conversation about him. I never knew Irika-sensei thought about me that way, he whispered. Sure, the two of them had gone out for ramen a few times, but all this time Naruto had assumed he was just another student to Irika. Gigi, I can understand. He knows me better than anyone. It is nice to hear his thoughts though, he thought as he came in for his landing. Flipping in the air so that his feet would touch first, he softly touched down on the roof of the Hokage Tower. He walked over to just above the balcony, then dropped down and waited for Hiruzen to show up in his office. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long, as after only 5 minutes of waiting, Hiruzen arrived. After opening the window, Naruto charged in. Gigi, I need to talk to you, humph. Naruto had tried to tell Hiruzen that he didn't have the scroll they were looking for, but one of Hiruzen's ANBU guards attacked before he could finish. The ANBU got in a lucky shot while Naruto's guard was down. Why would his Gigi attack him, after all? Hitting Naruto on the back of his head with the blunt side of their sword. They had hoped to knock him out in one shot. They failed spectacularly. After noticing that their blade had broken over the blonde's skull and that the blonde had turned to face them, they chose to engage with him in taijutsu, as the space was too confined for ninjutsu to be effective. Leading off with a front kick aimed at Naruto's stomach, they attempted to quickly pacify him before he could attack the Hokage. In their mind. And it was at this time that the other 3 ANBU guards jumped in as well. Naruto grabbed the first ANBU's leg, via the ankle, and spun them in a circle around him, catching the other 3 in the process. Before letting go and watching the 4 of them go sailing out the window he entered through. I'm sure they'll be fine. Is there a reason you're bullying my ninja, Naruto? Hiruzen asked as he lit his pipe. See, he's not worried either. Hee sorry, Gigi, he said while rubbing the back of his head. Sai, it's fine. I gave them specific orders not to attack you, so it was warranted. Hiruzen replied while looking between the broken blade on the floor and Naruto. I don't remember that being there when I entered, Hiruzen said. Naruto asked with a tilt of his head, so Hiruzen pointed at the blade. Oh, that's what your ANBU hit me with, I guess. What? Are you okay? You're not bleeding anywhere, are? Hiruzen asked, panic on his face. I'm fine, Gigi. Hehe. My head's pretty hard, Naruto said as he knocked on the top of his head to demonstrate. If a sword, wielded by one of my ANBU broke over your head, I'm not sure hard is an adequate description. Hiruzen thought with a deadpan look coming over his face, replacing the panic. Puffing, are you here to return the scroll? Hiruzen asked while puffing on his pipe, and trying to ignore the implications of steel breaking over the blonde's head. Oh right, that's what I came here to tell you, Gigi. I never had the scroll. Naruto replied. Oh? Then why did I receive a report earlier tonight, stating that you had broken into my personal vault, and were seen fleeing the scene with the scroll on your back? Puffing, tell me, Naruto, where were you earlier tonight? Hiruzen wanted to believe the blonde, but he had to make sure before he moved on to the next suspect. Well, after the last trial today, I went out to eat ramen with Shino and Hinata. After that, I went to the Hokage mountain and started exercising. That's where I was for the rest of the day, Gigi. So, someone knew Naruto was going to be out of sight for the rest of the day and decided to use the transformation jutsu to frame him. But who? Naruto. Yes, Gigi? Naruto asked. Bring me Mizuki, he was the one to file the report. I want to see what he knows. Yes, Gigi. Naruto was about to start running when Hiruzen called out to him again. Oh, and Naruto. Yes. If Mizuki refuses to come quietly, feel free to use force. How much force, and why wouldn't he come? As long as he can answer my questions, as much as you like. As for the why, that scroll is dangerous, Naruto. We have to get it back. How dangerous, Gigi? Dangerous enough that it could mean disaster for this village. Hiruzen glumly replied. I see. A dangerous smile spread across Naruto's face before he jumped out the window and into the night sky. With Mizuki. After splitting from Irika, Mizuki had cut across the village to where he stashed the scroll of seals in the red light district. Upon retrieving it, he made a mad dash for the exit. It was only after he arrived at the exit that he noticed it was heavily guarded. Turning and making another run for it, he hoped he could get out through the secret tunnel he had been told about. Why he didn't go there first is anyone's guess. Running at the speed he was, and for how long he had maintained it, caused him to grow slightly tired. Out of shape much. Almost there, he said to himself. Almost where, Mizuki-sensei? A voice asked from behind him. To the secret exit I was told about. Mizuki's mind was telling him something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what. Or, he's just dumb to begin with. And, who told you about this exit? It was Kabut Dash. His mind finally figured out what was wrong. Looking behind him, he saw Naruto keeping pace with his frantic sprint, almost casually. Actually, Mizuki thought Naruto looked bored while running behind him. Oops. Hehe, you caught me, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said with a smile. When Mizuki came to a stop, Naruto copied him. Panting, what are you doing here? He yelled, looking around to see if any other ninja had followed him. Hehe, following you, Mizuki-sensei, was Naruto's answer. I'm lucky he's such an idiot. Otherwise, this could have ended badly. Mizuki thought, a sneer appearing on his face for an instant, before being replaced by a look of friendliness. Why do you have that large scroll on your back, Mizuki-sensei? Never mind that, Naruto. Say, did you ever wonder why the village treated you the way they did? Yes, why? Do you know why they treat me that way? Naruto asked, his normally smiling face being suppressed by the question. I'm not supposed to say, orders of the Hokage. Tell me, Mizuki. A chill went down Mizuki's spine from the look that had appeared on Naruto's face. Total apathy. He had seen looks like that on war veterans, but never on someone the blonde's age. This brat thinks he can intimidate me? I'm a goddamn chunin if he thinks I'm scared of this. Then I've got something to wipe him of that assumption. Mizuki snarled inside his mind. Do you remember the stories we used to tell your class about how the Kyuubi destroyed most of the village? And it was only thanks to the fourth Hokage that we survived. You said he killed it, then died of his wounds shortly after. That part is slightly wrong. How so? The fourth didn't kill the Kyuubi, he just turned him into you. Die Demon Brat. Mizuki roared as he yanked the Fuma Shuriken off his back and prepared to throw it. That's just stupid. They treated me that way because I'm the Kyuubi? Naruto wondered. When he snapped out of his confusion, Mizuki had already thrown his Fumashuriken. So Naruto simply caught it between his thumb and forefinger, then redirected it back at Mizuki with a flick of his wrist. Mizuki ducked under the blade and came up ready for a fight. Naruto was nowhere to be seen though. Gigi wanted me to bring you back to him. He also said that I could use as much force as I wanted. And though I really want to just punch you right now, I did promise to bring you back alive, Naruto said from behind him. Mizuki spun around with a backhand aimed at Naruto's face. It was stopped with one hand. Naruto grabbed Mizuki's wrist and started to slightly squeeze. Hee Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Gulps, what? He could feel his bones creaking. I got you, Naruto said, his smile getting wider. Can you just let me go? He asked, only now starting to think that maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Nope. When Naruto answered, Mizuki was lifted off the ground and held above the blonde's head, before being viciously slammed into the ground on Naruto's other side. Gah! Mizuki felt his bones break, and blood shoot from his mouth. Naruto didn't stop though. He just lifted him again and repeated his action several times. Wham wham asterisk wham asterisk wham. Asterisk after the final slam, Mizuki was little more than a pile of mush. He was still alive though, just in a lot of pain. So Naruto lifted him up so he could see Mizuki's eyes. You took something from my GG Mizuki, something that, if it had fallen into the wrong hands, would have meant disaster for him and the rest of the people I care about. Remember that the next time you try to steal something. I don't care what happens to most of this village, but if you or anyone else harm the people I care about, I'll kill them. Naruto roared in Mizuki's face. A cloak of red flickered over the blonde's body before it quickly disappeared. I always knew you were a demon, were Mizuki's last thoughts before he passed out from the pain. What's that smell? Naruto asked as he sniffed the air. Sniff sniff asterisk, EW. He shit on himself? That's just nasty, Mizuki, Naruto yelled, before jumping off into the night sky, bringing Mizuki along with him. With Hiruzen. Hiruzen had been waiting patiently for Naruto's return. He had no doubt that he would succeed in his mission when he heard a thump coming from his balcony. So you've returned, Naruto? Oh my god, what is that smell? Hiruzen asked, covering his nose with his sleeves. Mizuki. Hiruzen nodded before ordering his ANBU to get that smell. Read as person. Out of his office. And though they glared at the blonde for a moment, they followed their orders. Told you they would be fine. Tell me everything. So Naruto did. He told him how he found Mizuki, what Mizuki had told him, and his subsequent manhandling of the Chunin. I see. So now you know the truth, Hiruzen solemnly said. Were you ever going to tell me? The blonde asked. Hiruzen could hear the pain in his voice. I was. Hiruzen nodded. When? After you received your genin headband tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me before now? The pain in his voice was clearing up. You were too young to know the truth. I didn't want you saying something to the wrong person and getting hurt. Oh. There's something else you should know. What is it, Gigi? I know who your parents are. What? But you told me that you didn't know, Naruto accused. I did, and I apologize for that. Naruto slightly calmed down. So, who were they? I can't tell you yet. I swore to them that I would follow their will, and you were not to know who they were until you reach Chunin rank. You're not telling me, are you? Not tonight, I'm afraid. I must follow their will.
Astérisque win astérisque ao, smon Gigi.
Can't you just give me a hint? Chuckles, no, I'm afraid I can't. Sigh. Fine then, I'm going home. Night, Gigi. See ya tomorrow. Naruto jumped out of the window again, on his way home. Good night, Naruto. Sir, one of the ANBU said to get Hiruzen's attention. Yes. The scroll of seals has been successfully recovered, and Mizuki has been taken to the emergency hospital wing, where he'll be questioned in the morning. Good, good. Any word on what he planned to do with the scroll? None yet, sir. Mizuki was not in good condition when we brought him to the hospital. He hasn't spoken a word since he was brought to you. Keep me updated. Yawns, I'm going to retire for the night. Yes, Hokage-sama. After the Hokage left the room, the ANBU began talking. You're lucky you had a faulty blade, Nico. Otherwise, you may have killed the boy. A large ANBU with a bear mask said to a much smaller ANBU wearing a cat mask. There was nothing wrong with my sword, Kuma, Nico snarled. Obviously there was. How else do you explain it shattering over his head? Tora, an ANBU with a tiger mask asked. I don't know. I've had that sword for years and never had any problems with it.
Neko.
Maybe that's it then, it was just old? Tora. Or, maybe there's something even more unique about that boy than just the Kyuubi. Kuma said as he thought back to the blonde easily throwing them out the window. Sigh, and to think I have to be his Jonin instructor after tomorrow. Nico complained. Chuckles, didn't you want to be a Jonin instructor, though? Tora. Not to someone like him. I wanted someone to pass my techniques down to. He's a brawler, not a swordsman. I'm sure it'll work out in the end, Nico. Give the kid a shot. Okay? Kuma asked. Sigh, alright, I'll save my judgment for after we've been together a while. Don't expect much though. I may be back in here with you too after a few weeks if it doesn't work out. That's all anyone can ask of you, Nico. I just hope the blonde brat isn't as bad as they say he is, Nico thought. The next morning, the remaining students had all gathered inside the classroom again. It was finally time for them to get their headbands, so there was a lot of excitement coming from the students. We made it, Ino Pig. We're about to officially be ninja, Sakura squealed. I told you you would do fine, forehead, Ino yelled back. It wasn't just them though. The other girls, minus Hinata, were in a group talking with each other. And all of them were hoping to be on Sasuke's team. While the 4 girls were celebrating. There are 5 girls and 10 guys. Hinata was at the back of the class talking with Shino. Why are you not over there with them, Hinata-san? Shino asked, motioning at the girls. I don't want to talk with them. They give Kunoichi a bad name with their fangirling. Pot calling the kettle black here. Are you not the same way about Naruto, right?
No.
I am nothing like them, she yelled, startling Shino. I see. My apologies then. Sorry about that, Shino. It is fine, Hinata. Over with the guys.
Minos Sasuke.
We did it, Akamaru. We're about to be ninja. Kiba. Arf asterisk, Akamaru. Mumbles asterisk, so loud. Shikamaru. Munch asterisk. Think we could go out for barbecue after this? Choji. Sounds like a plan. Kiba. And over with Sasuke. I will kill my brother and get my revenge for my dash. I think that's enough of that. The door to the classroom slides open to reveal Naruto standing there. Hey, everyone. We did it, we're going to be ninja now. He cheered as he ran around the classroom. Why were you so happy, Naruto? You didn't even finish the last trial yesterday. So who knows if you passed or not? Sakura. What do you mean? We finished the last trial. There's no way you 3 caught a Chunin. Besides, Sasuke-kun finished first and he had to wait until the rest of the teams exited the forest. But we never saw you 3 leave. Ino. He didn't finish first, we did. Stop lying, Naruto. You may be a bit stronger than normal, but not even you could capture a Chunin. Sakura. Naruto-san is not lying. We did capture our Chunin and exit the forest first. Shino. Oh yeah? Then why weren't you waiting for the rest of us when we exited like Sasuke-kun was? Ino yelled. Perhaps we finished too soon. So he let us go instead of forcing us to wait. Shino said while pushing his glasses up. Then tell us, how long was too soon, huh? How fast did you supposedly catch your Chunin? Sakura joined in the yelling. They caught their Chunin in 15 minutes and 47 seconds. Kakashi said as he walked in the door followed by the other Jonin. That's impossible. Sasuke stood up from his seat. There's no way the dobe, the creep, and the useless Hyuga caught a Chunin in that time. I don't even believe they caught him at all, Sasuke yelled. What you believe is irrelevant. What we tell you is the truth, Asuma replied, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Scoffs asterisk, please. I'm stronger than the three of them combined. But it took me 2 hours to catch my Chunin. 2 hours, 48 minutes and 32 seconds to be exact. Not bad for a genin. Still, doesn't change what actually happened though, Kakashi said with his face buried in a book. And what happened exactly? Simple turns page you lost. I don't lose. I'm an Uchiha. And? You still lost, kid. Get over it. Asuma. Don't call me that, Sasuke snarled. Size asterisk, I feel sorry for you, Kakashi. You're stuck with him. Kurenai. Thanks for reminding me. Ahem asterisk, everyone turned to see who had walked in the door and saw it was Hiruzen. The entire class stood to attention.
Hello, Hokage-sama.
Hey, Gigi. Puff asterisk. Good morning, everyone. I have here the list of students who will be part of the same team, as well as who your Jonin-sensei will be. Skipping the first two as they are unimportant. The official Team 7 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. Your Jonin-sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. You're an assault team. Kakashi motioned for the three to stand in front of him. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your Jonin-sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. You're a tracking team. She motioned for them to do the same. Team 9 is still in circulation as well. So Team 10 will consist of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin-sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. You're a capture and interrogation team. The three stood in front of him. That leaves you, Naruto Uzumaki, because we have an odd number of people after the inclusion of Sai. I have decided that you will be on a 2-man emergency response team. Your Jonin-sensei will be Yugao Yuzuki. A purple-haired woman walked in at that moment and motioned for him to stand with her. These are the genin teams that you will be working with for the remainder of your ninja career. You are now comrades in arms, fellow soldiers, and a part of the Konoha family. You will look out for each other. You will fight for each other. And should one of you go rogue, they will be the ones charged with bringing you back or killing you. Remember their faces well, for they are now your family. After the Hokage finished his speech, the Jonin stepped up to their students and one by one gave them their headbands. All teams, meet at Training Ground 7 in 3 hours. Use this time to get to know your teammates before you arrive at the training ground. Dismissed, Asuma said before he and the other Jonin walked out the door, followed by their teams, leaving Yugao, Naruto, and Hiruzen in the classroom. So, you're the one who broke their sword over my head, huh? Naruto asked to break the silence. I don't know what you mean. I've never met you before today, she responded. Don't try to lie to him, Yugao. You'll want him to trust you from now on, Hiruzen said before he also left. Sai asterisk, yes. I'm the one who broke their sword over your head. Why? Are you mad that I did? She asked, genuinely curious. Hihina, I'm not so easy to piss off. Besides, you weren't trying to kill me, were you? If I were, would I have used the back of my blade? See, I knew it, hee. Knew what? That you weren't actually trying to hurt me. That's why I just threw you instead of punching you. He replied with a bright smile, while she gets a deadpan look on her face. You threw me and 3 other ANBU out of an 8-story window. Hee.
Sorry.
Sai asterisk, whatever. Let's get out of here. Any place you know of where we can talk. Ichiraku's. Isn't that a ramen stand? Why would you want to go there? She had a feeling that she shouldn't have asked that question. Because it's only the greatest thing to ever happen to man or ninja kind. It's the food of the gods, the reason the earth spins, and the reason for life itself. But most importantly, because it's ramen, he yelled before grabbing her wrist and jumping out the window. After running all the way to Ichiraku's, with Yugao being dragged behind. Naruto sat her down on a stool and situated himself beside her. Hey, old man. We've got a ramen emergency over here. What's the emergency, Naruto? Tucci, old man, Ichiraku asked as he came out of the back room. She doesn't know, old man. She asked why I come here. You've got to show her, Naruto begged. Laughs asterisk. I'll see what I can do, Naruto. Tucci went into the back room for a few minutes, before coming back out with one gigantic bowl and one smaller read as normal-sized bowl. One miso ramen for the lady, and the Naruto special, for you, he said with a smile. Thanks, old man. Naruto dug in while Yugao ate at a much slower pace. They sat there for an hour. She asked about Naruto's life, what he did for fun, his favorite food. Should have been obvious, and he asked the same in return. Then she asked if he knew any techniques. Wait, so you don't know any techniques besides the Academy 3? Nervous laugh asterisk. I can only really do two of those, the transformation jutsu and the substitution jutsu. I've never been able to do the clone jutsu right. Ah, the Hokage told me about your problem. He did, so he knows why I can't do the clone jutsu, he asked. He does. Well, what's causing it? Simple, you have too much chakra. Too much chakra is a bad thing. Not necessarily. Having a lot of chakra can be a good thing if you have good control over it. So, if I learn to better control my chakra, I could do the clone jutsu? Nope, Naruto face faulted. But, you just said that if you could control your chakra, having a lot of chakra was a good thing. And it is. You, however, have way too much chakra to ever be able to do the clone jutsu, which requires barely any chakra at all to perform. So, you're saying I'll never be able to do the clone jutsu? Not necessarily, you just can't do the normal clone jutsu. What other kinds are there? Of just the clone jutsu? There are quite a few variants of the clone jutsu. There's elemental clones, illusion clones, and shadow clones. Just to name a few. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. The first two I understand, but what's a shadow clone? He had never heard of that one before. Yugao seemed to think for a moment before she said, I think we should make a stop by the Hokage Tower, before we head to Training Field 7, standing up after finishing her bowl of ramen. Come on, Naruto. If we go see him now, maybe he won't be too busy. Hey, wait, I haven't finished my ramen yet. Turning his bowl up, he quickly slurped down the remaining noodles and broth. Bye, old man. Tell Iam I said hi. Chuckles asterisk. Will do, Naruto. You have a nice day hanging out with the pretty lady. Naruto blushed as he ran to catch up with Yugao. Are you okay, Naruto? Your face is red, she asked. Yep, totally fine, he quickly answered. After walking for a few minutes, Naruto remembered that she never answered his question. Hey, Yugao-sensei, what is the Shadow Clone Jutsu? The Shadow Clone Jutsu is a technique that creates an exact copy of the ninja who uses it. Doesn't the normal clone jutsu do that as well? That is where the difference lay. While they are both clones, the normal clone jutsu is just an illusion. The shadow clone jutsu, however, is a solid clone, capable of doing everything you can do, only not as durable, she explained. That's so cool, he said with stars in his eyes. I thought you might say that, she replied with a smile. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Hiruzen had only just returned from his own lunch when he was told he had visitors. Hokage-sama, Yugao Yuzuki and Naruto Uzumaki are here to see you, his assistant told him. Oh, very well, send them in. She walked out of the room, and a few seconds passed before Yugao and Naruto walked in.
Hello, Hokage-sama.
Yugao said while bowing. Hey, Gigi, Naruto waved. Naruto, show some respect to Hokage-sama, she admonished. Chuckle asterisk, calm down Yugao, it's fine. He's called me that since he was little more than a toddler. If I had a problem with it, I would have stopped it long before now. Hiruzen replied. Yeah, Yugao-sensei, calm down. Naruto joined in. Sai asterisk, yes, Hokage-sama. Now, was there a reason you came to visit? I doubt this is a social call since I just saw you less than 2 hours ago, Hiruzen said as he lit his pipe and took a few puffs. Sir, I just wanted to pick out Naruto's jutsu scroll he was promised. I was wondering who would be the first to pick up their scroll. I take it then that you believe him to be ready now. Yes, sir. All right, follow me, you too. He stood up and walked over to a bookshelf, where he pulled out a book from the very top. Click asterisk, the bookcase slid open to reveal a room with shelves on every wall, and scrolls scattered all over the floor. Don't mind the mess. I have yet to clean up after yesterday's incident. Yugao entered, completely ignoring the mess, while Naruto stayed back. Aren't you going in, Naruto? Nah, Yugao-sensei said she was going to pick the best one for me. And, you trust her? Not really, I do trust you though. So if you trust her to teach me, then I'll learn to trust her too. Naruto answered with a smile. A smile grew on Hiruzen's face. I see. Yugao exited the room after only a few minutes of looking around, and with her was the scroll of seals.
Apologies, Hokage-sama.
But I thought it would have been best to get it from the source. Which jutsu am I getting, Yugao-sensei? Naruto asked. The Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone Jutsu, most likely, Yugao and Hiruzen answered. But, why couldn't you teach it to me, Yugao-sensei? As I lacked the chakra to perform the jutsu, I never bothered to learn the seals necessary to perform it. Oh! Naruto took the scroll from Yugao and sat down on the couch in the corner of the room, before he opened it and began practicing the hand seals. After he found them, of course. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Yugao sat down and talked. It has been quite a while since you last tried to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Yugao. Who knows, you may be able to use it now. Perhaps I'll try again after I get him situated in his new role. Very well. The two would continue to talk for the remainder of their free time, while Naruto tried to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu and its variants. 45 minutes later. Oh, my apologies you two, but I have a lot of paperwork to complete. No problem, Gigi. I think I've got the hand seals memorized anyway. We also need to get going, Naruto. We're supposed to report to Training Field 7 in 15 minutes. Let's go then, Yugao-sensei. Bye, Gigi. Naruto yelled as he jumped out the window. Sigh asterisk. That boy is too excitable. Chuckles asterisk. Wait until you see him exercise. I think I'll manage. How hard could a genin's training regimen be? She asked before following Naruto out the window. You'll be surprised, Hiruzen mumbled. Training Field 7. After everyone had arrived, plus additional wait time for Kakashi, the Jonin decided to have everyone formally introduce themselves along with their specialty. I guess I'll begin. Asuma stepped up. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, and I will be in charge of Bukijutsu and tactics. Nice to meet you. I'm next then. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, and I will be in charge of Genjutsu training. Nice to meet you. Yugao Yuzuki, Sealing and First Aid. Pleased to meet you. Sai asterisk, Kakashi Hataki, Ninjutsu and Teamwork. Curse you Kakashi and your hip ways, the final Jonin yelled. Yash, my name is Might Guy Taijutsu, and your physical training regimens. Pleased to meet you, my youthful friends. After the Jonin introduced themselves and what they were in charge of, they had the students take turns introducing themselves as well. I guess we'll go in the same order our Jonin went in? Sakura. Murmured agreements asterisk. Yun asterisk. Let's get this out of the way then. I'm Shikamaru Nara. Specialty is my clan's shadow possession jutsu. Pleased to meet you. Shikamaru then went to sleep. Munch asterisk, Choji Akimichi. Specialty is my clan's body expansion jutsu and eating. Pleased to meet you. Ino jumped up next. Ino Yamanaka, specialty is my clan's mind walking jutsu. Pleased to meet you. She finished with a wink in Sasuke's direction, which he ignored. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and my specialty is my clan's gentle fist and my Byakugan. Please take care of me. She glanced at Naruto repeatedly throughout her introduction. Alright, my name is Kiba Inuzuka and this here's Akamaru Arf. We specialize in taijutsu and our clan's beast mimicry jutsu. Nice to meet ya. Shino Aburame, specialty is my clan's Kikechu. Nice to meet you. He finished with a bow. Sai, my specialty is my ink techniques. Nice to meet you. He added an incredibly creepy smile afterward. Sakura Haruno, I don't have a specialty. I have good chakra control though. HNN asterisk, Sasuke Uchiha. Specialty is fire style jutsu and my Sharingan once I awaken it. It's not your specialty if you can't even use it yet. Ya emo prick, Naruto yelled. Says you dobe, what's your specialty anyway? Annoying people to death? So says the guy who's never beaten me in a fight. Scoffs asterisk, once I unlock my Sharingan. You'll be shown just how inferior you are, dobe. Boys, enough, Karina yelled. Sorry. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. My specialty is fighting. Pleased to meet you. Yash, my name is Rock Lee. Specialty is taijutsu. Nice to meet you. He yelled with a blinding smile. Tenten, Boki Jutsu and Sealing. Nice to meet you. Niji Hyuga. Specialty is my clan's gentle fist and Byakugan. Asuma stepped up as he had been made the leader of the Jonin group. Excellent, now, we have a little training exercise for all of you to complete. What is it, Asuma-sensei? Ino. Simple, you just have to beat Naruto in a fight. Wait, that's it? We just have to beat the blonde in a fight? What does that accomplish? Tenten. It'll show you just how strong some people can be. If you can beat him, we'll buy you any one thing you want. So one of us just has to beat the blonde and they get a reward? Sounds easy enough. Tenten. No, not one of you. It's all of you versus Naruto at the same time. Kakashi. Group yelling asterisk. What? You heard us. If the lot of you can beat him in a fight, we'll buy each of you any one thing you may want. If Naruto wins, however, he gets an all-you-can-eat pass to Ichiraku's. Yugao, Naruto's eyes lit up and he started glaring at the others. But sensei, that's not fair to Naruto. He couldn't possibly beat all of us by himself. Sakura. Well then, you have nothing to worry about, do you? Asuma. All right, all I can eat Ichiraku's, here I come. Naruto yelled as he stood up and started stretching. You'd better prepare yourselves. He's coming in 5 minutes, so if I were you lot I'd come up with a plan. All students except for Sasuke, Niji and Rock Lee formed up. Hey, we need to come up with a plan. Shikamaru. Chinen asterisk. Useless. I can take the dobe alone. Sasuke. No need. I am fated to win already. Niji. Yash. It is most unyouthful to team up against one opponent. I shall challenge him alone. Rock Lee. Sai asterisk whatever. Let those three distract him while we come up with a plan. Oh come on. No genin is so strong that he needs this much preparation. Tenten. Listen up. Naruto over there may be an idiot, hey, but he's a monster combatant. He was so strong at the age of 10 that the Chunin wouldn't let us fight him anymore. And if my hunch is correct, he's gotten much stronger since. Shikamaru.
All right, I'm listening.
Tenten. Here's what we'll do. 5 minutes later. Everyone ready? Kakashi. Yes. Asterisk. Begin. Yash. Furs dash asterisk slam. Asterisk Naruto had disappeared from where he was, only to reappear in front of Lee. He grabbed Lee's head and slammed him into the ground. Crash asterisk clap. Asterisk Naruto vanished again and Niji was grabbed by his ankles and slammed into Lee, who was already on the ground. Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, who was slapped in the back of his head so hard he face planted into the ground. Naruto vanished again. Whoa! Did you see the dash? Asterisk tap asterisk Kiba was flicked on his forehead hard enough to make him flip. Naruto was gone again. Where is he? Choji. Slam. Asterisk whoosh asterisk pow. Asterisk Choji was thrown into Shikamaru. Naruto then caught the two of them by their legs and redirected them into Shino. Naruto vanished yet again. Naruto appeared beside Sai Nok. Sai's jaw was hit at high speed. He collapsed to the ground as if his strings had been cut. Naruto was already gone by the time he hit the ground. Tap asterisk tap asterisk tap asterisk tap asterisk Kanata, Sakura, Ino, and Tenten were each bonked on the head just hard enough to render them unconscious. Naruto reappeared holding Akamaru by the scruff of his neck, who was whimpering. "Do I have to knock him out too?" He pointed at Akamaru. The Jonin all had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had all known that Naruto was strong. They didn't understand until this moment just how strong he really was. No wonder the Hokage put him on a solo team, they all thought. What really surprised them, however, was just how quickly he was able to eliminate his opponents. From the second Kakashi said to begin until the end, only 10 seconds had passed.
No, Naruto.
You can let him go. Asuma. Okay. Naruto sat Akamaru on the ground. He ran over and hid behind Kiba's unconscious body. So, how about that all-you-can-eat ramen pass? Sai asterisk, here you go, Naruto. Have fun. Kurenai. Yata. Ichiraku's here I come. He dashed off, leaving the Jonin and their students alone. Yugao. Don't say it, Kakashi. I pity you for having to deal with him every day. Sai asterisk thanks. While Naruto was out enjoying himself at Ichiraku's, the Jonin were talking while waiting for their students to wake up. I never would have thought a genin could be so strong, Kurenai admitted from where she was sitting on the ground. Neither would I. Can you even compare him to a genin at this point? Yugao asked. You two know as well as I that rank doesn't equate strength. Asuma. He's right, Kakashi said with his head in a book. Naruto's flames of youth burn incredibly bright for one his age. Guy. Gronwa. What happened? Rock Lee. Yash. My student awoke before yours, Kakashi. This is my win. Whatever. Gah. Curse you, Kakashi. He yelled, then stood up and walked over to Lee. Hello. My most youthful apprentice. How are you feeling? Like I was hit repeatedly by you, Guy-sensei. Laughs. Yes, you took quite a hit. Can you stand? Lee quickly jumps up and stomped his feet. Yash. Of course, Guy-sensei. A little pain won't keep me down. Chuckle. That's my apprentice. Come. Have a seat while we wait for the others to wake up from their naps. Lee and Guy walked over to where the other Jonin were sitting and sat down. One by one, the other students woke up, were checked on by their respective senseis, and were told to take a seat to wait on the others quietly. They were told not to ask questions until everyone was awake. The last to wake up was Sasuke. H&N. Sasuke grunted as he lifted himself up.
Sasuke-kun.
Sakura and Ino yelled, then they ran to him. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you too badly, did he? The two worried over him while he was attempting to walk over to the group. Sasuke ignored them. After reaching the group, he dropped tiredly onto his butt. What happened? He asked. What happened? Simple, you lost again. Kakashi. How? Sasuke. Well, let's start at the beginning. But first, who can tell me what you all did wrong? Asuma. The students looked at each other. None of them came up with anything though. Sai, we were divided instead of working together. And we tried to fight him fairly even though we knew he was much stronger than us. Shikamaru. Ding ding, tell the man what he's won. Irika was right. You are smarter than you look. Kakashi. Shikamaru grumbled something that sounded suspiciously like, fuck you. The Jonin ignored it though. We told you he was coming at you in 5 minutes. Yet you didn't prepare. Sure, you came up with a plan on how to prepare. But coming up with a plan and executing it are two very different things. You should have been executing your plan as you thought it up. Not waiting for the 5 minutes to be up, then executing it. Asuma. You told us not to begin until after the 5-minute countdown was over though? Ino. Wrong, I said he will be coming in 5 minutes. I didn't say you had to wait that long to attack him. Kakashi. Isn't that cheating? Sakura. You're ninja now, and an honorable ninja doesn't live a very long life. You have to attack when presented with the opportunity, and try not to give your enemy the same opportunity. That is how you win a battle. Asuma. But Guy-sensei, you always said to fight with honor. Doesn't this go against the very thing you taught us? Lee. When fighting comrades, yes. In a real battle, however, honor is what the victor says it is. Guy. That doesn't make any sense. How can you define honor just because you won? Sasuke. Because it's hard to debate the meaning of honor when you're dead. Yugao. Exactly, so what if you fought with honor if you lost? Hooray for you. You're the most honorable corpse in the graveyard. Kurenai. The students were rendered silent after Kurenai's remark. Then, what should we have done? Choji. You should have used the time we gave you to hide, set up traps. Even attacking early would have been better than just standing there. You're ninja. Act like it. He looked at the faces of all the students. They got up to leave, but Sasuke was held back by Kakashi. Sasuke, come with me for a moment. What is it? In private, Sasuke. The two walked further into the woods, away from the prying eyes and ears of the other students. When Kakashi felt they were far enough in, he put away his book and focused on Sasuke. What are you doing, Sasuke? I don't know what you may don't lie to me. I knew your brother when he was your age, and he would never have taught you to directly challenge someone who's superior to you. Dark chuckle, my brother didn't teach me anything. I was never good enough for him to train. To him, I was always the worthless brother. The one who was so weak he didn't even bother killing me. Sasuke snarled. Sai, is that what you think? That your brother actually believed you were worthless? What else could it have been, huh? I heard it often enough from him. Sasuke, you're pathetic. Sasuke, you're a disgrace. Sasuke, you are weak, he yelled. When I knew your brother, he never stopped talking about how proud of you he was, how you were going to succeed him, how you were going to surpass him. The man you're describing isn't your brother. I don't know why he did what he did, but the man you're describing sounds an awful lot like your father, a man your brother despised. Then, why do I only remember him acting that way? That I don't know. Maybe one day you'll get to ask him. Kakashi started to walk away. Kakashi-sensei. What should I have done? About Naruto, I mean. Who is the most powerful ninja, you know? Sasuke. My brother. Sai, I thought you might say that. Very well. Who do you think would win in a fight between your brother and Naruto? My brother, easily. That's where you're wrong. Your brother may very well win that fight, but definitely not easily. Do you know why? Are you saying that Naruto, the dobe, is on par with my brother? Sasuke asked. Sai, let me put it this way. If your brother had a chance to prepare, he wins. If he caught Naruto unawares, he wins. But if we locked the two of them in a room together, your brother will die 9 times out of 10. Okay, I get that the dobe is strong, but don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? He can't be that strong. Oh, but he is. Physically, Naruto could be the strongest ninja in the village. Potentially the fastest too. That threw Sasuke for a loop. He knew the dobe was strong for a genin, maybe even the strongest genin in the village. But to be the physically strongest and fastest ninja? Then, how could my brother beat him? That's simple, your brother only fought a physical battle as a last resort. What made him the ninja people respected and feared was his mind. Add a Sharingan onto the mind that was always 3 steps ahead of his enemies, and you have one dangerous combination. I see. Have a nice day, Sasuke. Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves. My mind. Huh. Next day, training ground 7, 5 a.m. How on earth did you eat 5,000 Ryo worth of ramen? Yugao screamed at Naruto. Sorry. Where did you even put that much ramen? You don't look like you've gained a pound. Oh, that's because I worked it off last night. Sai, whatever. Let's go join the others. She stomped off while muttering. Stupid blonde brat. That was an entire week's salary. Listen up. Today we are going to getting everyone's first missions as ninja. Team Guy, as you are already experienced in this area, I ask that you only report to this field for team training once a week. Is that okay? Asuma. Yash, it sounds most youthful. Asuma, let's go, team. We have missions to do. Guy said before he and his team left the training field. Asuma looked at the other students one at a time before he came to a decision. The rest of us will head to the Hokage Tower to get your first mission. After today, we will regroup here once a week for team training exercises. Is that all right? That's fine. Kurenai. Yep. Kakashi. Sure. Yugao. All right. Everyone move out. The group left the training field on their way to the Hokage Tower.
Ne, Yugao-sensei.
Aren't we going with them? Naruto had to ask once he noticed that Yugao hadn't started walking yet.
No.
I'm sorry about this, Naruto. Hokage-sama has already given us our mission. Yata. What is it, Yugao-sensei? Saving a princess? Freeing a country? Oh, are we going to bring down a tyrant? Nothing so glamorous, Naruto. Go pack your bags for a 2-day trip and meet me at the gate. Understood. Roger that, Yugao-sensei. Naruto replied before leaping into the air. Sigh. I was hoping this wouldn't come up so soon. She mumbled. She left the training field to go and make her own preparations. 6 a.m. Konoha Gates. Yugao was waiting at the gates for Naruto while trying to come up with a way to explain it to him. Yugao-sensei, Naruto yelled. He was running up to her with a large green backpack strapped to his back. What's that, Naruto? She asked once he had come to a stop in front of her. It's my ramen bag, Yugao-sensei. Holds forehead, Naruto. Where are your supplies? Oh, they're in there as well. A change of clothes, fire starting kit, first aid kit, and my goggles. While most of that sounded fine to Yugao, she wasn't going to think about the ramen. The goggles part had her confused.
I'm sorry. Goggles.
Hee, they were a birthday gift from Gigi. I carry them with me anytime I leave the village. I probably shouldn't have said that. Naruto felt he had walked into a trap after answering her question. So, you've left the village before? Sorry. She glared at him for a few moments. Sai, we'll talk more about that once we get back. Are you ready to go? Yep. All right then, let's go. The two of them set out for their destination, which was a bandit camp a day's walk from the village. Normally, the Jonin would wait until the genin was a bit older before they took them out for their first bandit extermination mission. But this time, the Hokage was adamant that Naruto needed to get this experience, in a controlled setting, rather than wait for something to happen and for him to freeze up during a mission, which could get someone killed. The two of them talked while they walked. Yugao told Naruto about her boyfriend, Hayate, and Naruto told her about his relationship with the Ichirakus. They continued to talk until they were about 10 miles out from their destination. Wait, Yugao whispered. Naruto came to a stop beside her. I didn't want you to have to experience this yet. Unfortunately, Hokage-sama overruled me. What is it, Yugao-sensei? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Our mission today is to exterminate a group of bandits that have shown up too close to the village. And by exterminate you mean? Kill them, Naruto. We're here to kill them. Oh, Naruto seemed to turn a little green at the thought. Follow me, Yugao said. She led Naruto through the trees until the camp came into view. When it did, Naruto saw something he wasn't prepared for. No. Stop, please. Don't do this. A father screamed as his teenage daughter was being carried inside a tent. No. Let me go. Daddy, help me, please. She screamed with tears running down her face as she beat on the back of her captor, a big burly man with a perverted grin on his face, who was surrounded by at least 20 other bandits. Easy there, girlie. Wouldn't want you to hurt yourself before we can sell ya. Laughs. Let go of her, the father roared. He tried to stand up to save his daughter, to fight to get revenge for his wife, who they had already killed. but he couldn't move. The rope that bound his body prevented him from doing anything. Yugao-sensei. Yugao, who had also been watching, heard Naruto whisper. She thought that maybe he was having second thoughts, or that he was just scared. When she looked at his face, though, those thoughts went out the window. Naruto had a look of absolute apathy on his face. "I'm ready to kill them now, Yugao-sensei," he said as he stared into her eyes. The Kyuubi's chakra was leaking into his voice, making it two-toned, and his eyes had turned a violet color. Shivers. Yugao felt a chill run down her spine. The look on his face wasn't nearly as chilling as his tone of voice. Although Yugao hadn't known him for very long, she knew that, right now, the little blonde ramen lover wasn't the one speaking. "Are you sure you can handle it, Naruto?" "Yes, I'm sure of it." He nodded his head, his voice settling into a much deeper tone than was normal. "Then I'll be monitoring from here. If you need help, I'll step in, understand?" Understood. He leaped from his place so fast that not even Yugao could tell when he moved. And she was looking at him when he moved. With Naruto. Naruto landed in the center of the bandit camp. The impact sent shockwaves throughout the camp, alerting everyone inside that they had an intruder. But Naruto didn't care. He wanted them to know he was there. Every bandit inside the camp came running to where Naruto had landed, and upon seeing him, they started laughing. Loud laughing. "Look what we have here, boys. A little ninja has come to save the day. Are you lost, little ninja?" More laughing. 15 of you, huh? What was that, little ninja? Where did you take the girl?" Though the voice coming out of Naruto's body did unnerve them a bit, he was still just a child in their eyes, so they decided to taunt him some more. "Oh, what's the matter, little ninja? Are you here to save the damsel in distress? Too bad. That girl is mine. Sure, she's a little underdeveloped, but her mother was stacked, so..." The leader, big burly guy, said with a perverted look in his eyes. "You die first," Naruto calmly said, though his eyes did narrow. "I what?" Laughs. "Did you hear this little brat? Boys?" He said. "I die first." Ripping sound. The bandits, who had been watching Naruto, realized that he was no longer there, so they began looking around for him. They found him standing on the shoulder of their leader, with his severed head clasped between his two hands. Naruto added a bit of strength to his hands, and the leader's head burst. Naruto pushed down on his body with his right foot, causing it to collapse in on itself, his bones turning to powder, and the body burst under the pressure. "So fragile, like squashing a grape beneath my shoe," Naruto whispered, his eyes locating the other bandits. Some of them were vomiting. The others were just staring at him in horror. Yugao was too. That was when he moved again. All over the camp, bandits were exploding into bloody messes that covered the floor of the camp. Naruto would only appear in short bursts before he would vanish again, and each time he did, a bandit would die. When only a single bandit remained, the rest had all been killed despite trying to run away. Naruto appeared in front of him. He was covered head to toe in blood and gore. His normally bright orange jumpsuit was dyed a deep crimson red, and his eyes had turned completely red, with a slit for a pupil. "Now, I'll ask you again, where is the girl?" Despite the deep tone of his voice, he spoke in a completely emotionless monotone. The remaining bandit, who had already emptied his bowels, starting spouting out locations of the other bandit camps that they had done business with in the past, as well as the location of their hostages. "Thank you." Naruto took a step closer to him and had reached down to grab him, when Yugao showed up. "Naruto, stand down." He glanced back at her for a moment, before his features returned to normal. "Okay, Yugao-sensei." Naruto backed away from the man. "Report," she ordered, trying to maintain her sense of calm after seeing the bloodbath the blonde just caused, as well as his sudden switch from the being that did it, back to the blonde ramen lover. So Naruto told her everything the bandit had told him. Then he asked if he could go and free the hostage. "No, as you are now. All you will do is frighten her even more." "I'll do that, you go clean up." "Yes, Yugao-sensei." he chirped before walking away to change clothes. So, you're going to let me go? The bandit asked. Shuring Yugao's sword flashed and the man's head was severed, a look of shock on his face. Of course not. I just didn't want Naruto to ruin the evidence we had cleared the camp. She said to no one as she sealed the head away and went to free the hostages. 2 weeks had passed since Naruto's first mission. And in that time, Naruto had learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu and its variants. Yugao even showed him the Shadow Clone's unique trait. So, I learn what they do, Naruto asked. He and Yugao were standing in an empty training field. She had brought him here after realizing that he had mastered, or at least could do it better than most people she had seen, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Pretty much, when one of your shadow clones dispel or are destroyed, fat chance of that happening, their experience becomes yours. Does that mean I can use them to exercise more? What? Like if I create 2 clones, and they each do 10,000 push-ups, when they dispel, do I get the benefit of 20,000 push-ups? Sai Naruto, answer me honestly. What is your workout regimen? Oh, I just do 20,000 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats a day, followed by a 50-mile run. Why? Yugao's right eye started to twitch. She knew that she shouldn't have been surprised, no matter what he said. But 20,000? It's no wonder he's so strong, doing that amount of exercise a day, along with the QB healing him at a rapid pace. His body must have surpassed what could be considered normal a long time ago. Grown, no. It doesn't work that way. If you were just trying to learn a new exercise, it would. But you wouldn't really get a benefit from it otherwise. The shadow clones don't pass along any physical training they do. Oh, that sucks. Sigh, this workout maniac will be what finally drives me insane. 10 years as an umbu and this blonde brat will be what finally does me in. Yugao thought to herself. Naruto, let's see how many clones you can form at once. Don't worry if it's only a few. Most jonin can only form 3 at the most. Right, he said with a nod. He crossed his fingers into the right hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. Yugao turned and stormed away from where Naruto and his 5,000 clones were standing. What's the matter, Yugao-sensei? They all asked. Gah, don't do that. I'm gonna talk to the Hokage. You stay here and work on whatever. Yes, Yugao-sensei. Hokage Tower. Yugao stormed inside the Hokage Tower. She only stopped at his assistant's desk to let her know she was going in as a courtesy, before she kicked open the doors to the Hokage's office.
Hokage-sama.
I want to resign as Naruto's sensei, she yelled, an angry look on her face. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork for a moment at her outburst, before simply going back to work. I won't stop you if you want to resign, Yugao. Kami knows I need all the loyal umbu I can get, but I thought you liked working with Naruto. Hiruzen signed the paper he had been reading, before setting it aside, picking up his pipe, and giving Yugao his full attention. Yugao's look of anger had slowly drained from her face after arriving in the office, and now all that remained of it was a slight glare. I do like working with him, despite his eccentricities. Naruto is a good kid, she admitted, even her glare dissipating until all that remained was a look of exhaustion. I fail to see the problem then. Why are you resigning? Because he's too strong already. I have nothing to teach him that would be useful at this stage. The only thing I can really teach him is how to wield a sword. But he hasn't shown any interest in swordsmanship. Puffing Yugao, do you know why I picked you to be his sensei? No, sir, I do not. I picked you because you are loyal to a fault and one of the most hard-working jonin I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. But more importantly, I picked you because you are kind. You don't judge people based on their backgrounds or status. You judge them on who they are and not what they are. He took another puff of his pipe. Exhale, I picked you because I knew that you wouldn't treat Naruto as just the Kyuubi's container. I knew you would treat him as what he really is, a child. A very powerful child, but a child nonetheless. And you've done that, haven't you? Yes, Hokage-sama. But But what? He scares me sometimes. Not on purpose, I'm sure. But I've seen what that child is truly capable of. The destruction he could cause, should he decide to go rogue. Doesn't that worry you as well? Not a day goes by that I don't have those same thoughts. You know, I've watched over that boy since he was given to me by his mother. Hiruzen grew slightly misty-eyed. His parents were some of the best people I'd ever known. They were as dear to me as my own family. And when they died, I wept. Me, the god of shinobi. And I cried like a child for hours after they died. Hiruzen reached below his desk and retrieved a bottle of sake. Would you like some?
I'm.
You know what, sure. He poured her a glass, then himself. I never wanted this job back. When I retired, I swore to Bawako that I was done with the ninja life. The two of us would retire together and leave everything to the fourth. But you know how that story ended. He died saving us from the Kyuubi. Puff, indeed he did. He gulped down his sake, before pouring himself another. Every day I look out that window, and I think of all the regrets that I've accumulated over the years. However, watching Naruto grow is not one of them. I don't regret watching him get stronger, because I know that one day, he'll need that strength to protect himself. He drank some of his sake, then he sat the glass down. But another part of me fears he has gotten so strong. The village may pay the price for my attachment, as Danzo would call it. Should Naruto go rogue, none of his classmates will be able to stop him. Actually, I don't think there's a ninja in the village that could stop him. But do you know what is protecting this village from that fate?
No.
Hiruzen smiles. He cares about the people in this village. Maybe not all of them, sure. But he does care for some of them. And because they live here, Naruto will protect this village with his life. He says it's his ninja way, to protect those he cares about. That's why he sought that strength to begin with. He had people he wanted to protect. So, what happens if all of his precious people are taken from him? Hiruzen's eyes grew wide and his nostrils flared. I pity the fool who would dare take what Naruto holds dear.
Astérisque urgent knocking astérisque.
Hokage-sama.
Emergency contact from Team Guy. Komein. The assistant opened the door and hurriedly walked over to the desk. This scroll came not 5 minutes ago, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen took the scroll, sliced the ribbon holding it closed and quickly read through it. Yugao, get Naruto and report back here in 10 minutes. Hiruzen ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. 10 minutes later. Your mission is to rescue Team Guy. 2 of their number have been injured and captured. The others managed to escape to send this message and are awaiting backup. Who was captured? Might Guy and Tenten are the captured ninja. How was Guy captured? He's an elite jonin. Yugao. The report says that Miss Tenten was captured first and held hostage by a man claiming to be Aoi Rokusho. As in the one who stole the legendary Sword of the Thunder God? Yugao. The very same. It says that Aoi threatened to kill Miss Tenten unless Guy surrendered himself. After Guy surrendered, he signaled for the other 2 to escape and request backup. Is that everything, Hokage-sama? Yes, these are the coordinates for your meetup with the remaining members of Team Guy. The land of tea? Puffs, you 2 should hurry. Who knows what Aoi will do to Guy and Tenten? Yes, Hokage-sama. Yugao and Naruto saluted. They then ran to the window and jumped out, landing on a nearby roof. You heard, Hokage-sama, Naruto. We have to get there fast. Does that mean you want me to? Sai, I can't believe I'm saying this. But yes, I want you to jump while carrying me. Yata, hang on Yugao-sensei. Naruto scooped her up in a bridal carry, bent his knees and jumped. People all over the village could hear Yugao scream as she and Naruto soared over the village walls. With Team Guy earlier. Team Guy had been on a simple escort mission from Konoha to the land of tea. Their client was a wealthy merchant who was apparently part of the Wasabi family. Oh, I'm sure you 4 will love it. The tea houses are amazing. The beaches are beautiful, as are the women, he snickered. And it's incredibly peaceful there this time of year. Did you hear that, Guy-sensei? Beaches mean oceans, and oceans mean swim training. Indeed, it does, my youthful apprentice. If we cannot swim around the island of T 10 times, then we must do 500 push-ups. And if we can't do that, then we must do 1,000 squats. If we cannot do that, dash. Tenten pulled Niji and the client's horse that he was riding further ahead until they were just out of earshot. I apologize for my sensei and my teammate. They can be a bit, weird. Laughs, don't mind it, miss. I find their enthusiasm to be quite refreshing. Enthusiasm, right? Tenten shook her head while Niji just remained his normal stoic self. The five had continued on their journey for 5 days until they came to the boat that would take them to the land of Tea, where they boarded and continued on to the island country. 3 days at sea was the tail end of their journey, and everything was going fine until they departed the boat. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourselves while you're here. In fact, why don't I show you around to dash? Thud, an arrow was shot at the client from the nearby tree line. We're under attack. Lee, Niji, we're going to be the rear guard. Tenten, you're up front with the client. Move, move, Guy ordered. Tenten hopped on the horse with the client and took off. Guy, Lee, and Niji ran behind them, deflecting arrows as they went. At one point, 2 bandits ran out in front of the horse in an attempt to stop it. Not likely, Tenten yelled as she pulled out several throwing knives. She threw them with pinpoint accuracy into the eyes of the bandits in the way. Then Guy and Lee finished them off as they ran past. Guy performed a spinning heel kick to one's head, while Lee snapped the other's neck. They ran for several more minutes, with the horse pulling slightly further ahead. Hey, slow down. We're getting too far ahead of my teammates, Tenten yelled. I can't. The horse isn't listening to me. Sure enough, the merchant was pulling back on the reins, but the horse was ignoring him. The two pulled even further ahead, until Tenten decided to grab the merchant and jump off of the horse. The two hit the ground and rolled to a stop, with the merchant landing on Tenten, just in time to see several senbon pierce the horse's side. Horse whines. The horse fell to the ground, unable to move, and a man with blue hair and purple eyes stepped out of the shadows. In his left hand was a large umbrella. You weren't supposed to dodge that, the man said as he pointed his umbrella at Tenten and the merchant. Guy, who had seen most of what happened, increased his speed in an attempt to reach his pupil in time, leaving his other 2 students trailing behind slightly. Pop pop asterisk, the man slightly squeezed the handle of his umbrella, causing senbon to shoot into the merchant and Tenten's legs. Wah! What whoosh that? Tenten slurred as she passed out. The man quickly walked over to where they were laying and pointed his umbrella at their heads just in time for Guy to reach him and kick him away. The man's umbrella took the brunt of the damage as he had raised it in time to block Guy's kick, but it still sent him tumbling back a ways. Tenten, are you all right? Guy yelled as he tried to wake her up, after rolling the merchant off of her. Ah, a Konoha shinobi. I was wondering which village he would hire on his way back, the man said. What did you do to Tenten? Guy stood up and charged at the man. Guy clashed with the man several times. Guy would attempt to kick, the man would dodge. Guy would throw him to the ground, the man would roll back up to his feet in time to block another strike. You whoosh if you don't stop. She hup dies, the man said between dodging strikes. He knew he was done for if he took a direct hit. What did you do? Guy growled. He was desperately trying not to kill this man until he knew what he had done to Tenten. And the client. I poisoned her. Whoa! Stop attacking me, the man yelled. Fix her now. Only if you surrender. Yikes. First, that brought Guy's onslaught to a stop. He stood there while glaring at the man. I surrender. You give her the antidote. I give you my word. Very well. Guy dropped his arms to his sides. The man stared at Guy for a few seconds. Dumbass. He launched senbon into Guy's stomach. Most unyouthful. You gave me your word. Guy fell to his knees. I am Aoi Rokusho, and I don't keep my word with Konoha Ninja. Or haven't you heard? Laughs. Lee and Niji, who had just arrived, saw Guy and Tenten on the ground, and Lee wanted to leap into action. But Niji held him back. Let me go, Niji-san. We must save Tenten and Guy-sensei. And the client? Did they forget about him? Lee, look at Guy-sensei's hand. Lee looked. Guy was signaling the two of them in their team's code. Call. For backup? He wants us to send word to Konoha about what happened. But we can't just leave them. And we aren't, Niji snarled. We will send words to Konoha about what happened. And while they send backup, we're going to follow them. Niji and Lee had to watch as several large men came out of the trees to pick up their captives. Before carrying them away, Niji and Lee followed them from a safe distance. Thanks to Niji's Byakugan, they only hoped their backup would arrive quickly, or they were going to save them themselves. The next day, the two of them were still waiting for backup to arrive. However, thanks to them sneaking inside the camp the previous night, they overheard one of the bandits saying that the plan was to ransom Guy and Tenten back to the village for Guy's bingo book price. Otherwise, they would sell him to another village. Though they also heard that the boss wanted the two of them unharmed, he still kept them paralyzed with the toxin on his sanbon. Didn't want any escape attempts after all. The merchant had already been ransomed back to his family at the price of 100,000 ryo, so the only hostages they had to save were Guy and Tenten. Don't worry, Lee. The bird should have arrived at Konoha with the emergency request already. We should be getting that back up soon. I hate not knowing what's happening to them. They're fine for now. The two of them are inside a cage at the back of that tent. He's still keeping them paralyzed, though. I just wish our backup would get here already. That's impossible, Lee. It's a 6-day trip even for Ninja, so we still have a few days to Wadash. Incoming. Lee and Niji looked up in time to see Naruto, and a very haggard-looking Yugao, on a collision course with them. Dodge! They jumped out of the way.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
Naruto landed on his feet in a crouched position, his impact leaving a crater. When he stood up, Yugao pushed herself out of his arms, landing on her knees on the ground. Sweet, sweet ground, I'll never leave you again, she whispered while kissing the dirt. Lee and Niji just stared at Naruto after witnessing his sensei acting so strange. What did you do to her? Niji. She's just being overdramatic. Naruto. Overdramatic. You got us here in 5 jumps. 3 of those made this really loud explosion sound as we left the ground, and the last one carried us over an ocean. He broke the sound barrier? Niji. Yes, that. Yugao. And Naruto. And he says, my organs felt like they were going to fall out. Yugao. Sorry. Naruto. Sigh whatever. Team Yugao reporting in. Tell us about the situation. Yugao said after regaining her calm. She still wasn't about to stand up though. Lee and Niji filled them in on what they learned. I see. You two did well, she said with a smile. Still hasn't stood up. Where is this camp? Naruto. We'll take you there. The 3 boys started to walk away when they noticed Yugao wasn't moving. Are you coming, sensei? Naruto. I can't feel my legs, she admitted. Lee and Niji's sweat dropped while Naruto rubbed the back of his head. 15 minutes later, after Yugao regained the feeling in her legs, the 4 of them made their way over to the camp. I counted 108 bandits, 1 of which is a Jonin level ninja, 2 are Chunin level, and 5 are Genin level ninja. All appear to be from the Hidden Rain village, if we go by their headbands. Niji. I see. What do you think, Naruto? Can you handle the bandits? Naruto just looked at her, his eyes bleeding into a violet color. Sigh, of course you can. She then looked at Niji and Lee. Do the 2 of you think you can handle the other ninja while I handle Aoi? Yes, ma'am, they responded. All right then, we attack in 10 minutes, she said while checking her equipment. Yash, let's have a good battle. Right, my youthful companions? Lee. Niji looked away, Yugao ignored him. Right, a good battle, Naruto said with a smile, his voice getting deeper near the end, and his eyes going from violet to red with a slit pupil. Chuckles, this'll be fun. With Aoi. Aoi had been just about to take a nap, when the alarm was triggered. What is it now? He yelled as he stormed outside. Upon exiting his tent, he saw something flash out of the corner of his eye. Shurring. A blade passed through the space his neck would have been in had he not ducked. More of you Konoha trash, huh? Speak for yourself, Aoi Rokusho, a woman with purple hair said. The least you could do is give me the name of the woman I'm about to kill. He smiled at her. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. Remember it as I send you to hell. The battle between the Jonin had begun. Niji, Lee, and Naruto, two of which were thrown by the third, landed in the center of the camp. What happened to stealth, Blondie? Niji. Relax, this is more fun. I concur with my scary friend here, Niji-san. It is time for a good fight. Lee knocked his fists together as he charged at the 5 genin that had arrived to block them. Sigh. I'm beginning to see why Yugao-sensei is always sighing Naruto-san. Niji advanced on the 2 chunin. Chuckles. Looks like the rest of you bastards get my full attention. Before we begin, tell me what's your health coverage like? Good. One of the bandits charged at him. It must be great. Naruto ran up to him. In his perception, everyone except him had come to an almost complete stop. When he reached the bandit, Naruto threw an easy punch. Whoosh, from the point of contact, the bandit's body caved in until it exploded in slow motion. Naruto moved on to the next bandit while keeping an eye on Lee and Niji, who were holding their own against their respective opponents. By the time Naruto had caused 50 of the bandits to explode, Lee had taken down 3 of the genin, who had their bodies broken in various ways, and Niji had killed one of the chunin, death by broken neck. Looks like I should speed up a bit, Naruto thought while standing still. His perception was already at such a speed that when one bandit exploded it took tens of seconds before his blood hit the ground. In Naruto's eyes, he was standing in a frozen rainstorm of blood. To everyone else, though, Naruto was moving around at speeds that destroyed the sound barrier with every movement. His punches were causing the bandits to explode one after another without pause. It was seriously scaring Lee and Niji, but they both wordlessly vowed to hyperventilate later. They were fighting at the moment. Back over with Yugao and Aoi. The two had been fighting for a few minutes before Aoi realized he was outmatched, so he pulled out his trump card. A blade of pure lightning chakra. The appearance of the blade of the thunder god pulled the battle into his favor, until one of Naruto's punches accidentally sent a bandit head flying over the camp, and a drop of blood landed on Aoi's face. It distracted him for just a second. Shurring that second cost him his life though, as Yugao sliced him horizontally in 2. Gah! He coughed out blood as his body fell apart. Another slash removed his head. Sigh, I'm out of shape. A guy like that shouldn't have taken so long to kill, she thought. Yugao sealed both Aoi's head and sword into a scroll. She searched Aoi's body for a few seconds before she found a small vial. Then she heading to where Niji said Guy and Tenten were being held. After heading inside delivering the counteragent, she tested it on a bandit she found cowering before heading inside. She helped the 2 walk outside the tent and to the center of the camp, where she assumed the 3 genin would be. When they got there, they saw Naruto, shirtless, trying to drain blood out of his clothes, while Niji and Lee were hiding inside some boxes off to the side. Heads poked out to keep an eye on Naruto. Sigh, Naruto, what did I say about scaring your fellow genin? Yugao. Naruto looked up at the sound of her voice. You told me not to. He looked over at Niji and Lee, who quickly pulled their heads back inside the boxes, and he realized he may have gone a bit overboard as he looked around at the amount of blood he had spilled. The blood had turned the entirety of the camp center red. Making 100 people explode will do that.
Sorry.
It took Yugao and Guy 10 minutes to convince Lee and Niji to climb out of the boxes. You swear he won't make us explode? Niji. We swear. Naruto was off to the side feeling slightly guilty, so he also swore not to make them explode. After calming down the two chicken dash asterisk cough asterisk Genin, Team Guy and Team Yugao went their separate ways. Alright, Yugao-sensei. Hang on dash.
No.
We are taking the boat this time. Ah. But the boat is boring. Naruto whined. Yugao smiled after Naruto had turned his back. She still wasn't sure if she should stay on as his Jonin-sensei. But maybe she would stay for a while longer. Couldn't get much weirder than this, right? After a month of nothing but training and doing D-rank missions cough chores asterisk cough star, Team 7 had finally earned their first C-rank mission. And that's when things started to go downhill for them. Started out fine. They walked into the Hokage's tower ready to accept another D-rank mission when Kakashi decided to speak up. Hokage-sama, might I request a C-rank instead? He asked without a moment's hesitation upon seeing Irika reaching into the D-rank shelf. What? Kakashi-senpai. They have only been genin for a month. Irika. And Kakashi. They aren't ready for a C-rank yet. The minimum for a C-rank is at least 3 months. Irika. I believe that is Kakashi's decision, Irika. Hiruzen. But. Sai yes, Hokage-sama. Irika. Kakashi, are you sure about this? Hiruzen. I am, Hokage-sama. Very well then. We actually do have an escort C-rank that just came in. Hiruzen reached below the desk and pulled out a scroll. After handing it to Kakashi, he lit his pipe and looked at Kakashi's students. Sai still looked the same, though he didn't seem to be as stiff as he was the last time Hiruzen had seen him. His smile seemed a little more at ease on his face. Sakura also hadn't changed much. It was Sasuke that had changed. No longer did he have that constant scowl on his face. In fact, he seemed almost content, like he knew he could do what he had to and he wasn't worried about it any longer. An Uchiha that isn't scowling? I must be either dreaming or… Did I accidentally eat one of Shikaku's brownies again? Hiruzen wondered. The last time he had eaten a brownie Shikaku brought him. He spent the rest of the day in an almost dreamlike state.
Hokage-sama.
Kakashi. Oh, what is it? Kakashi. We'll take this one, Hokage-sama. Puff very well. Irika, go get the bridge builder. I'll man the desk for a while. Yes, sir. Irika left to retrieve the client, leaving the 4 of them alone in the mission office. How is Naruto, Hokage-sama? Kakashi. Chuckles, he's doing well, I should think. Aside from driving Yugao to the breaking point a few times. Is Yugao-sensei okay? Sakura. Oh, she's fine. She's been dragging Kurenai and Anko out to drink with her every time she returns to the village. But, aside from that, she's fine. That doesn't sound fine, Team 7 all thought. Just then, the door to the mission office opened and Irika showed an old man in a straw hat, who smelled like he was carrying a brewery around with him. Into the office. Puff, Tazuna-san, this is Team 7. And they are to be your escorts home. Hiruzen. What? I paid for Ninja to escort me home. Not an emo H&N? A girl with a bad dye job, it's natural. And, whatever that kid is, I'm Sai. Yeah, good for you kid. Tazuna nodded while drinking from his sake bottle. If you have a problem with the team we provide, you could always pay more for Chunin to escort you home, or you could just leave without an escort and we shall refund your money. Hiruzen said with narrowed eyes. Yeah. On second thought, I'm sure they are capable of doing the job. Don't mind me. It's the sake talking, haha. The ninja present could see the sweat rolling down Tazuna's face. They also noted his rapid change in opinion once he said they would refund his money and send him alone. They decided to ignore it for now. Team, pack for a 2-week mission. Then meet us at the gate in 1 hour. Dismissed, Kakashi ordered before he left with Tazuna.
Sasuke-kun.
Would you like to go shopping with me? Sakura.
No.
I have everything I need at home. Sasuke declined, politely for him. Oh, okay. Come on, Sai, we'll just go shopping then and you can carry my stuff. She grabbed Sai's arm and dragged him out of the office without waiting for his approval. Sasuke was the last to leave and he headed home to pack. 2 hours later, Konoha Gates. Tazuna arrived 15 minutes late for their meeting only to find no one there waiting on him. Walking up to the Chunin who were manning the entry point. Have you seen an emo? A girl with pink hair? A creepy pale kid? And a scarecrow? He asked. Oh, you mean Team 7. When was your meeting supposed to be? The Chunin asked. He's obviously answered this question before. 15 minutes ago. The scarecrow said to meet here in an hour, and I was 15 minutes late. They didn't leave already, did they? No, they haven't left yet. Actually, they haven't gotten here yet. What? But he said to meet here in an hour. And they're the ones who were late? Actually, piss for brains. It's only our sensei that's late. The rest of us are waiting for him to arrive. A voice said from behind Tazuna. After turning around, Tazuna realized that it was the creepy pale kid who had spoken. What did you call me, you little shit? Tazuna yelled, his fists clenching. Don't mind Sai. He doesn't mean anything by it. Tazuna looked over Sai's head to see Sakura walking up to them while eating a dango stick. After reaching them, she stuck her hand out for Tazuna to shake. I'm Sakura Haruno, Genin Kunoichi of Konoha. That's Sai, Genin Shinobi of Konoha. Pleased to meet you, Tazuna-san, she chirped. Right. Tazuna shook her hand. What did you mean by he doesn't mean anything by it? Are you saying he didn't mean to insult me? Giggle, no, he definitely meant to insult you. He's just like that with everyone. Isn't that right, Sai? That's right, washboard cheese dash. Asterisk pow. Asterisk Sakura threw an uppercut with her free hand that sent Sai flying into a tree branch above them. Smiles, sorry about that. Tazuna-san crash groan asterisk, I'm still learning to control my strength. Our sensei has us on this new workout regimen, and it's really messed up my control, she said before taking another bite of dango. Tazuna looked over at Sai's twitching body, then back at Sakura's smiling face. Right? Don't piss off, Pinky. He sweat dropped. A few minutes later, Sasuke arrived on the scene with Kakashi in tow. I found him standing at a magazine stand this time, Sasuke said once he got close enough to the group. Group Sai, what do you mean this time? Tazuna. Kakashi-sensei likes to wander around the village whenever he has an appointment to get to. He calls it getting lost on the road of life. We call it him being a lazy bum.
Sai.
Hey, that's no way to talk to your sensei, Kakashi protested. Prove us wrong then. Nah, I don't really care that much. Group Sai, are we ready to go? Kakashi. Yes, sir, they yelled. All right, Sasuke, you take point. Sakura, you're with me in the middle. And Sai is our rear guard. Let's move out, team, Kakashi ordered. The team plus Tazuna had walked for several hours through the forest on a hot land of fire day, when they spotted a puddle in the middle of the road. You know what's coming up. After stepping over it and continuing on their way, a chain suddenly wrapped around Kakashi's torso and ripped him in half. Girlish scream, Tazuna-san. Shut up and calm down, Sasuke snarled, his eyes never leaving the two ninja that attacked their sensei. One down for to go, one of the ninja yelled, the two sprinting at the remaining members of Team 7. Once they were in range, they attempted to wrap the chain around Sasuke as they ran by. He dropped to his knees in time to duck it. Then, after grabbing the chain in the center, he stuck a kunai through one of the chain links and stabbed it into the ground where he held it down. His move slowed them down a bit, giving Sai enough time to use his ink jutsu to create two lions to attack one of the ninja, while Sakura threw kunai and shuriken at the other. Though the ninja Sakura attacked managed to block the weapons thrown at him, his brother wasn't as lucky and was mauled by the lions. Brother, Noak, Kakashi reappeared with a clothesline to the other ninja's neck. He then held him in a chokehold. Good job, team, he said with a thumbs up and an eye smile. Now, are you going to answer my questions? Or are you going to take the other way out? he asked. I'm not telling. Shit. Snap. Other way it is, Kakashi said as he dropped the ninja's now lifeless body. Team 7 then all stared at Tazuna. What? Why re you looking at me like that? He yelled. Are you going to tell us why the ninja were after you? Kakashi. Nervous laugh. What makes you think they were after me? Kakashi looked over at Sai. Then with a completely fake look of surprise on his face, he said, Wow, those lions look awfully hungry. Who knows what will happen if we just turned our backs for a moment? Tazuna seemed to understand what Kakashi was saying. Tell us, or we feed you to the lions and tell the Hokage the ninja killed you. Kakashi, in Tazuna's mind, said. All right, I'll tell you everything. One long explanation later. We really should call for backup, Kakashi said. So, you're not going to leave me out here alone? Tazuna asked.
No.
Despite you lying to us, I understand why you did what you did. Who would they send as backup? Kakashi-sensei? Sakura. Probably Yugao and Naruto. It's what their team is meant for. The Hokage did say they were to be an emergency response team. But, does this really qualify as an emergency? Sasuke. Not yet. However, if this Gato hired any more ninja, could turn into one. Kakashi. What's the call? Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke. Sai. Send a bird back to Konoha to alert the Hokage as to what is going on. Hopefully, Naruto and Yugao aren't too busy. Sai followed Kakashi's orders and made a bird of ink carry a scroll back to the Hokage. Cannon up until the fight with Zabuza. Kakashi was currently trapped inside a sphere of water, and he was slowly drowning while being forced to watch as his students tried to fight Zabuza of the Bloody Mist. Sasuke was managing to hold his own against a water clone of Zabuza. With Sai's help, when they all felt a disturbance in the air. Did anyone else hear screaming? Sakura asked. They nodded their heads. Even Zabuza. Sasuke, who had used the distraction to kill the water clone, looked up into the sky and saw an orange speck getting closer. Fast. Really fast. Shit, it's the dobe. Everyone hit the deck. They all complied and dropped to the ground. Except Zabuza, he didn't listen, and Kakashi for obvious reasons. Naruto came crashing down with all the grace of a freight train. Incoming, he yelled, right before impacting the ground and sending out a shockwave that sent everyone a few feet into the air, and caused a wave to throw Zabuza off balance, thus freeing Kakashi. After everyone had gotten back to their feet, they saw Naruto standing in a small crater holding a very pale-looking Yugao. Once again, she pushed him away from her and fell to the ground. No kissing the ground this time. That's progress, right? Hey, Dobe, Sasuke yelled. What? I thought you were supposed to be a ninja? I am a ninja. Ninjas are supposed to be stealthy, you blonde bastard. Maybe you should try that landing again. I'm sure there are some people who didn't hear you over in Lighting Country. Naruto flipped him off. Bite me. And catch your stupidity? No thanks. Are they always like that? Zabuza asked. Pretty much. Kakashi. Is she his Jonin teacher? Zabuza. Sai, unfortunately. Kakashi. Wow, my condolences. Zabuza. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Kakashi. Naruto, Yugao said after finally calming down. Naruto stopped his argument with Sasuke to look at her. Yes. If you ever, do that to me again, I'm revoking your ramen privilege.
No ramen.
None. Ever. Naruto started shaking in place, his eyes wide and vacant. Well, as entertaining as that was, I am still getting paid to kill ya. Sorry about this. Zabuza. None taken. All the ninja, minus Naruto who was still in shock, said. Zabuza figured he would do the purple-haired woman a favor and get rid of the blonde first. So he body flickered over to Naruto and swung his Kubikirabocho in a downward arc, in an attempt to cleave Naruto in two. Naruto's left arm snapped up and caught the massive blade with just his fingers. not letting the edge touch him. Zabuza tried to move his sword, but found that he was unable to make the blonde brat release it.
No.
Ramen, Naruto could be heard muttering. Zabuza put his foot on Naruto's side and tried to push him away while pulling on his sword. Still didn't budge.
No.
More. Ramen, Naruto was starting to tear up now. Hey, blondie, let go. Zabuza yelled while trying to swing the blonde around. Neither Naruto or his blade moved an inch. Starts crying Yugao-sensei. That's inhuman. How could you say something like that? The others were watching the situation with comically large eyes. Zabuza, need a hand. Kakashi. Shut up. Okay. Kakashi shrugged and went back to watching the scene.
Asterisco sig asterisco fine. Naruto.
You can still have ramen, provided you don't scar any more genin the way you did to Team Guy. Deal? Yugao. Naruto's tears dried up instantly. Deal, he chirped. Then Naruto looked to his side and saw Zabuza still trying to make him let go. This time he was jumping up and down on the blade's handle, going over 15 feet into the air with each jump. Naruto tried to make Zabuza fall off to the side, so he lifted the blade up and to the right a little. The sudden movement caused Zabuza to mistime his landing and the handle went between his legs in slow motion. For everyone saw the moment the handle couldn't go up any further and it made contact with a certain part of Zabuza's anatomy. Zabuza's eyes went completely white as he sat there on the handle. Oh shit, I'm really sorry about that. Naruto let go of the blade, causing it to fall to the ground, and making Zabuza hit that part again as he was still sitting on the handle. High-pitched whine. Everyone winced at the sound Zabuza was making. The guys all covered their parts, and the women looked at Zabuza in pity. Maybe we should just go. I think he's had enough for today. Kakashi led his students and Tazuna away, leaving Yugao and Naruto there with Zabuza. I'm really sorry about that. Naruto once again apologized. Then he and Yugao followed Kakashi's lead and left. A few minutes after they left, a ninja in a Hunter-nin mask arrived to help Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, are you okay? They yelled.
No.
No, I'm not okay, Zabuza said in a high-pitched voice. Is there anything I can do? The Hunter-nin asked. Ice. Get me ice and sake. A lot of it, Zabuza squeaked out. Right away, sir. The Hunter-nin picked up Zabuza and rushed them back to their lair. Then they went to the village and bought all of the inn sake, before heading back once again. Do you know when you'll be able to walk again, Zabuza-sama? They asked.
No.
But when I can, I'm killing that blonde brat. Grown, the two ninja teams had safely made it to Tazuna's house after walking for an hour, though they had to pass through the village and see just how bad things were under Gato's rule. Everyone looks so sad, Sakura said while looking around. Yon, that tends to happen when people are starving, Sakura. Kakashi. And that is why I need to finish the bridge, girl. Once I do, we can trade with the larger nations to support ourselves and remove Gato's monopoly on the other trade routes. Tazuna. I don't think this Gato will just sit back and let you finish building the bridge, especially if it means him losing money. Yugao. He won't, but that's why I hired you, ninja. I paid for both an escort and guard mission. Tazuna. He's right, Yugao. We were hired to do a job and we intend to complete it. Kakashi. Sai, and since we were told to assist you in case of enemy ninja, we're stuck here until he's done, aren't we? Yugao. Pretty much. Kakashi. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, the group arrived at Tazuna's house. Wait here. I'll go inside and tell my family who you are, Tazuna said before he opened the door and went inside, and the ninja were left outside in silence. Yugao-sensei, are you okay now? Sakura asked after remembering how Yugao had looked after Naruto's Ahem entrance. Yugao looked at her and smiled.
I'm fine, Sakura.
Taps Naruto on the head. This idiot just gets too excited and goes a bit too fast for me to handle. How is that possible, Yugao-sensei? You're an elite jonin. Shouldn't you be the faster one? Sakura. Yugao got an odd expression on her face. You'd think so, but Naruto is a lot faster than I. It's because you don't train enough, Yugao-sensei. She heard Naruto mutter. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a stamina monster like you are. If I was, maybe I could work out like you do, and be able to jump so fast and high that I destroy the sound barrier. Yugao, Guy regularly does that as well. Kakashi. Does Guy do it without chakra too? Yugao. What? Kakashi. Sai, yeah, that was my reaction too. Apparently, the blonde idiot over here forgot he could use chakra to enhance his body for so long, that his body adapted to be able to run as fast as Guy without using any chakra. The other ninja all started staring at Naruto. Hey, Dobe. Sasuke. What? Naruto. How, in God's name, did you forget you could use chakra to enhance yourself? Sasuke. Mumbles. What was that, Dobe? I said. I slept through that class. Okay. All I saw was the older ninja jumping around and flying across rooftops, and I thought it looked so fun. I decided to try it. After falling off of buildings a lot, I thought that maybe I just wasn't strong enough. So I started working out even harder. My current jumping and movement speed is because of that extra training. So, you don't use chakra to enhance yourself? Sakura. I try not to. Why?
Sai.
I can't control my strength very well if I do. My punches are too strong. That was when Tazuna opened the door. Good, you're still here. I was a little worried you would ditch me. Not until the mission's complete. Kakashi. Good to know.
Anyway, come in.
My daughter and grandson are in the living room. Tazuna showed them to said living room. Once they were all inside, Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, and Inari, his grandson, stood up from their places on the sofa and greeted them, though Inari had to be told to say hello. Hello.
I'm Kakashi Hitaki.
Jonin of Team 7. With me is Sasuke Uchiha Ichinen Sakura Haruno. Hi. And Sai hello. Nice to meet you all, she said as she bowed.
I'm Yugao Uzuki, Jounin.
And this is Naruto Uzumaki Genin. We are the Konoha Emergency Response Team. Nice to meet you as well, Yugon-san, Naruto-san. She bowed again. Hehe, you can drop the san. Just call me Naruto, he said with a bright smile. Okay, Naruto. She smiled back at him. Why are you even here? You people aren't heroes. You can't protect anyone. Eh? What was that? Naruto. I said you are not heroes. You can't protect anyone. So why are you here? We're here because Tazuna-san hired us to guard him while he finishes the bridge. Sakura. That's it? You're here because he paid you? Then how about you take your money and leave before Gato kills you? Inari yelled. Look, kid, I'm tired, and we've all had a pretty emotional day. So, how about we all go to sleep and talk about this in the morning? Kakashi. Oh, silly me. Let me show you where you'll be staying tonight, Tsunami said before leading them upstairs. Inari clenched his fists and glared at their backs until they were out of sight. Then he ran outside, and only Naruto saw him. Great, another emo to worry about, he thought. Next day. What do you mean you haven't taught them to tree walk yet? Yugao yelled at Kakashi over breakfast the next day. Sai, can you not yell so early in the morning, Yugao? Kakashi, what have you taught them? Yugao. He's been having us do teamwork exercises. Oh, and he also started us on a new workout regimen, Sakura answered. Yugao's glare got sharper and Kakashi was beginning to sweat. What kind of workout regimen? Yugao. He said it's the one that Naruto got started on, Sakura said before leaning closer to Yugao. You know, before he got carried away with it, she whispered. Groaned Sakura. Could you go wake the boys up and tell them to meet me outside? Please? Yugao. Yes, sensei. Sakura got up from the table and headed upstairs. Kakashi, you're one hell of a ninja, probably one of the best. But you're a shitty teacher, she said before standing up and walking out the front door. Kakashi sat there in silence until the genin all headed outside. Then he stood up and followed them. After the genin formed a line in front of Yugao, she told them what she wanted. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai, the three of you are staying here with me, so I can help you get a better grasp on your chakra control. Then she looked at Naruto. You're going to be guarding Tazuna, understood? Yes, ma'am, they yelled. Kakashi. You go with Naruto. Sai, alright, he agreed. The two of them left Yugao and the genin to their training, while they went inside to get Tazuna. 6 days later, they were sitting down for dinner. Team 7, Team Yugao, and the Tazuna family, when Sakura noticed a picture that she hadn't paid attention to before. Who's that, Tsunami-san? She asked while pointing at a picture of Inari and Kaiza. That's my... choke. That was my husband, Kaiza. Tsunami said. She walked over to the wall and took the picture down. Her eyes grew misty as she looked at the picture.
I'm sorry.
Tsunami smiled at Sakura. It's okay. You didn't know. No, it's not okay. You can't just walk into someone's house and dash Inari. That's enough. She apologized. Tsunami scolded him. Inari got up from the table and ran out the door. Inari, Tsunami went to go after him. I'll get him and bring him back. Naruto stood up from the table. I really think I should be the one to go. Tsunami. Then come with me. I just want to have a talk with him, is all. Okay. She agreed and the two followed after Inari. I really am sorry, Tazuna-san. Don't worry about it, girl. Tazuna shook his head before he went back to eating his meal. With Naruto and Tsunami. The two had been walking through the woods for a while. Tsunami knew where Inari liked to run off to, when they heard sobbing. Let me talk to him first, Naruto said. I don't know. I'm not going to yell at him, if that's what you're worried about. Sai, alright, I'll wait here. Thank you, Tsunami-san. Naruto stepped out into the small clearing. The only thing in the clearing was a tiny pond and a cut-down tree near the pond that Inari was sitting on with his fishing pole. Naruto walked up to the tree and sat down with his back to Inari. What do you want? Inari asked. The hostility in his voice was loud and clear. I wanted to talk to you for a bit. Well, I don't want to talk to you, so leave. Then don't talk. Just listen. Naruto turned around to look Inari in the eye. He was your father. I don't know if by blood or not, but he was. He was also your hero. Don't talk as if you know what it's like. You're from Konoha. I bet the only thing you had to worry about growing up was what you wanted for dinner. What? Did you become a ninja to get back at your parents? Naruto's eyes flashed red for a moment. Sigh, they faded back to blue. You're right, Inari. The only thing I really had to worry about was what I wanted for dinner. See, I knew it. After all, it's not like I had anyone to cook for me. So whatever I wanted I had to make myself. That shut Inari up. I've been an orphan since the day I was born, and the only people in the world that ever cared if I lived or died was my Gigi, the Hokage, and a father and his daughter that own a ramen stand. They were all I had in this world until I became a ninja. Once I did, I made friends. And one day, I decided that I wasn't going to ever lose the people I cared about. Naruto stood up for a second before getting into a push-up position. He started doing push-ups. I was told when I was younger that if I wanted to protect them, I needed to get strong. So I started doing this all day, every day. He got into the sit-up position. No matter what I felt like or how tired I was, I did this for only one purpose: to never lose anyone, the way I lost my parents, to never let anyone I cared about go through what I did. He jumped up. I trained harder than I ever thought possible. And then, I trained even harder. Naruto's eyes had slowly bled red and his pupil turned into a slit. Because I choose to push myself. I'll push myself no matter how difficult it may be or how sad I feel. I chose to keep pushing myself. And if I lose my life protecting the ones I care about, then at least I protected them with my body. With my two fists. Naruto crouched to look Inari in the eye. My question for you, Inari, is, what will you choose when the time comes? Will you fight to protect those you care about? Or stand by and watch as it's all taken away? With that final line, Naruto's eyes returned to normal and he stood up and left the clearing. Tsunami, who had seen the whole thing, silently stood watch over her son for a few minutes before she returned to the house. Inari returned after another half hour. With Naruto. Instead of going back to the house, Naruto went for a walk through the woods. He walked in one direction for about 20 minutes until he came across a river. This must be the river that leads to the bridge, he guessed. You're partially correct, a voice said. Naruto started looking for the voice. He found it in the form of a woman in a pink kimono sitting near the river. Oh, I didn't realize anyone was out here. It's fine. I just came out here to clear my head, the woman said. Can I stay here, or do you want me to go? You can stay, Ninja-san. Thank you, Naruto said with a smile.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
Nice to meet ya.
Asteriski gigle asteriski. I'm Haku.
Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Just call me Naruto. I hate formalities. Very well, Naruto. You know how this goes. Next day. Naruto had overslept the next morning. So instead of him and Kakashi going to the bridge, Yugao and the whole of Team 7 went. Upon arriving at the bridge, they saw that it was covered in mist and the workers had all been knocked unconscious. Form up, team. The genin got into position, while Yugao and Kakashi stood in front of them. Everyone could hear 2 sets of footsteps coming across the bridge. 2 figures emerged from the mist. One was Zabuza Momochi, and the other was a ninja wearing a hunter mask. Where's the blonde brat at Kakashi? He's the only one I want, Zabuza snarled. He's not here, Zabuza. You'll have to settle for us. Kakashi. He and Yugao stepped up to battle. Kakashi lifted up his headband, revealing his Sharingan, while Yugao unsealed her new favorite toy. Is that the second sword? Kakashi. Sure is. How? It's a bribe from the Hokage to get me to stay on as Naruto's sensei.
Ah, understandable.
The 2 charged at Zabuza. Meanwhile, Haku had made their way over to the genin. Greetings, my name is Haku, and I'm here to kill Tazuna-san. Please step aside. Snort, not likely. Sasuke stepped forward. He pulled a kunai out of his pouch and charged, while Sai sent his ink beasts in as support. Tazuna's house. Over at the Tazuna house, Naruto awoke to the sound of yelling. Let go of my mother. Sound of flesh being slapped. The little bastard stabbed me. That was Naruto's cue. He accelerated while everything else slowed down. He quickly got dressed and leaped out of the window to land behind the man holding Tsunami by the throat. He grabbed the arm in question and bent it in the opposite direction. Crack. The man looked as if he was about to scream. He was going so slow. Naruto put his hand over the man's mouth and leaped into the air, carrying the man with him. At the peak of his jump, Naruto pushed the man slightly away, then flip-kicked him in the chest. Though he didn't move much right now, Naruto knew he was already dead. Kicking the air above him, Naruto dove back down to the ground in time to grab the knife the man was going to stab Inari with. He grabbed it by the blade and snapped it, before uppercutting the man, sending him into the sky. Naruto's perception returned to normal, and the guy he left in the sky was sent flying off into the nearby woods at Mach speed. The other man was sent straight up so high even Naruto lost track of him. Naruto looked at Inari, who was standing there with a bruise on his face and a small knife in his hand. I knew you had it in you, Naruto said with a smile. Inari smiled back at him. Tsunami-san, where is everyone? They went with my father to the bridge. Okay, I'll head there now. Is there anywhere you can go to hide? Yes, we can hide at a friend's house in the village for a while. You do that. Naruto started to walk away before he remembered something. Hey, Inari. Yeah. You protected your mother. I guess that makes you a hero now. Huh. Naruto vanished in a burst of speed. My hero, Tsunami squealed while kissing Inari on the head. Mom, Mom, let me go. Mom! Back at the bridge. Sasuke was trapped inside Haku's ice mirror dome. His body was covered with senbon, but he stood unbeaten. Sai had already been knocked out after he tried to get inside the dome to save Sasuke. I asked you to step aside. Panting, I know, but if I step aside now, I can't call myself a ninja. Sasuke's one Tomo Sharingan was blazing in his eyes. Even though he could see Haku move, his body wasn't fast enough to react. Yugao and Kakashi were having a much easier time of dealing with Zabuza with the two of them, though he was still an incredibly difficult opponent, and the two of them were driving him into a corner. I'm truly sorry about this, Haku said as they moved. The senbon in their hand was aimed at Sasuke's vitals when... Smash! Naruto burst through the mirrors and caught Haku by the arm. He turned his body and slammed Haku to the ground. I'm sorry about this too. Naruto drew back to punch Haku when Haku kicked off the ground and flew into the mirrors. Now you're trapped in here with him. Naruto's eyes slowly turned red with a slit pupil. Not exactly. Haku would jump from one mirror to the next, just in time for Naruto to break the mirror they had been in. No matter how many you break, I will just keep making more. We'll see about that. Naruto's speed increased even more. Now all anyone could see inside the dome was a streak of orange light zooming from one mirror to the next. Haku understood what he was doing then. He's trying not to punch me directly. When Naruto got used to his new speed, Sasuke with his Sharingan couldn't see Naruto anymore. All he could see was orange light covering the inside of the dome. Got you. Haku threw senbon at Naruto while they were entering a mirror, which is exactly what Naruto wanted. When Haku entered the mirror and left again, Naruto had finally gotten used to his new speed enough that he was waiting on Haku at the next mirror, and every other mirror afterward. No longer could Haku enter his mirrors as Naruto would always be there. Finally, Naruto had enough fun, so he decided to end it. He suddenly appeared in front of Haku, who was now trapped in the center of the dome outside of his mirrors. Bonk! Naruto knocked Haku on the head hard enough to knock them out. Hee, that was fun. We should do it again sometime. Naruto threw down the senbon he had been catching while chasing Haku around. He lifted Sasuke and Sai into his arms and carried them out of the now melting dome. Don't expect a thanks, Dobe. And don't expect me to say sorry either. Yaemoprik. Naruto carried him over to Sakura, who was still standing guard over Tazuna. Thank you, Naruto. That earned her a smile. Any time, Sakura-chan. That was when they all heard clapping. Even Yugao, Kakashi, and Zabuza, who had managed to hold out against the two of them, stopped fighting to find where the clapping sound was coming from. Edra. An excellent performance, I must say. A short man with gray hair in a fancy suit yelled. What do you want, Gato? I'm handling it. Zabuza. That's the thing, Zabuza. You aren't. So, I decided to keep the money I promised you and give it to these fine gentlemen. Several hundred men stepped out of the mist behind Gato. Laughs. Well then, Kakashi, it seems we don't need to fight anymore. If I'm not getting paid for it, I have no quarrel with you. I still owe that blonde brat of yours an ass-kicking though. Kakashi and Zabuza both had a flashback to what happened during their first meeting. That's completely understandable. Hey, Tazuna. What, Gato? I have nothing to say to you. Where's that pretty daughter of yours? I told you already, all you have to do is give her to me and you'll never have to work again. I'll die first, you bastard. All right, you die, then I'll just go take her. Laughs. He did not just say that. Yugao sat down. What is it, Yugao? Kakashi. That little bastard did not just threaten to take Tsunami away from Inari, did he? Well, it was implied, yes. Why? Suddenly, killing intent, the likes of which very few had ever experienced, came crashing down on them all. Oh, so you're Gato, are you? I am. And who the hell are you, huh? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Genin of Konoha. A genin. Laughs, you had me worried for a minute there. Zabuza, could you get rid of this mist, please? What makes you think I'll do anything you ask, brat? Zabuza, just do what he asks. You're about to see something very few have ever seen. Yugao. Oh, and what's that? Zabuza. A serious Naruto. Damn it. Now I want to see it too. Kakashi. Alright, only because I'm curious now. He and Kakashi ran through hand signs and the mist dispelled in seconds. On one side of the bridge were Gato and his few hundred men, and on the other was Naruto standing by himself. The three Jonin had jumped off the side and ran around behind Naruto. Hey Sakura, the blonde called out as he walked towards Gato's men. Yeah? I'd advise you to look away for a moment. I'm a kunoichi of Konoha. Baka, if they can watch then so can I. Don't say I didn't warn you. Enough of this. Get him then bring me the rest of their heads. Gato. Naruto Uzumaki, serious knife hand. One of Gato's men was just about to reach him when he swung his left arm across his chest. The force of his swing destroyed everything in its path. All of Gato's men had their upper bodies blown away, and over 3 miles of trees in an arc from the point he started his swing was destroyed. The devastation rendered everyone speechless, even Yugao who had seen him do crazy stuff before. And that was when Inari and the villagers showed up, luckily from the opposite side of the bridge. Hey Naruto. We decided we're going to fight for what we care about. Hee yada. Naruto gave them a thumbs up as his eyes and voice returned to normal. So, that's why you started drinking so much, huh, Kakashi? Yeah. Sigh. Can someone please explain to me what the fuck just happened? Zabuza. No, I'm trying not to think about it. Maybe after some sake. Yugao. To hell with it. I'm coming with you. I could use a few bottles of sake. Zabuza. Wait for me. Kakashi. Hey, Yugao-sensei. Sai, what, Naruto? Can I get some help cleaning this up? He motioned to the blood-covered bridge. No, you caused it. You clean it up. You are the hero, remember? Damn it! Naruto yelled as he looked around at the devastation he had caused. After the battle of the bridge, Zabuza and Haku decided to stick around for a while, so they went to the inn to stay until the Konoha ninja left, while making periodical trips over to hang out, aka drink in Zabuza's case. In that time Naruto made an interesting discovery. He had been walking around the town when he bumped into Haku. Literally, the two spoke for a little. Then Haku told Naruto they were on their way over to Tezuna's house. Let's go together then, Naruto yelled. The two had walked for a little while longer, when they bumped into Sakura and Sai. Small town. Oh,
Hey, Haku.
hey Naruto. What's up? Sakura. Hey Sakura-chan. We're heading to Tezuna's house. Naruto. Mind if we come with you? Sakura. Not at all, Sakura-san.
Haku.
Thanks. Sai, don't be rude. Say hello.
Sakura scolded Sai.
Hello, Dickless. Hello. Flat cheese dash pow. Sakura and Naruto watched as Haku stomped past Sai's unconscious body. The two glanced at each other, then back at Sai. I thought only you did that, Sakura-chan. Humph. He got what he deserved. Insulting a woman's body. Like that. Wasn't Haku a guy though? Naruto, I say this not to be mean, but are you stupid or something?
No.
Then, why would you think Haku was a guy? That's what he told me? Naruto said while scratching his head. Sai, never mind, Naruto. Just know that Haku's isn't a guy. How can you tell? I've seen the bandages she uses to cover her breasts. Oh. Wow. Naruto, are you fantasizing about Haku's breasts right now?
No.
Of course not. Okay, she chirped. Then she bent down to grab Sai's ankle and began dragging him towards Tezuna's house. I'd hate to have to tell Hinata that she has some competition, she mumbled. What was that, Sakura-chan? Nothing. Don't worry about it, Naruto. The 2, 3 walked down the road until Tezuna's house came into sight. Yugao, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku were standing around the front door, talking. Hey, Yugao-sensei, we're back. Naruto. Oh, good. Then we can leave now. Yugao. Huh? But the mission isn't finished yet. Naruto. That's what I was just discussing with Kakashi. We are heading back to the village first. He and Team 7 will stay to complete the mission. Yugao. But why now? Naruto. That would be because of us, kid. Zabuza. Huh? What do you mean, Zabuza? Naruto. I asked Yugao if you two would be willing to escort us to Konoha. She agreed under the condition that we go see your Hokage immediately. Zabuza. Why are you going to Konoha? Naruto. Is there a problem with us going to Konoha, Naruto-san?
Haku. No.
No, of course not. I'm just worried is all. You are ninja from another village, after all. Naruto. Technically, only I was a ninja. Haku was never enrolled in the academy, and I happen to be a rogue ninja. As such, I am no longer part of Kirigakure's shinobi force, so there shouldn't be an issue with me going to Konoha, provided no one tries to claim my bounty. Zabuza. That won't be an issue if you're with us. I can bring you inside the village without issue. And, well, no shinobi with half a brain cell will try to antagonize Naruto. She leaned closer to Zabuza. There was an incident a few weeks ago. I'll tell you about it later, she whispered. Right, Zabuza. Haku walked over to Naruto and grabbed his hand. Come on, Naruto-san. I'll help you pack. She pulled him inside the house. Hinata's not going to like this, Sakura mumbled. What was that, Pinky? Zabuza. My name is Sakura, and I said that Hinata isn't going to like this. Who's Hinata? And why should I care what she likes? Zabuza. Sai Hinata Hyuga, she means, she was a classmate of theirs, and she has a slight crush on Naruto. Yugao. Slight? Yugao-sensei, Hinata has more than a slight crush on Naruto, and she doesn't handle competition for his affections well. Sakura. I thought they weren't dating? Yugao. They aren't, as far as I know, but there's a reason none of our female classmates ever asked Naruto out. When we were younger. Sakura. Oh, this sounds interesting. Do tell, Sakura. Kakashi. Don't tell her I said anything. Okay? Promise. They all said. Even Sai. Sai, when Naruto was about 10, I think, there was this girl in our class that developed a crush on him. I get that Naruto isn't the sharpest kunai around, but how have I not heard about this from him yet? He had to have known, right? Yugao. She never got the chance to tell him. Hinata found out first. Sakura. And it isn't like Hinata would do anything to her. That's where you're wrong. Hinata is one of the sweetest girls around until you're a threat to her chances with Naruto. Then, she's every bit the kunoichi you are, Yugao-sensei. Sakura. What happened? Kakashi, who had stopped reading his book. We had a sparring class that day, just us girls, you know. And Hinata challenged her to a fight almost immediately. How'd that go? Kakashi. About as well as you'd expect a pissed-off, highly trained kunoichi in training versus a civilian-born student to go. It was a slaughter, and we all knew why the normally sweet Hinata snapped like that. Sakura. Wait, Hinata, our Hinata Hyuga, scarred an entire class of girls so much that no one else ever wanted to ask Naruto out? Yugao. Or want Naruto asking us out. It's why most of us ignored him. Shivers that girl's scary when it concerns Naruto. Sakura. Laughs. Kakashi and Yugao burst out laughing. Zabuza just looked confused and Sai was still pretending to be knocked out, though he was shaking from suppressed laughter. What? What's so funny? Sakura. Laughs, that was a good one, Sakura. You had us going for a minute there, Yugao said while wiping a tear from her eye. Chuckle agreed. Best joke I've heard in a while. Kakashi. It's not funny. Hinata is really scary. Sakura. Laughs. Sure she is, Sakura. Yugao. Growls, never mind. One day you'll see how scary she can be. Sakura walked into the house. Yugao-sensei? What was that about? Naruto asked as he and Haku walked outside. Chuckles, don't worry about it, Naruto. Sakura was just telling us a story. Are you ready to go? Yugao. Yeah. I've already said goodbye to everyone. Naruto. Good. Let's go then. Kakashi, no more slacking off. Got it? Yugao. Yeah. Have a safe trip. Kakashi walked back inside. Sai was dragged in as well. Let's go. Ichiraku's awaits. Naruto. Sai, don't you ever think of anything besides ramen? Yugao. What else is there? Never mind. The four then set out on their journey to Konoha. Ichiraku's. And to get ramen. Apparently. Konoha. A week later. Upon arriving in Konoha, and after getting ramen, the group of four had a meeting with the Hokage. Zabuza explained their circumstances to the Hokage and asked if he could make Konoha his base camp until such time that the Kirigakure Civil War was over. In return, he would do missions free of charge for Konoha. 2 more conditions. Hiruzen finally said. Sai, what are they? Zabuza. Condition 1. You have to be monitored at all times. Sounds fair. And the other? You have to teach at least 1 swordsmanship class a week, provided you are not on a mission. What? Why? You are one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I would be a fool if I didn't take advantage of this situation.
Asterisco gron asterisco fine.
But no brats. I'll only teach fully trained ninja. Of course. Hiruzen easily agreed. Now, I just need to find some bounties, Zabuza muttered. Hiruzen reached under his desk and pulled out a small black book, which he then tossed to Zabuza. That is Konoha's bingo book. If you bring in any of the ninja in that book, we will pay you their bounty in return. This does not count as a mission and must be done on your own time. Understood. Zabuza slightly bowed his head. Then he and Haku left the room. If you two would excuse me as well. I have another meeting to attend to. Hiruzen. Yes, sir. Yes, Gigi. Naruto and Yugao left the room as well. 2 days later. Naruto was exercising on top of the Hokage mountain when Yugao showed up. Naruto. Yugao. He stopped doing his push-ups to look at her. Oh, hey Yugao-sensei. He pushed off the ground and stood back up. Naruto, I have a mission outside the village for a few days, so I'm sending you with Kurenai and Team 8 on their escort mission. Why? Because I don't trust that if I leave you here unattended, the village will be standing when I return, she said in a deadpan voice. Hey, I'm not that bad. Oh, really? She folds her arms. Where were you this morning? Nowhere. Aha. Then, please explain to me why I got a bill for 15 new Umbu uniforms. Gotta go meet up with Kurenai-sensei now. Bye. He jumped into the air. Snort. I thought that might change your mind. With Hinata. Hinata was waiting with her team for this surprise person. That was supposed to help them on their first C rank. Scoffs. It's probably someone my father hired to keep an eye on me. She rolled her eyes. She understood her father's worry. After all, she was his weak daughter, the worthless heiress, as the elders called her when they thought she couldn't hear. It's not that I'm weak. I just hate hurting people. A rain cloud formed over her head. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? A voice she would recognize anywhere said.
Naruto-kun.
She looked up to find Naruto standing only a few inches away. Eek, she squeaked. She tried to take a step back to put some space between them, but she tripped instead and fell onto her butt. In front of Naruto. Hinata-chan? Are you okay? Naruto yelled before he grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Hinata was staring at the hand he was holding. He's so warm, she thought as her face turned really red. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Are you sick or something? Naruto removed his headband, which let his hair fall down. and touched his forehead to hers. You do feel a little hot, Hinata-chan. Are you okay? He asked. Meanwhile, Hinata's brain was short-circuiting. He said I was hot. Naruto-kun thinks I'm hot. I mean, she's technically correct. Naruto-san. A voice interrupted them. The two of them glanced over. Oh,
Hey, Haku.
what's up? Naruto greeted her. I'm on my way out with Zabuza-sama. Mind talking with me while I wait? She asked. Sure. He smiled, then walked over to where she was standing. Meanwhile, inside Hinata's mind, who's that F*** G skank think she's talking to? H. Haku laughs at something Naruto says and places her hand on his arm. That's it. I'm going to kill that ****. Due to the nature of her thoughts, they have been censored for your protection. Thank you for your understanding. And we now go back to your regularly scheduled program. Alright team and Naruto, are we ready to go? Kurenai asked as she walked up with a dark brown-haired man. Yes, Kurenai-sensei, they answered. Good. This is Shibuki-san. He is our charge for this mission. Any questions? Where are we going, Kurenai-sensei? Kiba. Takigakure, the village hidden by waterfall. Any more questions? Will there be fighting? Hinata. No, at least I don't think there will be. Kurenai. Tisk, Hinata's mad. Any more questions? No? Alright team. Move out. After walking for 10 minutes, Hinata couldn't hide her curiosity anymore.
Sa Naruto-kun.
WH. Who was that? H. That G. Girl you were talking to. Oh, that's my friend Haku. She's great. Snap. Hinata-chan. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't notice the fist-sized hole in the tree Hinata had been walking by. Shino and Kiba sure did though. Kiba slowly walked over to Shino. Hinata's pissed about something, Kiba whispered. Yes, I noticed. Shino. Crash. The two looked back to see that the tree she punched had fallen over. Let's leave her alone with Naruto for a while. That should calm her down. Shino. Don't have to tell me twice. Kiba. 2 days later. Hinata was about to lose her mind. Naruto had talked about nothing but her. Actually, Naruto only mentioned Haku 2 times after that first conversation. Both times were because Kiba asked about her. Sure, if she was Naruto's teammate, she could understand him talking about her. But she wasn't. In fact, Naruto's only known her for 2 weeks. Tops. It's a good thing they were arriving at Takigakure within the next few minutes. Otherwise, Hinata might have strangled Kiba to get him to stop asking about her. Welcome to Takigakure, everyone. Shibuki.
Shibuki-sama.
A girl wearing a white kunoichi outfit, with layered green hair and orange eyes ran up to the group. Hello, Fu. What are you doing out here? Shibuki asked. I came to see you, Shibuki-sama. She smiled at him, though her smile dropped a bit when she saw the others. Quickly returned. I'm Fu. What are your names? Kurenai Yuhi, Jonin of Konoha. Kiba Inuzuka, Jenin. Hello. And this is Akamaru. Say hi, buddy. ****. Kiba waved, so Fu waved back. Naruto Uzumaki, Jenin. Nice to meet ya. Your eyes are pretty, Naruto said, causing Fu to giggle. Creaking sound, Hinata Hyuga. Pleased to meet you, Hinata said with a strained smile. Shino Aburame, Jenin. A pleasure to meet you, Fu-san. Fu stared at Shino for a few seconds, then she took a step closer to him and sniffed the air. Did you know you smell like a bug? She asked.
I'm aware.
Giggle, I like you. Want me to show you where some rare bugs live? Sure. She grabbed his arm and pulled him into the village. Grown. I'm sorry about that, Yui-san. Fu is a bit different. The other ninja looked at Naruto. What? Nothing. The group continued on into the tunnel that hid the entrance. Then the group came to a large waterfall. I'm sorry about this, but please turn around for a moment. Of course. Kurenai nodded. The leaf ninja all turned around. Shibuki ran through 20 hand signs before yelling.
Kai.
The earth rumbled a bit and the waterfall parted for them to pass. The group was walking down the path further into the village, when a group of children ran up to Shibuki.
Shibuki-sama.
Hello. What are you doing out here? Isn't the academy still in session? The youngest of the children, who looked to be about 4, shook her head. We were told to pick up trash. Trash? The oldest one stepped forward, he who looked to be about 10. There was an intruder earlier. They made a mess near the entrance. An intruder? Was anyone hurt?
No, Shibuki-sama.
The intruder didn't make it to the village. They were chased away before they could. I see. He turned to Kurenai. I'm sorry about this, Kurenai-san. Would you mind accepting a mission to help these children? I don't want them going out unguarded. That's fine. The payment can be sent later. Thank you, Kurenai-san. Children, show the nice ninja where the mess was made, and they'll help you. Understood? Yes, Shibuki-sama. Team 8 plus Naruto followed the children back through the tunnel and around a path a ways until they came to a destroyed section of road. Here it is. We're supposed to clean up in this area so our ninja can repair it with earth jutsu. The group had been helping to clean the area for a few hours when they decided to take a lunch break. Shino also returned, though his face was suspiciously red. Naruto-kun, W. Would you like to eat lunch with me? Hinata. Sure, Hinata-chan. Naruto. Hinata offered to share her lunch with Naruto. He declined on the grounds that all he had to give in return was ramen. I know not many people like ramen the way I do, and I would feel bad if I just ate your food, Hinata-chan. But I do like ramen. You do? Yes, see, ever since I went with you to Ichiraku's, she conveniently forgot about Shino. Yata. Alright, Hinata-chan. Naruto dumped out the contents of his bag. Inside was over 10 different flavors of ramen. Pick whichever one you'd like, Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a blinding smile across his face. Whistling sound. Hinata's head started to steam from Naruto's smile. The water shouldn't be boiling already. Naruto looked around for the source of the sound. Oh well, must be hearing things. A few minutes later. Thank you for the meal. Hinata and Naruto were just about to start eating when the ground started to shake. The shaking got so bad that Hinata accidentally dropped her ramen, causing it to spill out onto the ground. I'll be right back, Naruto-kun. Hinata activated her Byakugan for a second before running off into the woods. Hinata-chan? I have more ramen, Naruto yelled. Hinata ran through the woods into the tunnel and dove through the waterfall into the village. From there, she followed the sounds of fighting and her Byakugan until she came across Shibuki fighting against 4 ninja. Hyuga-san, go get help please, Shibuki yelled. Hinata stood there for a few seconds with her hair covering her eyes. Which one of you made the ground rumble like that? The ninja with gray hair stepped forward. What's the matter, brat? Did it scare you? Laughs. You caused me to drop Naruto-kun's ramen? Her head tilted to one side. So what if I whoa? He had to duck as Hinata had leaped at him, her Byakugan blazing in anger. Alright, you little brat. Let's play. He summoned a water whip. Crack, he swung it at Hinata's legs. She jumped over it and dashed at him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She furiously attacked his tenketsu. Anytime one of his partners tried to help him, she either dodged around them or hit them back, until he finally collapsed. The female ninja attacked Hinata next. She also attempted to use a water whip, and it failed just the same. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. She was also incapacitated. Panting. I have been trying for years to work up the courage to ask Naruto-kun to have lunch with me. And you ruined it. She cracked her knuckles and advanced on the two remaining ninja. Gulp, the two glanced at each other. You hold her off. I'm going to get the hero water. Hey, you bastard, you can't just leave me here. Hinata's eyes tracked the fleeing ninja. Oh no, you aren't getting away after ruining my date, lunch? With Naruto-kun. She quickly ran through hand signs. Water style, water needle jutsu. A water vortex formed around her, from which a multitude of needles was fired at the runaway ninja. Each needle fired hit a tenketsu point, rendering him unable to move. Her eyes focused on the remaining ninja. Nervous chuckle. Would it matter if I apologized? Yes.
I'm sorry.
So very sorry. He quickly bowed his head. Thank you, Hinata said with a smile. Then he was assaulted with water needles, also rendering him unable to move. Content Sai Few. I had more stress built up than I thought, Hinata said as she went on her way. I hope Naruto-kun has more ramen. Shibuki, who had been forgotten about, was terrified. They were jonin, was all he could get out, before he passed out from his injuries.
Shibuki-sama.
The other ninja arrived to help him. Back with Naruto. Hinata had returned to see that Naruto had made her another bowl of ramen. There you are. Hinata-chan. You ran off so fast that I thought I'd done something wrong. Giggle, no, you didn't do anything wrong, Naruto-kun. I just had some trash to throw out. Hey, Hinata-chan. You didn't stutter that time. Naruto cheered. He grabbed her hands and spun her around in celebration. Hinata was so happy Naruto was holding her hand that she passed out with a smile on her face. Ha! Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan? About 30 minutes later, Fu arrived. Hey! Hey, Fu! Naruto yelled. Hello! The rest said. I was asked to inform you that your mission has been completed. Shibuki-sama sends his regrets, but he cannot show you off himself, so he sent me to do it. She walked with the group about a mile from the village before pulling Shino aside. Bye, Shino-san. I'll see you soon. She winked at him, before leaving the group to find their own way home. The other Leaf Ninja looked at each other, then back at Shino. All right, Shino. Arf, Kiba and Akamaru. Chuckles, good going, Shino. Karinai. See. Congrats, Shino. Hinata. Huh? What happened? Naruto. Group sigh, nothing, Naruto. They all started walking away. Shino was actually grateful that Naruto had distracted them. What? Hey, what did I say? Hokage's office. Knock, knock. Hiruzen looked up from the mission report he was going through. Yes. Hokage-sama, Naruto Uzumaki, is here to see you. His assistant said through the door. Ah, send him in. He opened one of his desk drawers and pulled out a file labeled Uzumaki. The door opened and Naruto was shown in. He walked up to Hiruzen's desk and saluted. At ease, Naruto. Hiruzen. You wanted to see me, Gigi? Naruto. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and looked at Naruto. Then he opened the file and began reading through it. Subject has shown incredible physical prowess, capable of at least jonin levels of strength and speed. However, his true strength and speed are unknown, as he has never been seen to struggle in doing his feats, even when he used a move dubbed as the Serious Knife Hand, which destroyed over 3 miles of woodlands and killed several hundred mercenaries. True number unknown. He only seemed to put minimal effort into his blow. His chakra did not fluctuate before or after its use. As such, I conclude that he is capable of much more destructive feats than he has allowed me to observe. Hiruzen looked back at Naruto. Gigi, what was that? Naruto. That was an excerpt from Yugao's regular jonin report on you. Hiruzen. She's been spying on me? Naruto asked. He seemed to be slightly hurt from this discovery.
No.
It's standard procedure. Every jonin sensei must file this report once a week. It's used to help me understand where their student is, skill-wise. Hiruzen. Oh, what else does it say about me? The hurt seemed to have faded a bit after Hiruzen's explanation. Now he's just curious. It also says, and this is a direct quote, Naruto is ready, in my opinion, to be advanced to the rank of Chunin. At your discretion, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen. Yata. I'm going to be a Chunin. Naruto jumped into the air in celebration. Chuckle, not so fast, Naruto. Hiruzen. Ha! Naruto stopped celebrating. It says, at your discretion, Hokage-sama. And I don't think you're ready, just yet. Hiruzen. Ah, but Gigi. Naruto. There is a way you can prove to me that you are ready, however. Hiruzen said. A small smirk formed on his face. Name it, Gigi. I'll do whatever I have to. Naruto. Laughs. I had a feeling you would say that. Hiruzen stood up and walked over to a storage room adjacent to the office. Follow me, he called, Naruto jogging to catch up. You are aware the Chunin exams begin next week, yes? Hiruzen. Yeah, Yugao-sensei told me about it a few days ago. Naruto. Good. That saves us some time. Hiruzen entered the storage closet and began to look for something. The Chunin exams are problematic. Hiruzen. How so? Naruto. As they are jointly held between the 5 great villages, there will be numerous foreign ninja within our walls. Hiruzen. Oh, that could be bad. Naruto. An understatement, if anything. With the arrival of foreign ninja, old grudges and rivalries are bound to rear their heads, despite knowing that it could get them in trouble. Hiruzen. So, they start fights? Wouldn't that get them in trouble with their Kages? Naruto.
Asterisco sai no.
In fact, the other Kages usually encourage them to act out their aggression. Hiruzen. What? Why would they do that? Naruto. Because years ago, back when the villages first signed the treaty that allows any village not currently engaged in war with the hosting village to join in their Chunin exams, a rule was put into place. Hiruzen. What kind of rule? Naruto. A rule that stated, there it is, that the hosting village gets to enforce their own rules, as long as the ninja involved are not seriously harmed in the process. The foreign Kage will not interfere in their punishment. Hiruzen pulled a medium-sized box off a shelf near the back of the storage closet and motioned for Naruto to follow him back into his office. What does this have to do with me? Naruto. I'm getting to that. You see, usually the ANBU handle our security. This time, however, someone else will be our security. Hiruzen sat the box down on his desk and opened it. Who's that? Naruto. Hiruzen stepped to the side to allow Naruto to see inside the box. Inside was a blank face mask and gray vest. You, Hiruzen. What? Naruto yelled, his eyes getting comically big. I said, you are our security this year. Hiruzen got a very scary smile on his face. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm giving you my express permission to... His smile got even bigger, almost to the point of splitting his face. Prank the living hell out of anyone who dares step out of line in my village. Realization dawned on Naruto, and he grew a similar smile to Hiruzen's. Consider it done, Gigi. Naruto. Chuckle, that's my boy. A week later, Teams 7 through 10 had all arrived at the academy, with Team 9 arriving first and 7 last. So, we're all here. Huh. Sakura. Yep. You nervous? Forehead. Ino. Not as much as you are, Ino Pig. The two started glaring at each other. Yash, ladies. Please, there's no need to fig dash. Lee. Stay out of it, bushy brow. They yelled. Sigh. So your team has an annoying girl too? Eh? Shikamaru asked Sasuke. HNN. Sasuke nodded. Hey, she's the annoying one. They pointed at the other. Snicker, hey, check out the comedy act. A stone ninja pointed out the Konoha rookies. Several other ninja teams looked as well. A few snickered, some outright laughed. but most just ignored them in favor of focusing on the trials ahead. The ones who did mock the rookies soon earned their ire. You better watch your mouth, or else. Growl, Kiba. The rock ninja swaggered up to the Konoha ninja, sure in his ability to win in a fight. They were still kids while he was almost 17. Or else what? He glared at Kiba. Hey Naruto, a little help here man? Kiba asked after noticing just how big the guy was. When he didn't get a response, he started looking around, which caused the other rookies to look for him as well. Speaking of, where is Naruto? Didn't he qualify for Chunin as well? Ino. Munch, of course he did. He's probably just running late. Choji. I don't know. I overheard Yugao-sensei and Kurenai-sensei talking the other day. They said Naruto was doing something else instead of participating this year. Shino. Ga. Ino grabbed her chest. Shino, you scared me. How long have you been here? A rain cloud formed over Shino's head and he started drawing circles on the floor with his finger. Hinata was patting his back. Ino-san. That's mean. Shino-san came with us. Hinata. Oh, sorry. Shino. Ino. It is fine. I'm used to it. The cloud grew bigger. Hey, stop ignoring me, you brats. The stone ninja yelled. He decided to take his anger out on Kiba, who was the closest, by swinging his fist at Kiba's head. Pat, suddenly a ninja wearing a blank mask and a gray vest appeared between the two and caught the stone ninja's fist.
No.
Bad ninja, the masked ninja said before he flicked the stone ninja on the forehead. The impact sent him flipping backward and into a wall 10 feet away, mostly unharmed. Silence followed Naruto's appearance, though only the rookies recognized him because of his hair sticking out. Let that be a lesson for all of you. Don't attack each other unless told otherwise by a proctor. A trench coat wearing ninja appeared. Hey, you can't let him get away with that, one of the other rock ninja yelled. Oh, and why not? He attacked my teammate. Your teammate broke the rules. He has been punished accordingly. Who are they to decide punishments? They are this year's security force. Anyone caught breaking the rules will be dealt with by them. Asterisk laughs asterisk. This little brat is a security force? What's he guarding, a preschool? This caused a majority of the other contestants to laugh. Minus the sand team. I'd be careful insulting them if I were you. That little brat has a bit of a temper. Is that so? All right, a sound ninja said as he was walking up behind Naruto. He swung his fist in a backhanded motion and hit Naruto on the side of his head with his gauntlet arm, but Naruto didn't move as he expected him to. Shouldn't have done that. The ninja inside the room all looked at the voice. Shouldn't have done what? The sound ninja asked. You shouldn't have pissed him off, Sasuke said from his and the other rookies' spot on the other side of the room. Eh? The sound ninja asked, right before Naruto's arm shot out and grabbed him by the face. He said, you shouldn't have pissed me off. Naruto and the sound ninja vanished in a burst of speed. Where'd they go? Another sound ninja yelled, only to be surprised when his teammate was returned only a few seconds later, covered in glue and feathers, with a rubber beak fastened to his nose. Ah! The ninja started to freak out. His teammates rushed over to calm him down. To no avail, he just kept repeating so much orange, over and over. The ninja all stared at him, wondering what could have possibly happened in the few seconds he was gone. That's the second lesson for you. Don't piss off our security or you'll end up like him. Now, sit down and shut up, Ibiki yelled, causing everyone to quickly find their spots, even the panicking ninja. Now, my name is Ibiki Marino, and I am the first proctor. Ibiki started walking around the room. My assistant will pass out these 2 sheets of paper to everyone. You are not to flip them over until I say so. Failure to comply will result in punishment. The other ninja shivered and the sound ninja screamed. Once I give you permission to begin, you will have 20 minutes to complete the provided questions. When you get to the final question, do not answer it until I say so. Is that understood? Yes, they all shouted. Good, your time starts now. Begin. This part is just like canon, without Naruto's intervention, so we'll skip ahead a bit. After the first exam. Crash. A window exploded inward, and a smoke bomb went off. Suddenly, a sign was hung up on the wall at the front of the room that said, "The sexy and single Anko Mitarashi," and then in little orange letters it said, "Blasphemer against ramen. Naruto, you damned brat. One day you'll forget about ramen and accept the true food of the gods." Dango, she screamed. The blank-masked ninja reappeared for a second, flipped her the double bird, then vanished again. Just you wait, brat. I'll draw you over to my side one day. Anko. Sigh, Anko, must you do this now? Ebiki. Yes, I must. Naruto, that blasphemer, dared to leave ramen packages all over my apartment this morning. And to make matters worse, he, she started to tear up. The other ninja were all wondering what Naruto had done to this poor woman. He threw out my dango. She started crying, causing everyone to face fault. Damn it, Anko, pull yourself together. You have a job to do, Ebiki. But my dango, Anko. Sigh, if it'll shut you up. I'll buy you more dango right after you begin the next exam. All right, Ebiki. Her tears dried up instantly and she continued from where she left off. I'm the second exams, Proctor. Meet me at Training Ground 44 in 10 minutes or you're disqualified. She vanished in a whirlwind of leaves. The examinees all got up and ran out the door, leaving Ibiki alone. I wonder if I can convince Yugao and Kurenai to pay for her dango. She is their friend and Naruto is Yugao's student. He wondered while walking out the door. Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death, is one of the most dangerous places on the planet, and we're sending you brats in there for 1 week, Anko said while picking her teeth with a dango stick. What? The gathered genin yelled. Now, no need to get so loud. After all, death is only one of the things it's known for. Anko. What else is in there? Ino. Roar. The ground shook and thunder boomed in the background. There are a few animals in there as well. No worries, though. Our security guard has graciously volunteered to go in with you. Should you feel yourself to be in serious danger, she held up a flare. You can fire this into the air, and he will come running. The genin looked at a tied-up Naruto sitting on the ground. He had a sign strapped to his chest that said, I will not cause my sensei to lose any more money. Right? Volunteered. Then what happens? Lighting ninja. You will be escorted from the training ground, and your team will be disqualified from the competition. So, it's either fail or die. Not much of a choice, is there? Grass ninja. You always have a choice. In this case, you have 3 choices. She held up 3 fingers. Fight and possibly die. 1 finger went down. Run away. 2nd finger or surrender and fail. Last one. Take a few moments to decide who gets the flare. Once you have decided, that person may come and take one from the table. A few minutes passed by as the genin all talked about who would get the flare. Then a line formed as they received their flares. When you get a flare, also, take the stack of papers under it. Ino, who had been chosen to hold her team's flare, picked up the papers and began looking through them. What are they for? She asked. Basic legal stuff. They state that neither myself nor Konoha is responsible for any injuries or loss of life that may occur during the course of this exam, she said with a smile. Gulp. Oh, Ino. Next, I want all team to line up at the tent off to my right. Inside, you will be given a scroll. This scroll for the week you are inside is your life. Do not lose it, and do not open it until you reach your end goal. Which is Grass *cough Orochimaru cough *ninja. To take the scroll you need from an enemy team. Then, make your way to the center of the forest. Why there? Rock ninja. In the center of the forest is a tower, and this tower will be the location of your 3rd exam. Any more questions?
No.
All right. Line up and get your scrolls as well as your target. Anko-sensei, what target? Oh, did I forget to mention that only one team has your opposite scroll? Each team will be told who has the scroll they need. It is then your job to take it from them by any means necessary. Have fun, she chirped before walking over to Naruto. Come on, Blondie, take a bite. She waved a dango stick under his nose. Never. I will not betray my ramen. For the love of God, it's just noodles. Gasp. Blaspheming harlot. You take that back.
No.
I don't think I will. Admit it, Blondie. Dango is just better than ramen. You bitch. I'll get you back for this. Just you wait. One day you'll see the error of your ways. And ramen will lead you to the promised land. Dango's better. Ramen. Dango. Naruto gets a smirk on his face. Dango. Ramen. Dango's better and that's final. No, ramen's better. I agree, ramen is better. You little shit. Dango's better. The two argued back and forth, while the genin were getting their scrolls. Team 7's target was the Grass Ninja. That's just unlucky. Team 8's target was the Rain Ninja. Team 9's target was the Rock Ninja. And Team 10's target was the Lighting Ninja. Ahem, Anko-san. The genin are ready to begin. A chunin interrupted Anko and Naruto's argument. The two glared at each other for a few seconds. This isn't over, Blondie. Anko.
Likewise, ya habla dijiten.
Naruto. She walked over and picked up the microphone. All right, the second exam begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The gates opened and the teams dashed inside. You know the rules, Blondie. Don't help unless they use the flare. Anko. Yeah. Yugao-sensei already told me. Need me to cut you loose? Nah, I'm just a clone. The real me has been in there since you walked off a few minutes ago. Poof. I'm gonna get that brat one day. Anko. The next day. Already, 3 out of the 11 teams had been eliminated. 2 teams had arrived at the tower. The team from Suna, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, and Team 9. Unluckily, one of the teams from Grass had been wiped out except for one survivor, a red-haired girl named Karen, who was now resting at the tower under ANBU guard. The reason for her being under guard? The other Grass Ninja had been found dead with their faces removed, so when Naruto brought her in, she was placed under guard for her protection, and so they could question her. Anko, after being called to the scene of the murder, dashed into the forest in search of her ex-sensei. Unfortunately for her, however, Orochimaru was preoccupied. Yikes. Calm down. What's wrong with you anyway? All I said was the guard had a nice bada. Orochimaru, still in his female guise, was currently running from a really irate Hinata Hyuga. He had just gotten a sample of Shino's Kikichu for study, before he tracked down Sasuke, when he figured he would also try to get a sample of Hinata's blood. Trying to study the Byakugan, he made the mistake of trying to girl talk about Naruto, Rita's gossip, to distract her. Hinata was unamused. Come back here, you slippery bitch. Hinata yelled after Orochimaru had managed to slip away from her. Shino. Kiba. Yes. I thought she was the timid one? Arf, Akamaru agrees. So did I. Does she scare you too, buddy? Kiba looked up at Akamaru, who was inside his hood. Why? She scares me as well. Shino. With Orochimaru. Damn, that Hyuga's kinda scary. Reminds me of that other Hyuga female that was obsessive about Hayashi-chan. What was her name? Again. An image of a woman with long purple hair flashed through his mind. Shivers, right? Her. She's still the cause of some nightmares. Oh well, let's go find Sasuke-chan now. With Team 7. They were running around the forest looking for the Grass team. Orochimaru, who was now looking for them as well. when they came to a stop on one of the large tree branches. What's wrong, Sasuke-kun? Sakura. We're gonna take a break here. No sense in running ourselves ragged on day 2. Besides, they have to find us as well. Chuckle how right you are, Sasuke-chan. Orochimaru landed on the branch in front of them. Sasuke and Sai got into battle positions while Sakura turned around to guard their backs. Tell your teammates to come out, and we'll do this the right way. Sasuke. Chuckle teammates? Oh, you mean this body's teammates? Yeah. They're dead. Dead. I'm not here for the exam, Sasuke-chan. I'm here for you. Orochimaru yanked the grass ninja's face off and showed his real face. I take it that means you're not part of the exams, Sasuke asked. That's right. So, you're breaking the rules, right now? Yes, I knew you Uchihas could be dumb. But are you really so stupid that you need to ask? No, I just wanted to be sure before I did this. Sasuke ran through hand signs. Naruto, we have a rule breaker, Sasuke yelled. Then he sent a massive fireball up into the air. Really, Sasuke-chan? Are you calling for the guard? Where's your Uchiha pride? Huh? Orochimaru dashed at Sasuke. Instead of running like he thought they would, Team 7 stood their ground. Fine. Make this easy for me **wham. Orochimaru was tackled so hard the scroll he had in his robe spun in the air for a few seconds, before falling onto the branch. Neither Orochimaru or Naruto were anywhere to be seen. Sai walked over to the scroll and pocketed it, after making sure it was the one they needed. Let's head to the tower, shall we? Right. With Naruto. Naruto had Orochimaru by the throat and he was running the forest. He had been told about him being in the forest by Anko only a few hours ago. So when he heard Sasuke yell about a rule breaker, he had an idea of who it was. He was moving so fast that, although to Naruto several seconds had passed, Orochimaru still had yet to react. Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower and dove through the open window, with Orochimaru, where he finally slowed down enough that Orochimaru could react. What happened? He yelled. He kicked and punched trying to make Naruto let go of his throat. They had no effect on him, though. GG, I caught a rule breaker in the forest. So I see Naruto. Orochimaru, what are you doing in my village? Chuckle oh. Hey sensei, long time no see, you got old. And you got even weirder. I'd rather be old. I'd rather be weird. Same. Naruto, please don't agree with the psychopath. Hiruzen glared at Naruto. Sorry, Gigi. Answer the question, Orochimaru. Why are you here? Hiruzen stood up from his desk and walked until he was nose to nose with Orochimaru. So scary, sensei. It's almost like you're not happy to see me. That's because I'm not. Hiruzen deadpanned. He walked back over to his desk. Naruto. Yes, Gigi? I made a promise to one of my students a few years back, that if I ever saw you again, Orochimaru, I wouldn't kill you. I intend to honor that promise. Naruto, you kill him. Roger that, Gigi. Naruto grabbed the top of Orochimaru's head, while holding his neck with the other hand. Wait. Don't kill him -- ripping sound. Naruto tore Orochimaru's head from his body. His head and body burst into flames and a note fell out of his chest, which Hiruzen then picked up and read. Sorry, sensei.
I'm immortal.
Be seeing you soon. It had a crudely drawn Orochimaru at the bottom giving them the finger. Sai, why did all of my students turn out so odd? I'm not odd, Gigi. Sai, why did all of my students and you turn out so odd? You must have infected us with your oddness, Gigi. Then Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto. Back at the tower. The week ended with the passing of 7 teams. Teams 7 through 10 made it. The Suna team passed on the first day. The Sound Ninja passed. And a Konoha team consisting of Kabuto, Misumi, and Yoroi also passed, though Kabuto immediately forfeited. Wow, 7 teams passed my exam. I must say, I'm surprised. I thought more of you would have died. Anko. Yes, Anko. Your exam must not have been as difficult as you believed it to be. Ebiki. Says the guy who let so many genin advance in the first place. What's that say about you, Escarhead? Ibiki glared at Anko. Enough, Hiruzen. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen stood up from his chair to say a few words to the genin. I would like to congratulate all of you for making it this far. Unfortunately, you cannot rest just yet. Groan. Because so many of you passed the first two exams. Your third exam has been delayed until next month, and a preliminary shall be held today. What are we doing, Hokage-sama? Sakura. Hiruzen motioned to a large blackboard. Two names will appear on this screen. The two chosen will fight until one fighter yields, is unable to continue, or is killed. All contestants must listen to the proctor of this exam, Hayate Gecko. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Is that clear? Yes. Good. Let the preliminaries begin. First match. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akado. The two fighters made their way down to the arena floor. You sure you're ready for this, Uchiha? Yoroi. Yon asterisk. Yeah. Can we skip the bragging and just get this over with? Yoroi snarled at Sasuke. You really should focus, Uchiha. It would be a shame if you got hurt because you weren't paying attention. Yoroi. Whatever you say. Hey Proctor, can we get this started already? Sasuke. Cough, are both fighters ready? I'm ready to kill you, Uchiha. Sure. Cough, begin. The two dashed at each other. Sasuke's Sharingan was blazing in his eyes, and Yoroi's hands were glowing blue. Yoroi swiped at Sasuke's head, and it was ducked, but it did manage to brush Sasuke's hair. Some of my chakra vanished. Sasuke. Surprised? Uchiha? With just a touch, I can steal all of your chakra H. While Yoroi was explaining his ability, Sasuke took advantage and kicked Yoroi between the legs, hard. Loud squeak asterisk Yoroi collapsed to his knees and looked up at Sasuke, who was staring into his eyes. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to talk during a fight? Sasuke. Yoroi nodded yes. He couldn't speak yet. You should have listened. Sasuke brought his leg up and kicked Yoroi in the face. He collapsed backward, unconscious. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The gathered ninja clapped, if trepidatiously. After returning to his team, Sasuke was approached by Kakashi. That was a good fight, Sasuke. Thanks, sensei. Second match, Zaku Abumi versus Shino Aburame. They made their way down to the arena. You better give me a good fight, Leaf Nin. Zaku. Shino. What's the matter, are you scared, Leaf Nin? Zaku. Cough, are both fighters ready? I'm ready. Yes. Begin. Zaku immediately felt something was wrong, as his chakra was being drained rapidly. What did you do? Zaku. Zaku pointed his arms at Shin and pushed chakra into the holes in his palms. Answer me, you bastard. Zaku. Fine then. I'll kill you and figure it out myself. Zaku.
Asterisk decapitating airwaves. Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
Screams asterisk. Zaku's arms exploded into chunks and he passed out from the pain. Silence filled the room as everyone tried to figure out what happened. Winner, Shino Aburame. Shino made his way back to his team. Hey Shino. Kiba. Yes. What did you do to him? I sent my Kikachu to investigate him after our names were chosen. They found the holes on his palms, and I deduced that they must have had some use. So I had them enter the holes and fill them up. The rest is obvious. Nervous chuckle asterisk. Right, obvious. Match 3, Misumi Tsurugi versus Kankuro. Just like canon. Winner Kankuro. Match 4, Sakura Haruno versus Temari. Good luck, Sakura. Sasuke. Good luck, washboard-pow. Thanks, Sakura said before making her way down to the arena floor where Temari was already waiting. Sigh, great. I get the pinky. Temari.
Hello. I'm Sakura Haruno.
It's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a bow. Temari, likewise, and nothing personal, okay? Sakura's brow started twitching, but she nodded. Cough, fighters ready? Yes. Begin. Sakura pulled out a kunai and charged at Temari, who was taking the fan off of her back. Once I have fully opened this fan, you will lose. We'll see about that. I didn't train my ass off for nothing. Temari swung her still-closed fan at Sakura once she had gotten close, but Sakura slid under it on her knees. Then Sakura came up swinging. Swish swish asterisk Temari grabbed her arm and threw her away, though Sakura flipped, landed on her feet, and charged back in. The two engaged in taijutsu, and though Temari obviously had the upper hand, Sakura's recent training was allowing her to hold her own. Pow! A punch Sakura threw had snuck in and caught Temari on the chin. Temari shook a little, but then planted her feet and smacked Sakura away with her fan. You're not bad. Temari opened her fan to the first moon. I could say the same of you, Sakura returned after jumping back to her feet. The two continued to fight in close range, with Sakura trying to ensure she couldn't use her fan, and Temari wanting to keep her away. Temari swung her fan again and caught Sakura in the stomach. The blow sent her tumbling back before she slid to a stop, in a crouched position. Temari opened her fan to the second moon. Is that all you got, Pinky? Temari taunted. Hardly. Sakura charged back in. This girl honestly isn't bad. A few more years of training and she could become a serious threat, Temari thought. A few more exchanges passed before Temari got serious, and she opened her fan completely. Sorry about this, Pinky. Like I said, nothing personal. Wind style. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. A huge tornado of wind assaulted the charging Sakura and lifted her into the air. Screams. Sakura yelled from the pain of the blades slicing through her skin. She was held there for 10 seconds before the jutsu was cancelled, and she fell to the ground. Call the fight, Proctor. She's done FO-bang. Sakura had used the last of her strength to do one last charge at Temari and punch her in the face. The blow sent Temari to the ground, then Sakura passed out. Temari stared at her from her position on the ground. Cough, winner, Temari. Temari quickly stood back up and walked over to her brothers. You're an embarrassment, Gaara said after she reached them. But Gaara, I dash. No. You almost lost to trash like her. You're lucky we still need you, or I would have offered you to Mother already. Temari felt a chill run down her spine. So, she hung her head and hoped her brother wouldn't ignore orders and just kill her anyway. Next match. Tenten versus Ino Yamanaka. Ino hasn't been training like Sakura has, so she quickly lost. Winner Tenten. Next match. Shikamaru Nara versus Kin Tsuchi. Same as canon. Winner, Shikamaru Nara. Next match, Kiba Inuzuka versus Sai. Alright Akamaru, let's do this, buddy. I forfeit. Kiba, who had been about to jump over the railing, lost his footing and fell to the ground. Cough, are you sure? Yes, I have faced Kiba many times, and know that I cannot win. Very well. Winner, Kiba Inuzuka. Next match, Niji Hyuga versus Choji Akamichi. Niji hummed as he made his way to the arena. Wish me luck, guys. Choji also made his way down. Cough, fighters ready? Yes. Begin. Multi-size jutsu. Choji expanded himself into a ball, then started rolling toward Niji at high speed. Bullet tank jutsu. Hup Niji jumped over Choji and lightly struck. His finger hit a tenketsu that caused Choji to lose focus. He then continued to roll until he hit a wall head first and was knocked unconscious. Kaffa, winner, Niji Hyuga. Niji made his way back to his teammates, and Choji was carried off the arena floor. Next match, Hinata Hyuga versus Dosu Kinyuta. Dosu made his way down to the arena first. Hinata, on the other hand, was so nervous that she started hyperventilating. Hinata, Kurenai barked.
Yes, sensei.
You don't have to do this if you don't want to. But I do want to. I'm tired of being weak. Then let me give you a hand. Kurenai formed a hand sign and Hinata went glass-eyed for a few seconds. Sensei, what are you doing? Kiba. Hinata came out of her trance. Her eyes were blazing with fury. You dare! She jumped down from the balcony to the arena floor below. Seriously, what did you do? I showed her something she really didn't want to see. Kiba looked at her confused, but Shino seemed to understand. Sensei, you're cruel. Shino. I know. Kurenai. Can someone explain it to me, please? Kiba yelled. Simple. I showed her Naruto losing his first kiss to that Dosu kid. Loud scream. Kiba, who had his back to the arena, looked at the faces of those around him, before deciding that he really didn't want to see what Hinata was doing to that poor guy. That was supposed to be mine. Another loud scream, followed by crying.
Winner, Hinata Huga.
Please don't kill me. I haven't had sex with Yugao yet. Hey! Hey! Yugao. The other Jonin all looked at her. The genin did too. What? It's not for lack of trying on my part. He wanted to wait until we were married. She averted her eyes. Everyone answered. Due to the graphic nature of the scene, Dosu's body has been blurred out for your protection. Thank you for your understanding. Next match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara of the Desert. Same as canon. Winner, Gaara of the Desert. Gaara's sand was still going for Lee, so the Jonin all jumped down and intercepted it. So Gaara's sand picked out a new target, Naruto, who had also jumped down. Naruto stood still as the sand wrapped around him and covered everything except his head. D. Gaara yelled in a manic voice. Sand coffin. Sand funeral. Asterisk. The gathered genin all screamed while the Jonin tried to interfere, but they were pushed back. Naruto, Hiruzen yelled. Yes, Gigi? After hearing him calmly respond, everyone looked at him and noticed that he was looking around confused. Are you okay, Naruto? Kurenai. Oh, yes, I'm fine. It's actually really warm in here. Sand Funeral Gaara tried his jutsu again, but he received the same result. Having trouble performing? Don't worry. It happens to everyone. Well, not to me, but Naruto Imperial Sand Funeral. Even more sand swarmed around Naruto and tried to crush him. Naruto was unimpressed. You done yet? My legs went to sleep. Loud yell. Sand started to move towards Gaara. Run! Temari yelled. She, her brother, and some of the other genin all moved away from the arena floor. That's when Naruto just walked out of the sand coffin. Yawn. I'm kinda sleepy now. He disappeared from his spot and moved to just behind Gaara. Thwack! Naruto bonked him on the head so hard his sand armor broke, and he was knocked unconscious. No, don't if you do that. A loud rumble shook the ground, and Gaara's eyes shot back open. I'm free laughs. Gaara looked at the surrounding ninja. Die! Smack! Naruto smacked him so hard his face went through the concrete floor and was stuck there. You should really calm down. You'll hurt your throat talking like that. Naruto. The surrounding ninja were all shell-shocked, though the younger ninja didn't know what had just happened. Besides Naruto doing something weird, the older ninja all recognized it for what it was. He's a Jinchuriki. You Sand Ninja. I'd like a word with you in my office after this is over. Yes, sir. The Hokage sat back down in his chair. He stood up because he was worried for Naruto. Attention, everyone. The proctor will now allow each of you to pick a piece of paper out of this box. On it is the name of the opponent that you will face in 1 month's time. Hiruzen. One by one, the genin all took a piece of paper. Temari also took one for Gaara since they hadn't disqualified him yet. Now, starting from left to right, read out your opponent's name. Sai Temari, Shikamaru, Gaara, Sasuke. Kankuro, Kiba, Hinata, Niji, Shino, Tenten. Good. You are dismissed. Your Jonin instructors will give you the information you need for your next exam. Hiruzen. Everyone filed out of the tower, except those who were in the medical wing, and the San siblings who were ahem interviewed by the Hokage and his ANBU. I'm sure this is where Gigi said he would be. Naruto was walking around the hot springs wall looking for some guy called Jiraiya. Hiruzen had told Naruto earlier that morning that it was time to learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra, so was sent to find this Jiraiya guy. Perverted giggle. Naruto heard something from above him. Looking up, he saw a large white-haired man crouching on a tree branch. Oh, you naughty girls, giggle. Excuse me? Not now, boy. Can't you see I'm busy? The man was writing in a small notebook. What are you doing up there? I'm researching, now go away. Huh? What are you researching? Tree bark. Why does it matter? Quiet murmurs. Naruto looked at the wall, then back at the man. He's peeping on the women in the hot springs, Naruto realized. Getting a smirk on his face, Naruto walked away. A few seconds later, a blonde-haired woman in an orange jumpsuit walked into the hot springs. Thought that brat would never leave. Now, where were we ladies looking over the hot spring wall? He saw a woman walk over to one of the women inside and point in his direction. The woman looked, and upon see Jiraiya, she screamed. Peeper! That drew the attention of the kunoichi inside. Oh, that's not good. But those bouncing breasts, the kunoichi caught Jiraiya before he could run and pummeled him into the ground. Grown Naruto, now back in his male form, was crouched in front of Jiraiya. I'm guessing you're the guy Gigi sent me to find. Jiraiya glared up at the blonde. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki, Genin, soon to be Chunin, and I really dislike perverts. Nice to meet you. I take it that's why you ratted me out. To stop me from researching? Jiraiya asked while standing back up. No, I ratted you out because it was funny. If I actually wanted to stop you, I would have done it myself. Oh ho, the brat thinks he's tough. Jiraiya smirked down at Naruto. No, I just know I could have stopped you if I wanted to. Oh, do tell. I'm just dying to hear how a brat like you could have stopped me. Naruto returned Jiraiya's smirk. Like this, suddenly, Jiraiya was no longer looking at a blonde in a jumpsuit. Instead, he was looking at the sky and clouds above. Ha! Jiraiya quickly looked around and discovered that he was actually eyeing the sky, right over the woman's hot spring. Splash! Jiraiya landed in the hot spring's water and floated face down for a moment before standing up. So, you didn't get enough earlier. Ha! Naruto heard the women commence the beatdown, so he sat down under the tree to wait. Jiraiya screams. The smirk on Naruto's face got even larger. About 10 minutes passed before Jiraiya was thrown back over the wall and slid to a stop in front of Naruto. Having fun. I hate you, brat. That's nice. So anyways, Naruto stands up. Gigi wants to see us. Jiraiya lifted his head to better glare at Naruto. Why should I care what your Gigi wants? Because he's the Hokage, and you're in his village. Naruto started walking away. Hey, wait up! Jiraiya ran to catch up. How'd you do that? A teleportation jutsu?
No.
Bloodline that allows you to move people? Nope. You ate a mystical fruit that allows you to put anyone you touch into a bubble and repel them at extreme speeds? That's ridiculous. Also no. Then, how? I threw you. You? Threw me. Yep. Huh. Well, that's boring. I preferred the fruit explanation more. That's not possible, though. Meanwhile, over with Luffy and the gang. Take this, Kuma. Gomo Gomo no smack. Asterisk. Luffy was sent flying away due to Kuma's devil fruit. You're right, Sai, a man can dream though. Jiraiya asked Naruto questions all the way to the Hokage's office. Knock knock. Asterisk. Gigi. I found the old pervert. Hey, I am Jiraiya, the great toad sage of Mount Dash. Don't care.
Asterisco ciaccol asterisco come in.
The two walked through the door. Naruto was in front with Jiraiya directly behind him. Hey Gigi. Hey, sensei. Hello. Anything else, Gigi? Not right now, Naruto. Why don't you wait outside for a few minutes? All right. Naruto nodded and walked back outside and shut the door behind him. Click. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stared at each other for a few moments. Then Hiruzen reached beneath his desk. He pulled out a file labeled Uzumaki and placed it on the desk in front of Jiraiya. A and BU. Guard the perimeter, but don't enter the room again until I send for you. A few seconds passed before a whoosh was heard and the two were left alone. This is Naruto's, your godson's, ninja file. Please, read through it to see what all you've missed. Jiraiya looked away from the file. You know I was busy, sensei. I couldn't just drop my work. Damn it, Jiraiya. I am your Hokage, and I've given you plenty of time off over the years. The least you could have done was show up for a birthday or two. And say what, sensei? Hey, how's it going, Naruto? I'm your godfather, and I couldn't save your parents. Is that what you want? Huh. Asterisk sigh asterisk Jiraiya. You know that wasn't your fault. I was there and I couldn't save them. What makes you think that if you had been here, you wouldn't have died as well? I don't know, but I could have been the one to do the sealing instead. Do you honestly think I wouldn't have done the same? By the time I arrived, Minato had already sealed away the Nine Tails and Kushina was knocking on death's door. There was nothing you or I could have done to prevent either of their deaths. Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked back at Hiruzen. Even so, he's had a better life without me here. I would have just complicated things. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a few puffs before responding. How would you know? How would you know if his life was better without you in it? You never bothered to try any other way. Sensei, you know that's not fair. And? You think the hand that boy's been dealt was fair? I hate to burst your bubble, Jiraiya, but that boy hasn't had an easy life. Are you saying? Scoffs. You think I would let someone abuse him? The few that have tried over the years didn't live to try again. But I can't control people's fears. They ignored him because they feared him. They pretended he didn't exist because they didn't want him to exist, and it's affected him. Even if he doesn't show it, their fear instilled a form of self-reliance in him that no child should have. Hiruzen looked out his window. It also made him strong. Laugh. Yeah, I noticed. Hiruzen smiled. Yes, I saw your meeting didn't go as well as you thought it would. You could have warned me. Chuckle, not a chance. I enjoy Naruto's pranks almost as much as he does, provided they aren't aimed at me. Sigh figures. The two silently stared at each other for a few more seconds. You want me to teach him to harness the Kyuubi's chakra, don't you? Nope. Jiraiya's face faulted. What? Personally, I don't think he actually needs the Kyuubi's chakra. However, if what your spies have said is correct, then he's going to need all the help he can get. So, teach him. If you wouldn't mind. Actually, I dash. That was rhetorical, Jiraiya. Sigh, of course, sensei. I'll begin right away. See that you do. Jiraiya left the room. Come on, Blondie. Chuckle, Hiruzen. Jiraiya led Naruto to a training field far away from the village and had Naruto sit down. Sit like this, brat. Jiraiya showed him the proper meditation form and Naruto copied him. What now? Close your eyes. Right? Naruto complied. Now picture a gate, for lack of a better term. This gate will be the entrance to the Kyuubi's seal and where you need to go. Naruto focused inward and pictured a large gate. Now what? Do you have the image in mind? Yeah. Clonk. Jiraiya punch him in the head. Ouch. What was that for? Naruto yelled while holding his head. That was supposed to knock you out. Jiraiya looked at his fist and then Naruto's head. Why did you try to knock me out? To get you inside the seal. How does knocking me out get me inside? It's either that or waiting for you to fall asleep while thinking of the gate. Sigh, all right, If you want something done, do it yourself. Naruto closed his eyes and focused for a few minutes. What are you planning? Naruto ignored him. Hello dash wham. Naruto punched himself in the jaw and was knocked out. Why do I get the feeling this brat thinks I'm too weak to knock him out? No one answered Jiraiya's question. Would have been weird if someone did. Meanwhile, inside the seal. Ha! So this is the inside of the seal. Naruto looked around at the red walls and water-covered floor. It's like a sewer in here. He started following the path laid out before him. He noticed the 3 pipes circling around the pathway and the 3 colors of water inside them, but deciding he would ask the old pervert about them later. Eventually, Naruto came to a door. This is it, I guess. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed open the door and walked through. Whoa! Once inside, he saw a massive gate that stretched so far in every direction, he couldn't see the end. So, my jailer has finally come to pay me a visit. A deep voice asked from behind the bars. Are you the Kyuubi? Naruto walked closer to the gate. Chuckle, indeed I am. Gulp. I was sent here to learn how to use your chakra. Is that so? Yes, it is. Is that okay? Oh, of course. Really? Of course not, the Kyuubi roared. His massive arm came flying out from behind the bars and slammed down where Naruto was standing. Foolish human. It attempted to pull its arm back, but found that it was unable to move it. Ha! Tried a few more times with the same result. That wasn't nice. The Kyuubi tilted its hand up to see underneath and saw Naruto holding a claw above his head. Release me, human. No, I don't think I will. The Kyuubi once again tried to pull its claw free, but Naruto didn't budge. I said, release me. The Kyuubi swung its other arm into Naruto. Naruto caught it as well. And I said, no. Naruto jumped back while holding the Kyuubi's arms. Bang! The Kyuubi's head was slammed into the bars. Groan. Had enough. Never. Bang. Bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The room was filled with the sounds of Kyuubi's head bouncing off the bars. After 10 or so slams, Naruto stopped. Had enough yet? Groan. Yeah. Can you let go now? Sure. Naruto released the Kyuubi's arms. Thanks. Now die. The Kyuubi attempted to crush Naruto again. Bang. Bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Naruto caught its claw and repeatedly slammed Kyuubi into the bars. Alright, bang. I've bang. Had bang. Enough. Naruto stopped after hearing it. Are you sure? Because I can do this all day. Groan. I'm sure. But are you really sure? I'm really sure. Alright. Naruto released his hold on the claw, and the Kyuubi pulled its arm back inside to hold its head. So, about that chakra. Groan. I'll give you permission to use my chakra if you'll go away until my head stops ringing. Deal. Naruto looked around for a few seconds. How do I do that? Same way you got in. Oh, okay. Naruto punched himself in the face and vanished from the Kyuubi's sight. Groan. Why couldn't he have just been a loud, annoying idiot instead of a strong, loud, annoying idiot? Outside the seal. Naruto awoke to see Jiraiya standing over him. Don't worry if you didn't get it to agree. I didn't think you would. No, it agreed. After all, no normal person could ever get the Kyuubi to agree to something so one-sided as letting you use its chakra. I said it agreed. I mean, only a complete and total psycho would ever dream of getting the Kyuubi to agree to something like that. Hello? I said it agreed. I heard you the first time. My brain just didn't want to accept it. Oh, so what now? Honestly, helping you access the Kyuubi's chakra was all I had planned. So, you have nothing else to teach me? Well, how would you feel about signing a summoning contract? Naruto gave Jiraiya a bright smile. Sounds like fun. Hello, Hiruzen. How are you on this fine day? The fourth Raikage asked as he stepped inside the Kage box. He was the first of the expected 3 Kage to arrive. Oh, hello, I'm doing well, and yourself? Hiruzen motioned for A to sit in the chair next to him. I'm doing fine, now that I have some sake to wet my throat. A lifted his jug of sake into the air. Cheers. He drank deeply from the jug. Chuckle asterisk. Enjoying the festivities, are we? What? I never get to relax back in Kumo. It's always work, punch my brother, and work some more. Ah, I know what you mean. It's the same here. Sigh asterisk. When I took over from my father, I would never have thought that I would spend the majority of my days filling out paperwork. Laugh asterisk. Yes, the bane of all Kage paperwork. If I knew we would be discussing paperwork, I would have stayed home. Anoki floated into the Kage box. Anoki, how's the back? Hiruzen greeted his old enemy. Groan asterisk. Better than I expected, after such a journey. And to think, you didn't even send an escort to pick me up. Oh, are you so old you need to be walked everywhere? Anoki? Anoki's face turned red and he glared at Hiruzen. You would know, wouldn't you, Hiruzen? How's the retirement home treating you? Anoki asked with a smile. It was Hiruzen's turn to glare. Just fine, actually. How's your arthritis? Does it still hurt to walk? Only during the winter. Do you still have those kidney stones? During this exchange, the Kazekage arrived and saw the two. Sigh asterisk. Great. Now I have to listen to them try and one-up each other.
Chukle, hello, Rasa.
How've you been? Raza noticed A was drinking out of a large sake jug. Mind if I take a swig? I've only been here for 5 minutes and they're giving me a headache. A looked at his jug, then at Raza. He narrowed his eyes for a second before finally smiling. Of course, Darui. Bring the Kazekage a glass, I yelled. Raza took that time to sit down in the chair beside A. They talked for a few minutes but were interrupted when Darui entered the Kage box. Your glass, Reikage-sama. Darui handed a small sake glass, which was then passed to Raza. Raza narrowed his eyes at the glass but accepted it nonetheless. My thanks, A. A poured sake into Raza's glass and the two drank in silence. Gecko Hayate walked inside the Kage box then and interrupted Hiruzen and Anoki. Cough, Hokage-sama. It's time. The 4 Kage looked at Hayate and while 3 of them accepted the arrival of the ninja without issue, one of them couldn't believe his eyes. No, Baki assured me he was dead. Did Baki lie to me? The Kage looked at Hiruzen suspiciously but didn't draw attention to himself. Ah, of course, Hayate. Thank you. Hayate bowed his head to Hiruzen, then left. Hiruzen stood up from his chair and turned to the gathered Kage. Well, shall we get this started? Groan, yes, let's get this over with. I can already imagine the pile of paperwork I'll have waiting for me when I get home. Anoki. The other 3 Kage shivered. Each was imagining the work they would have backed up after this vacation of theirs. A and Raza stood as well, and the 4 Kage made their way out onto the balcony. The stadium was packed with civilian and ninja alike, from villages all across the land of fire and beyond. Attention, everyone! Hiruzen spoke into a microphone, and the once noisy crowd grew silent as they waited for the Hokage to continue. Thank you. We are gathered here today to witness some very talented ninja compete for the chance to be promoted to the rank of Chunin. Applause drowned out Hiruzen for a moment, then quieted down. Unfortunately for 2 of my fellow Kage, none of their ninja made it to this crucial point. However, they have decided to come watch and enjoy the festivities. Anyway, a round of applause for my fellow Kage. A. The 4th Reikage of Kumogakure. Applause. A raised his sake jug to the crowd. Raza. The 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Applause. Raza bowed slightly to the crowd. Anoki. The 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Applause. Anoki glared at Hiruzen for the dig at his age but raised his hand to the crowd anyway. And I am Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Kanahagakure. The crowd cheered for Hiruzen. Yes, settle down. Now, let the exam begin. Meanwhile, outside the village, Baki was helping the arriving Sand and Sound Ninja prepare to enter the village. Though a majority of them had arrived the night before, they were still waiting for over 30% of their forces. Where are they? We need everyone here if we want this plan to work. Lord Raza is counting on us. Walking around the makeshift camp each attacking village had set up, he asked the commanders of each where the rest of the forces were. I thought they were here already, was the response he received. So he went looking for them. He ran around the perimeter of the village, thinking that maybe they had mistakenly arrived and set up camp in the wrong position. He was right. My God, what happened here? The sight he was greeted with upon arriving at the other campsite was pure destruction. Blood and gore was splattered everywhere, and not a single ninja was left alive. He searched through the camp, desperate to find at least one ninja alive, hoping that at least one had survived to tell him what kind of monster had done this. Yo! A young voice yelled from behind him. Baki quickly turned around and saw Naruto standing behind him. What's the brat doing here? Naruto's next words answered his question. You won't find any ninja here. They were either killed or captured last night, Naruto said with a smile. Baki glanced around, trying to see the other ninja he was sure to be around. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just going out for a walk and stumbled upon this place. Oh, what a coincidence, that's how I found this place as well. I was just walking along, minding my own business, when I came across an enemy camp right outside our walls, so I had no choice but to wipe them out. Naruto's smile grew even larger. You wiped out an enemy camp while on a walk. Baki couldn't believe his ears. This kid was claiming to have wiped out over 1,000 ninja single-handed. I take very enthusiastic walks, Naruto simply replied. Right? Baki slowly moved his hand to the hidden kunai he kept in his sleeve. He hated having to kill a child, but Lord Raza's orders came first. Whatcha got there? Another voice said from behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, Baki saw another Naruto standing behind him. What tish asterisk smack? The Naruto standing in front of Baki slapped him across the face, knocking him out. Why couldn't we punch this guy again? The other Naruto asked. Sigh, because Temari-chan would only give up their plans to help if we promised not to hurt her family and this guy. Oh! The Naruto slapped his fist into his open palm. Yeah, wanna go get some ramen? We have time to kill. You read my mind. It's almost like we're two of a kind or something. You're literally my clone. What's your point? Is this what Yugao-sensei had to put up with? Nah, I'm not this bad. Naruto grabbed Baki by the leg and drug him along behind him. We should probably drop this guy off with Temari-chan first. They were quiet for a few seconds. Nah! Off they went to Ichiraku's while dragging Baki's unconscious body. When they arrived at Ichiraku's ramen stand, Naruto lifted Baki's body and sat him on the stool, folded his arms and placed his head on them, as if he was sleeping. Hello, Naruto. What can I get for you? Too. Tucci looked between Naruto and the clone in confusion. It's ninja stuff, old man. Ah, that explains it. And, who's your friend? Tucci motioned to Baki. That's Baki, he had a long night. Oh, he was out drinking? Something like that, Naruto agreed. He's going to have a headache when he wakes up. Snicker, yeah, probably. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and the other Kage were watching Shikamaru and Temari battling it out. Your daughter is very skilled, Raza. You should be proud. Oh, I am, he said with a smile, though on the inside he was beginning to panic. The invasion was starting as soon as Gaara's match began. So, where is Baki? Baki was currently being dragged through Konoha by Naruto. Well, I need to go take care of the other camp now. You drop him off at Temari's hotel room. Ah, why do I have to do it? The other Naruto asked. Because you're the clone. One of these days, I'm going to start up a clones' rights group and dash. Yeah, just go already. Naruto jumped into the air. His clone flipped him off just before he left the ground. Naruto flew across Konoha and landed in the center of the enemy camp. Hello, invading ninja. That got everyone's attention. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I would like to ask everybody to surrender before things get out of hand. The ninja looked between each other. Kill him, one of the leaders yelled. Wait, Naruto held up his hands, causing the ninja to stop their charge. What is it, brat? I've asked this question before, but I never seem to get an answer. Mind if I ask you? Sai, fine, ask your stupid question. The sand leader said. What's your health plan like? What? I said, what's your health plan like? Do you have good coverage in case of injury during the line of duty? No, actually, our health coverage is shit. Same here, a sound ninja agreed. Oh, this is gonna suck for you then. Naruto vanished in a burst of speed. Attack, the sound leader yelled. Naruto's world was moving even slower than usual today. Even the attacking Jonin appeared to be standing still from his point of view. Did I get faster again? Naruto wondered. He ducked under a wind jutsu and lifted the ninja up by his underwear and stretched it over his head. Then Naruto lightly pushed the ninja into the air. Another ninja was drawing a sword, so Naruto took it from him and bonked him on the head with the handle. 3 more were charging up a collaboration jutsu, so Naruto lifted each one up and pointed them at each other. Naruto poked the sound leader on the forehead, causing his skin to ripple like water. Then he went to the sand ninja and tapped him on the cheek, causing his skin to ripple as well. To the attacking ninja, a streak of orange light filled the camp and ninja were being flung around. One poor bastard had his underwear pulled over his head, then was thrown into the sky and had yet to come down. The 2 leaders were taken out with 1 hit apiece. The sound leader's neck broke after taking a powerful blow to the forehead, and all of the sand leader's teeth were knocked out. 3 ninjas exploded in a massive wind jutsu the kid had apparently used. The bodies of the 3 were torn to pieces. 1 ninja had his head crushed into his chest, killing him instantly. Over 100 ninja spontaneously exploded into bits. No explanation could be given for what happened to them. It's a monster, a ninja yelled. Naruto flicked his forehead, sending him flipping into 4 other ninja. A few ninja tried to run away, but each one was sent flying back into the camp by the orange light. So they resolved themselves to fighting to the bitter end. Naruto ran around the camp trying to knock out as many ninja as he could. Though accidentally killing a few, after 2 hours in his perception and only 10 minutes real time, Naruto managed to subdue the entirety of the invading army. Almost all of the attacking sound ninja were alive, if injured and unconscious. But the sound ninja weren't treated so well. Though over 100 still lived, the majority of their number was dead. Naruto finally came to a stop in the middle of camp and wiped the blood from his hands. Phew, sorry about that, sound ninja. Gigi said that since you weren't allies, I couldn't leave all of you alive.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
Ha! Naruto looked back toward the village and saw smoke rising from the stadium. Sorry, I can't stand around and chat. Everyone. Duty calls. Naruto vanished again. Wah! What the fuck? Was that? A sound ninja yelled after waking up. With the Kages. As soon as Gaara and Sasuke's match began, Raza and his Jonin guard, who turned out to be Orochimaru, sprung into action, grabbing Hiruzen and carrying him onto the roof of the stadium. The Sound Four appeared and set up a barrier to prevent anyone from interfering. Now Gaara,
Rasa yelled.
crickets could be heard in the background. The other 2 Kage had somehow gotten popcorn in the commotion and were watching the scene as if it were a good show. I decline, Gaara responded. Raza, who had just entered the barrier, turned back after hearing Gaara's response. What? I am you Kazekage and you will obey. Sigh very well. Playing possum jutsu, Gaara yelled after a few hand signs. Though Sasuke and the surrounding genin attempted to stop him, they were just a few seconds too slow. The sand poured out of Gaara's gourd and quickly formed the base form of the one-tail. Maniacal laugh. I'm free, I'm FRE. He's not here, is he? The one-tail was cautiously looking around for something. "Oh, mighty Shikaku, destroy our enemies," Raza ordered. "I decline." "Oh, come on."
Rasa screamed.
Hiruzen was watching Orochimaru with awkward eyes. "I get the feeling you would have done better had you been alone." Orochimaru looked back at Hiruzen. He had been watching the show too. "You know what? I'm getting that same feeling." The two of them began their battle. "Shikaku, I command you to attack." "I don't wanna." Shikaku had sat down in the arena and refused to move. The crowd and surrounding ninja were now unsure what to do. No one had attacked them yet, and the one-tail obviously wasn't going to attack. So they were confused as to what they could do. "Get the civilians out of here," Shikaku Nara ordered. The ninja followed his order and began escorting the civilians out of the area. "Gah! You stupid creature!"
Rasa roaret.
He looked at A and Inoki. "What? You want to fight or something?" They looked at each other, then back to Raza. "No, I'm fine just watching the show," they both said and raised their sake glasses to Raza. "Will you help us?" Raza asked. "Nope." "Figures." Raza turned to the fight between Hiruzen and Orochimaru. "Hiruzen, I have something to ask you."
I'm busy.
"It'll only take a second." "Busy." Orochimaru, wait a moment. "Why?" "I have something to ask Hiruzen." Orochimaru stopped his assault and leaned on his sword. "Fine, ask away." Hiruzen took the opportunity to smack Orochimaru in the face with his staff. "All right, now you can ask. Why is Hayate Gecko alive?" "I was told that he had been killed," Raza asked. Knocking, Raza heard someone knock on the barrier. Turning around to see who it was, he saw Naruto standing there with a smile on his face. "Ee!" Naruto waved, so Raza waved back. Naruto was trying to tell Raza something through the barrier, but Raza couldn't hear him over the sound of Hiruzen and Orochimaru fighting again. "I can't hear you."
Rasa yelled.
Naruto cupped his hand and yelled. Still Raza couldn't hear him. "Still can't hear you." Naruto's face darkened. He drew back his fist and punched the barrier, causing it to break like a piece of glass. Then he walked right up to Raza, cupped his hands around his mouth and screamed. "I saved him, you deaf bastard." "Oh!" Raza's ears were ringing, and his face and the other Kage's faces were all frozen in shock. This blonde brat had broken that massive barrier in one punch. Naruto looked over Raza's shoulder and saw Hiruzen standing still and Orochimaru screaming in pain, though they were nowhere near each other. Slapping Raza out of the way, Naruto ran over to Hiruzen. "Gigi, what's wrong?" Hiruzen was spitting out blood, but he refused to lower his arms or drop the scroll in his mouth. He summoned the Shinigami, only way to kill the previous Hokage and get rid of Orochimaru. Enma, now back in his natural form, replied. "What's going to happen to him?" Naruto cried. "After fulfilling its end of the bargain, it will devour Hiruzen's soul." "The hell it is?" Naruto began looking around for the Shinigami. "Where is it, Gigi?" The Sound 4 used the distraction to grab Orochimaru and make a run for it. "Get him, Naruto." Hiruzen collapsed to his knees while looking far above Naruto's head. "Oh, so you're there, are you?" Hiruzen saw Naruto turn around and glare up at the Shinigami. He wanted to stop Naruto to tell him not to anger the Shinigami, but he was too weak. "Do you honestly believe that I will let you take my Gigi?" Naruto roared at the Shinigami. "You act as if you have a choice, mortal. I'm taking him, and there's nothing you or anyone can do to stop me from claiming my prize." The Shinigami allowed Naruto to see and hear it. Its appearance caused Naruto to narrow his eyes. "Are you willing to bet your life on that?" "Chuckle, you cannot kill me, mortal. Though I would love to see you try." Naruto's eyes turned red with a slit pupil, and his hair stood on end and grew even wilder. "Then you're going to love this." Naruto drew back his fist. The Shinigami saw something in the boy's eyes then, or a lack of something, as it were. No fear, this boy was confident that he could kill the Shinigami, and the scary part was, the Shinigami was starting to believe him. The boy's fist was fully drawn back, and the Shinigami saw his death flash before his eyes. If this boy hits me, I really will fade. Just before Naruto launched his punch. Very well, mortal. The old man can live. For now. The Shinigami glared at Hiruzen. If you ever summon me again, I will take your soul. Am I clear? Crystal. Good. The Shinigami vanished, leaving Naruto standing there in confusion and everyone else extremely disturbed. So, Naruto looked over at Hiruzen. Is the invasion over? Chuckle-grown asterisk. Yes, now, please take me to the hospital. You got it, Gigi. Temari paced around inside her brother's hospital room. Gaara had fainted sometime after the One-Tail returned to its seal and hasn't woken up since. She was beginning to believe the Konoha doctors had done something, but the small smile on his face was keeping her from doing anything rash. I bet that damned blondie had something to do with this. Sigh, nothing's gone well for us ever since the preliminaries ended. She thought back to the moment everything went wrong, and ultimately ruined her father's plans. Flashback. Gaara had to be carried to Konoha's hospital after that blonde idiot knocked him out. He'd been asleep for over 2 weeks with no sign of waking up, and now the Hokage had come to see them. Sigh, what else could go wrong? Baki apparently had to kill a leaf ninja after their meeting the other night to avoid him telling the Hokage of their plans. And now the Hokage had come to see them only a few hours after. Asterisk sigh asterisk, what else could go wrong? She wondered.
Greetings, Santnin.
Hiruzen said as he and Naruto entered Gaara's hospital room.
Hello, Hokage-sama.
Temari bowed and elbowed Kankuro in the ribs so he would as well. Oh, none of that now. After all, we're allies, right? Hiruzen asked with a clearly fake smile. Nervous laugh, of course, Hokage-sama. Temari. See, I knew we were allies, so, mind if I asked you a hypothetical question? Hiruzen. Sure. First, mind if I sit down? Temari nodded. Thanks. These old bones have been giving me trouble lately. Hiruzen smiled and took a seat in the available chair, while Naruto stood beside him. Saya, that's better. Now, what would be your father's response if, let's say, one of his allies were plotting against him? Hiruzen lit his pipe and leaned back in the chair.
I'm sorry.
Temari squeaked. Kankuro discreetly pulled a kunai from his sleeve and palmed it. Chuckle. Looks like I'm not the only one with hearing problems here. And Naruto? Naruto looks at Hiruzen. Did you say something, Gigi? Naruto tilted his head. You've been hanging around Kakashi again, haven't you? Naruto pulls a book out of his back pouch and started reading it. I have no idea what you mean, Gigi. Hiruzen's eye started to twitch. Sigh, never mind. Hiruzen looked back to the Sand Ninja. Temari and Kankuro were looking at them in confusion. I'll just repeat myself then. What would your father do if an ally was plotting against him? Gulp. Kankuro stood up and Temari stepped in front of Gaara. Why do you ask, Hokage-sama? Temari. As I said, it's a hypothetical question. Hiruzen smiled at her. He would probably do something to ensure his ally was punished for their betrayal. Hiruzen rubbed his chin in contemplation. Yes, I suppose that does make sense. Chuckle. Well, who am I to argue with your father on such matters? Hiruzen stood and walked to the door. Naruto, do make sure they are comfortable. He then walked through the door, leaving Naruto alone with the Sannin. Gladly, Gigi. Naruto closed his book and looked at Temari and Kankuro. What does he mean, Blondie? Temari asked. Don't worry about it, Temari-chan. Naruto walked around Temari and over to the still sleeping Gaara. So, he's the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, huh? What of it? Just because he has that thing inside him doesn't mean he's not human. Temari got in Naruto's face and shouted at him. Naruto's response was to smile brightly at her. I'm glad you agree, Temari-chan. Kankuro dropped his kunai in surprise and had to catch it before it could hit the ground. while Tamari took a step back. What? Are you okay? You're stuttering a lot. Kinda reminds me of Hinata-chan, actually. I'm fine. She blushed and took another step back. Oh, that's good then. Naruto turned back to Gaara. I've never met another Jinchuriki before. What's wrong with his eyes, though? It's the one-tail's doing, I'd wager. Naruto jumped back from Gaara in shock. The sudden appearance of the voice caused him to want to scream, but he held it in. Hey, are you okay? Kankuro asked. Fine, I'm fine. Naruto muttered. Sigh, crazy blondes, they're everywhere. Asterisk smack asterisk ow. Tamari slapped Kankuro on the head. I'm blonde, remember? Yes, I'm fully aware. Asterisk smack asterisk ouch. Naruto ignored them in favor of talking with the Kyuubi. What do you mean? And how are you even talking with me? Yon, I'll answer the second question first. Dunno. Naruto face faulted. How can you not know? You're being loud again, and like I said, I don't know. I guess those cracks you put in my door are having an effect on you. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Depends on what you mean by bad. Can you use it to break out and attack the village? Not with the seal the fourth used. I'm bound to you until death. Wait. We're married? What? No, of course not. I'm too young to get married and to a giant fox, no less. I said, we're not married. Where did you even get that idea? But you said we were bound until death. Isn't that what someone says when they get married? Sigh, not necessarily. Besides, not even I want to piss off that little Hyuga. She's scary. Why would that piss off Hinata-chan? And what do you mean she's scary? Hinata's the nicest person I know. Kyuubi? Wahahaha. What? What's so funny? Chuckle, nothing, nothing. What were we talking about again? Gaara's eyes. Right? Basically, the one tail is batshit insane and has a tendency to keep its hosts from sleeping in its insanity. That's awful. Is there anything I can do to help him? Sure, provided you want to go inside the one-tail's seal. Is that all? Pretty much. Will it help him sleep? Most definitely. Hey, Tamari-chan. What now, Blondie? Are you finally done staring at my brother? She glared at Naruto. Yeah? Look, what would you do if I could help your brother sleep? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie, Naruto yelled. Tamari grabbed her fan and Kankuro pulled out the kunai. Again. You can't help him. What if I could? What would you do? Okay, if you can help him, and that's if you actually can, then my family will owe you one. Naruto smiled at her. That's all I wanted to hear. He turned back to Gaara. What do I do, Kyuubi? I know. Bump fists with him or something? What will that do? It's either that or kiss high dash. Fist bump it is. Naruto quickly tapped his fist to Gaara's and felt a strong pull on his mind. Don't fight it, brat.
Sorry.
Naruto stopped resisting and felt his mind fade away. Tamari was watching this and got really annoyed. I swear if this brat is doing this just to hit on my brother, I'll kill him. Then she remembered something. Well, that is if that little Hyuga bitch doesn't kill us first. Inside the seal. Naruto was standing in the middle of a massive desert and he could see a massive shadow in the distance. So, this is Gaara's seal, huh? Yep. Naruto felt a weight land on his shoulder, so he looked up and saw a tiny Kyuubi sitting there. Ah, you're tiny. The Kyuubi stuck one finger in each ear and glared at Naruto. Why do you yell when I'm sitting right here? The Kyuubi yelled back. That's why I'm yelling, furball. You're sitting on my shoulder. All right, point taken. How are you even here? I'm the reason you're in here, so obviously I had to come as well. Why though? Plot. What? Nothing, moving on. You can't just dash. Oh look, here comes the one tail. Really? Naruto started searching for it. Thank God he has the attention span of a, well, I was going to say a goldfish, but honestly, I think that would insult the fish. A few minutes of searching later, and the ground began to shake, before a massive amount of sand rose up into the sky and formed the one tail. What do you want? Sorry about this, brat, but can you give us a few minutes to talk? Sure. Naruto walked away, leaving Kyuubi and the one tail alone. They watched him walk away before the one tail lay down to talk with Kyuubi. What are you doing here, Kurama? Kurama raised an eyebrow and the one tail. What? Can't a guy come to visit his younger sister? Oh, spare this one your lies and tell us the truth. Kurama was growing annoyed with Shikaku's yelling. Quiet down, Shikaku. I was getting to that. Fine, we are waiting. Kurama's eye started twitching. Alright, if that's how this is going to be. I came to warn you, Shikaku. Of. Kurama hopped on Shikaku's nose and made his way to her ear. Do you see that brat over there? The blonde one that gave us a headache? Yes, that one. What about it? I came to warn you, as a proper older brother should. Yes, get on with it. We are growing impatient. Fine. A monster follows him around. Somewhere, a white-eyed girl sneezed. A monster? Yes, a terrifying monster. What's this monster called, and why should we fear it? This monster is called the white-eyed devourer, and is obsessed with that brat over there, and will viciously attack and devour any female that touches him. The white-eyed devourer, huh? She's still sneezing. What? Don't you believe me? Not even a little, Shikaku deadpanned. Fine, then believe your own two eyes. Kurama touched his forehead to Shikaku and projected his, made-up, memories to her. After 5 minutes of this, Shikaku ran and threw up a massive amount of sand. What the fuck was that thing? She screamed. That was the white-eyed devourer. Her father came in to check on her because of her continuous sneezing. It was hideous. Those eyes, those teeth, that smile shivers. Thank you for telling us of this creature. We will endeavor to stay out of its way. The thought struck Shikaku, then. Does the human know of this creature? She whispered. No, I only know of this creature because my previous host knew its mother. They hide behind a facade of innocence when around their chosen mate and are mostly docile, unless their place is threatened, Kurama said with a nod. We see. Anything we can do to avoid this Shiver's horrible creature? She accidentally headbutted her father after a violent sneeze. Let your host get some sleep, and for our father's sake, don't attack the brat. We understand. Thank you, Kurama. Don't mention it, Shikaku. Seriously, don't mention it. Kurama hopped off Shikaku and made his way over to Naruto. All done. Yes. Naruto began walking over to the One Tail. Hey, One Tail, he called. Shikaku, after hearing Naruto's call, turned to see him walked toward her, so she dove under the sand to avoid him. Huh? What is it? I came here to ask if you would let Gaara sleep. What? Oh sure. Just leave already. That's rude. Chuckle, I think the One Tail has had enough, Naruto. We should go now. But I wanted to fist bump it too. No thanks, don't touch me. Fine then. No need to be so rude. The Kyuubi then pulled the two of them back out of Shikaku's seal. Damn Kurama, bringing that monster's prey here in order to intimidate us. Well, we're onto you, and we definitely aren't scared. We just suddenly decided not to ever come out around him. That's all. Back to the almost present. Temari didn't know what that little brat had done, but after fist-bumping Gaara, he just suddenly said that the One Tail had promised to let Gaara sleep and left, though she didn't believe him at first. When Gaara finally did wake up the next day, he was actually happy. The dark circles under his eyes had faded slightly and a tired smile was on his face. Ever since that day, Gaara's been sleeping just fine. So, Temari decided to honor her word and to repay her debt to the blonde brat by telling him of her father's plans to invade Konoha. He, in turn, took her to the Hokage so she could retell her story. I'm glad you decided to tell us of this. Had you not, our relationship would have been strained. I understand, Hokage-sama. You may go now, Temari-san. I need to speak with Naruto for a moment. Yes. Can I ask a favor? I don't see why not. But whether or not I agree is another matter entirely. Temari seemed to grow unsure of herself. Can you spare Baki-sensei and my family? Is your father included in that number? Scoffs, he's the Kazekage, not my father. But he is family as well. I understand. If at all possible, I will avoid killing either of them. Thank you, Hokage-sama. She bowed and left the room. After ensuring that she had truly left, Hiruzen turned to Naruto. Spare as many sand ninja as possible. We don't want our allies too weak to help us should we need it, but the Kazekage is fair game. But didn't you just promise not to kill him? And I won't. If he attacks you, I'm simply giving you permission to punch him. If he doesn't attack first, then don't worry about him. I understand, Gigi. Back to the present. Grown Temari snapped her head in Gaara's direction. Gaara, you're awake. She grabbed him in a hug, and before she had even realized what she'd done, he hugged her back. You're warm. His voice snapped her out of it. She tried to pull away, but he held on. Gaara, are you okay? I'm fine. I just slept really well. Oh, that's good. She rubbed his head as he fell back asleep. Maybe the blonde brat isn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, Naruto was visiting Hiruzen in the hospital when Jiraiya came barging in. Sensei. Sai, what is it, Jiraiya? I found her, Sensei. Oh, good, you two can leave immediately then. Wait, two, Sensei? Yes, you too, Jiraiya. You're taking Naruto with you. But I don't want to go with the pervert, Gigi. I didn't ask, Naruto. Sai, my last act as Hokage is to give you this order, Naruto. What do you mean, your last act, Gigi? The doctors said you were fine. I'm old, Naruto. I can't hold on to my title forever, and I'd rather die than let Danzo take the position. So, I'm trusting you and Jiraiya to go and retrieve my replacement. Sai, okay, Gigi. Naruto looked to Jiraiya. Where is this lady we're going to get? Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. She's in Tanzaku town. Naruto and Jiraiya had been on the road for 2 days, and though Naruto wanted to just jump to Tanzaku town, he followed the old pervert's orders and walked alongside him. You can't rush these things, Naruto, Jiraiya told Naruto one night while they were preparing their dinner. But it's so boring. Naruto complained. Chuckle, I know. He reached down and stirred the pot of soup he'd been preparing for the last hour. Why can't I just jump there, grab this Tsunade lady, and jump back? Jiraiya fell off of his makeshift chair/stump in laughter. What's so funny? Naruto yelled. Laugh you. You actually think you can just grab the princess and not lose your arm? Jiraiya guffawed. His certainty that Naruto would get injured actually managed to slightly worry Naruto. Is she that strong? His words caused Jiraiya to calm down and ask. Brat, have you truly never heard of her? Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya rubbed his hands through his hair. What did they teach you in that damn academy, if you don't even know the first's granddaughter? Wait, granddaughter? Naruto's mind went blank for a few seconds before. She's the first Hokage's granddaughter? Jiraiya nodded. That she is. Though, her name isn't what made her famous. Jiraiya could tell he had Naruto's attention. Now, what's she famous for? Jiraiya pulled the spoon out of his soup, took a big slurp, then smacked his lips before calmly responding with, being a sucker. Naruto fell off his stump, then jumped back to his feet. She's a what? A sucker. Naruto's face turned red. Well, to each their own, I suppose. Jiraiya took a second to think about what Naruto said. Then he fell back laughing. Laughing, not that kind of sucker. Oh, then, I'm confused. Jiraiya finally calmed down after several minutes of laughing. To explain. Basically, she's a horrible gambler, and she will lose any bet she makes. Oh, she sounds kinda dumb if she continues to make bets. Then, Tsunade had just placed an extremely high bet on a game of blackjack, when she suddenly sneezed, causing the 7 the dealer was going to grab to fly off the table. A 10 was picked up in its place, which put her at 24. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you've gone over 21, the young woman said. "Damn it!" Tsunade yelled and slammed her sake jug through the table, causing 2 large men in black suits to come have a chat with her. Jiraiya nodded, but then stared intently at Naruto. "I'll agree with you there, but don't let her hear you say that." "Why?" "Because she's also known for her physical strength and a temper to match." Naruto tilted his head to one side. "How strong is she?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Probably stronger than you if she tried." Naruto could feel himself getting pumped up. "Really? Do you think she'll spar with me?" "She might." "Why?" "Do you have any idea how long it's been since I've been able to actually hit someone?" Jiraiya was confused. "Didn't you just stop an invasion?" "Scoff. I don't mean like that." "Then what do you mean?" "I want to actually fight someone," Naruto yelled and quickly stood up. "I want someone who can dish out as much force as I can. Someone I can fight without holding back because I know they can take it." Naruto had stars in his eyes. "Why?" "Because I'm bored." Naruto fell back onto his stump. "I'm always watching the other ninja. Sasuke, Kiba, Choji, Scoff, even Shikamaru. They all have fun when they fight. They enjoy the thrill of battle, the fear of losing, and I don't." Jiraiya stroked his chin. "Any idea why that is?" "Because it always ends the same way." "How?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Whenever I actually try, the battles always end in seconds. None of my classmates have been able to keep up with me since I was 9, and even most jonin have trouble keeping up." "Have you ever fought one?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I've fought a few." "Not bad, brat." Jiraiya smiled. Then he stood up and walked over to Naruto. Naruto looked up when he felt Jiraiya's hand land on his head. "But, remember something, Naruto. Fighting isn't the only way to have fun." "Oh, I know. I also play pranks." "Chuckle, that's good, Naruto. Who do you play pranks with?" Naruto frowned. "Well, usually I'm alone." Jiraiya crouched to look Naruto in the eye. "Why?" Naruto looked down. "Well, Noon really likes hanging out with me." "What makes you think so?" "They always leave me out, whenever they hang out as a group." Jiraiya stroked his chin. "Have you ever thought to ask why they left you out?"
No.
Naruto shook his head. "Why not?" "Well, I'm usually training, so I don't see them that often." Jiraiya nodded. "I see. Alright, how about this? When we get back to the village, you are going to ask to hang out with the rookies. And in return, I'll teach you a cool jutsu. Deal?" "Deal." Naruto and Jiraiya had just arrived in Tanzaka town and rented their room when Jiraiya suddenly had to go research, so Naruto was left alone in the room. Stupid old pervert, leaving me alone in here. The least he could have done was give me something to do while I waited. Ding dong asterisk. Naruto's ears perked up and a smile spread across his face. Huh. Maybe the old pervert did leave me with something to do. Naruto got off the bed and walked over to the door. "Hello." He undid the lock and opened it, but only saw red. Huh. He blinked his eyes, and he was suddenly back in his room. He looked up and saw a large blue man with a sword on his back and an Uchiha? The blue man and the Uchiha looked at each other. "I thought you were going to put him in a genjutsu. Itachi?" "He should have been." Naruto looked between the two. "Itachi? As in Itachi Uchiha?" "Well, look at that Itachi. The brat knows who you are." The blue man leaned down to look Naruto in the eye. "How about me, brat? Do you know who I am?" Naruto shook his head. "Nope." The man face faulted. Sai, you need to come with us, Uzumaki, Itachi said. Why? Because you hold the Kyuubi. Naruto tilted his head to one side. No, I don't. Yes, you do, Uzumaki. Please do not lie. I'm not. Naruto could see the disbelieving look on their faces. All right, let me explain. The Kyuubi is a nine-tailed fox, right? They nodded. Well then, I can't hold the Kyuubi, because the only thing inside me is a giant rabbit. Hey, I am not a rabbit, damn it. They glanced at each other, then looked back to Naruto. A rabbit, huh? The blue man asked. Yep. Naruto held his hands up like rabbit ears. Long floppy ears and a big fuzzy tail. Sounds like a rabbit, no? Hey, Itachi, that does sound like a rabbit. Is there a tailed beast I don't know about? Sai, I don't know, Kisame. Kisame tapped Itachi on the shoulder. Let's get out of here, Itachi. We were told to find the Kyuubi, not some rabbit. Before Itachi could respond, Naruto slammed the door in his face. Kisame. Yeah. There are only 9-tailed beasts. Then where did his rabbit come from, Itachi? Come on, use your head. Kisame tapped on his temple for emphasis. Chinin Kisame, did it ever occur to you that he could be lying? Kisame shook his head. Nah, he seemed trustworthy. Besides, who would make up a lie about such a thing? Itachi's nose started bleeding. Are you okay, Itachi? Itachi wiped away the blood. I'm fine. I just had a brain aneurysm from the stupidity. Wow, Itachi, I didn't realize you were that stupid. Alright, that's it. Itachi kicked open the door, only to find an empty room with an open window. After him, Kisame. But Itachi. Now, damn it. Itachi rushed through the room and jumped out the window. With Naruto. Naruto was walking around Tanzaka town looking for Jiraiya. If I were an old pervert, where would I be? He's probably in the brothel. Yeah, but I don't really want to go in there. Wait outside. That could work, Dash. You can't kick me out. Do you know who I am? Tsunade-sama, please calm down. No, Shizune, I will not calm down. Or you could go talk to the woman you've been looking for. You read my mind. Naruto walked around to the side of the building and saw a blonde pigtailed woman in a green haori and a shorter black-haired woman in a black kimono. The shorter woman was trying to pull the blonde away from the entrance to a casino. Tsunade-sama, we're out of money. That's why I need to do this, Shizune. I can win our money back. Not without money to bet, you can't. After overhearing their conversation, Naruto decided to step in. If you'll make a bet with me. Naruto pulled out his frog wallet. I'll give you 50,000 Ryo. He pulled out the bills and showed them to her. Oh ho, I'm not against taking a brat's money. She nodded. All right, what's the bet, brat? Naruto planted his feet. I heard you were strong. Scoff. You heard right. Naruto smiled. Prove it. Naruto squared his shoulders. How? If you can move me, the money is yours. That's it. That's it. Now, normally I would just take the bet and be done with it. But what's in this for you? Aside from seeing how strong you are, you also have to come back to Konoha with me. She nodded her head. No, then she turned and walked away. What? Why not? I'm not going back to Konoha, brat. Why, are you scared? Scoff, of course not. I just refuse to return to such a place. Naruto's jaw dropped open. Wow, I didn't know the legendary Tsunade Senju was a coward. Tsunade stopped walking. Take that back, brat, she yelled, causing Naruto to smile. Nah, you walked away from an easy bet with a simple genin. Tsunade turned and glared at him.
All right, brat.
You really want to play this game? Of course, he nodded. She walked up to him and planted her feet. Change the bet, brat. 2. When I move you, I get your money and you have to retire from the ninja program. And if you can't? She yanked her necklace off and held it out for him to see. Then you get this. But I won't return to Konoha unless you can. Move. Me. She poked him on the forehead after each word. The smile on Naruto's face grew so large it almost split his face. Deal. He held out his hand for her to shake. Tsunade-sama, are you sure this is wise? That is your grandfather's necklace. Of course, I'm sure. She reached out and shook Naruto's hand. Then, she threw the necklace to Shizune. Hold this for a moment, Shizune. It won't take long. You get 3 tries, Granny. The veins appeared on Tsunade's forehead. She reached out and pulled one finger in, built up strength and chakra, then released it into the finger that smacked into Naruto's head as she flicked him. POW. A loud echo could be heard from the impact, but Naruto didn't move. That was your first attempt, then? Tsunade grit her teeth. So, you're stronger than you look, brat. She balled up her fist, pumped about 20% of her chakra into it, and then punched Naruto in the stomach, but he remained in place. That was number 2. Seriously, though, is that all you've got? Her face turned red. Oh, you must be too embarrassed to perform. How about this? Naruto pulled his headband down over his eyes and smiled up at her. You, little
brat.
She focused all of her strength into her fist and sent it rocketing into Naruto's face. Bang! The sound barrier shattered from the speed and force of her punch. The ground around Naruto was destroyed, as were the walls on both sides, but Naruto remained in place. In fact, the only way she could tell she even made contact was his head moving to one side and some blood coming out of his mouth. Naruto slowly reached up and pushed the headband back into position. That was awesome, he cheered. What? Tsunade and Shizune both were completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. After all, Tsunade could crush mountains with that punch. But this brat didn't move. That was the best punch I've ever felt. Wait, I actually felt that one. Naruto jumped around for a few minutes before returning to his spot. That was awesome, Tsunade-sama, he yelled. Then the smile was wiped off his face. But, and I do apologize for this. He reached out and grabbed her by the arm. It's my turn. Scoff, good luck. Bratish. Naruto raised her arm above his head and quickly pulled it back and threw her over his shoulder, over the buildings, into the sky. Naruto and Shizune watched her fly off into the distance. She's going, and gone. Naruto walked over to Shizune, took the necklace from her unresisting hands and started walking in the same direction he had thrown Tsunade. Hey, where are you going? Shizune ran to catch up to him. I'm going to get Tsunade, then find the old pervert. Old pervert? Wait, Jiraiya-sama's here. With Itachi and Kisame. The 2 Akatsuki members had quickly found Naruto and decided to wait until he was alone before they attacked and kidnapped him. So, they had a front row seat to him throwing Tsunade into the lower atmosphere. Itachi? Yes. Did he just? Yes, he did. The 2 stood in silence for a few minutes as they watched Naruto and Shizune walk off. Want to pretend we couldn't find him? Kisame, that's the most intelligent thing I've heard all day. Itachi, you should really give yourself some credit. After all, I'm sure you'll say something smart eventually. Itachi vanished in a flock of crows, leaving Kisame alone. Ah, he's embarrassed.